PUBG Mobile, new game mode, Unfail. In Unfail, you can become the powerful predator or join a team of survivors. The predator cannot be eliminated. You can also gain rage by attacking players, which unlocks skills. Skill 1, Hook. Hook a survivor to pull them to you. If the hook hits an obstacle, you will pull yourself towards it. Skill 2, Slow Trap. The slow trap becomes invisible after it's deployed. When triggered, it explodes and slows survivors within range. Skill 3, Invisibility. Become invisible to ambush survivors. If you're the predator, make good use of these skills to prompt, pursue, and eliminate survivors. Survivors start the match with one of 3 items at random, which increase their chances of survival. Jet Gauntlets. Gain a speed boost after vaulting over windows and flipping boards. AED, anti-radiation. Rescuing teammates restores their health to full. Move faster while carrying a teammate. Wrench increases terminal activation speed. Survivors have a heart rate monitor. Be careful when your heart rate goes up, as it means the predator is near. In this situation, you can flip a board to stun the predator and escape, or hide in a distribution box. If the predator guesses wrong on your hiding spot, escape while it's preoccupied, or face elimination. Of course, survivors can also pick up dropped firearms. These can be used to stun the predator and escape. When a survivor is injured, they will leave footprints on the ground. Use consumables or wild berries to heal up. There are also lots of items and mechanisms, such as the electric fence, which can block the predator, or use the fire extinguisher to outmaneuver it. Try to activate a terminal. While a teammate distracts the predator, if you happen to start with the wrench, you'll activate terminals faster. You need to activate 5 terminals to open the exit gate and evacuate. Now that the requirements have been met, hurry and escape. Unfail! Will you be the oppressive predator or a tactical survivor? Unfail, coming September 26th.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile v4.0's new mode, Unfail. As a predator, your goal is to defeat the survivors. Prevent more than half of the survivors from escaping. Even though you're fighting alone, the predator is very powerful. You are much faster and stronger than the survivors, and can track them by following their footprints. You also have some exclusive skills to help you defeat the survivors. Gain rage by attacking and knocking down survivors. At a certain amount of rage, you'll level up and unlock more terrifying and powerful skills. When survivors activate a terminal, take damage, or rescue a teammate, their location and silhouette will be exposed for a short time. This is your best chance to strike, so make the most of it. Be careful of the interactables on the map when in pursuit, they can cause you some trouble. Make good use of your skills to prevent the survivors from escaping. Before reaching level 3, when you knock down a survivor, you can pick them up to finish them off faster, or move them somewhere else to prevent other survivors from rescuing them. If you're already at level 3, you can directly execute down survivors. Don't worry if the survivors manage to summon the exit portal. It takes a while to unlock, so you'll still have a chance to stop them. Defend it and don't let your prey escape. The hunt has begun. Are you ready?
All the dudes are ready.
Time to dig in.
Hold on.
Oh, you want a photo? I got you.
No. To the right. Oh, no. Left.
Left, like here?
A little bit lower.
Victory!
Yes! We've got this!
What are you doing?
It's Crazy Chicken Day! Play PUBG Mobile together! Push your rank, get valuable rewards, and complete missions to win cash prizes!
Crazy Chicken Day! Be my best teammate!
Everyone, get ready. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, wait! Crazy Chicken Day has started. Play PUBG Mobile together. Push your rank, get valuable rewards, and complete missions to win cash prizes. Crazy Chicken Day! Be my best teammate!
First guild set with an accompanying ghost and special interactive animations. Draw now. Experience a completely new battle experience. Upgradable Soul Spectre Shredder M762 available now. Exclusive Elimination Broadcast. Elimination Special Effect. Loot Crate. Show off on the battleground. New Black Mist Broom Glider releases together. Spectre Shrine Backpack. Macabre Valentine cover, and other rewards also available. Tons of items await. Additionally, the Crimson of Fealty set is back. Redeem it with teddy bears. Don't be fooled by her appearance. This macabre maid has the most sinister vibes. Tempted? Wait no longer. Log in and draw now.
I saved lives with my blade. First in surgery, then shadows. Tendons, vessels, nerves. I thought I was healing, until they drove a name into my mind. Lily. In false memories I hunted hearts, crafting immortality serum for their dying breath. Now, I'm not their predator, nor Moldy Farm. I'm Karis Vade. I'll shred their lives, weigh each piece, settle every score.
Skibidi Toilet will randomly appear in Livik and Erangel. It can summon Skibidi Toilet minions, fire laser beams, and smash the ground. Skibidi Toilet will deal ranged attacks to the nearest player in its vicinity, or a player that is currently attacking it. After defeating Skibidi Toilet, it will drop rare supplies, and the team that defeated it will have their ID broadcasted to the entire map. In Metro Royale, Skibidi Toilet can spawn randomly on any map. Defeat it to get rare drops, including gold toilet paper, gold toilets, gold toilet plungers, and other valuable sellable items. In World of Wonder, Skibidi Toilet will be included as a new monster. Creators can use it to design unique gameplay experiences. Go to the event page to play the minigame and earn points for awesome milestone rewards. Use perk vouchers, version 4.0, to redeem themed event items, including the Skibidi Toilet costume, cameraman cover, cameraman graffiti, and more. Redeem great rewards. All toilets will die. Official PUBG Mobile and Skibidi Toilet collaboration. Take part in exclusive gameplay to get tons of collaboration items.
Recently, we've received a lot of feedback regarding unscrupulous individuals impersonating customer service to steal information and accounts. Please be cautious. Official customer service will never ask for your personal information or account details outside of the game. Please remain vigilant and don't trust scammers.
PMSL Americas, Xforce, Intense Game, Jaguar Esports, United for Gaming, Loops Esports, Maryland Esports, Wolves Esports, Royal of War, Alpha 7, Globant, iNCO Gaming, Influence Rage, Team Liquid, Resilience Esports, Straight Outta Nepal, VIP Esports.
Welcome, esports fans. We're live from Sao Paulo, Brazil, where the top PUBG Mobile teams from across the Americas are locked in one final battle to prove they belong amongst the best of the best, and to secure their place at the PUBG Mobile Global Championships this fall. After 2 intense days of action, the leaderboard is tight, and some of the region's giants have lived up to the hype. But a few surprise contenders are making serious noise, shaking up everyone's playoff predictions. Today's day 3 of League Phase 2 and the final chance for teams to make their mark. Every fight, every point, and every rotation matters. With finals qualification on the line, the pressure has never been higher. We've seen upsets, hero moments, and plenty of heartbreak already, and you can bet we're in for more before the day is done. I'm Powerbang and back in the booth to bring you all the action from start to finish. And the good news is I won't be doing it alone. I've brought my boys, Hot Jukes and Enigma, and we are here for the PMSL Americas Fall Split final day of League Phase. Hot Jukes, how you doing?
I am doing great, brother. It's all come down to this, man. Can anybody touch loops? That's my question. I don't think so.
We will dive more into that topic in just a moment, but Enigma, welcome back, my friend. Have you been watching the action?
Oh, of course, and for the most part, we're talking 2 NA teams kind of in that top 8, better than just one, so I'm hoping today we can maybe get a third or a fourth up in that top 8, baby. Let's get it going.
Let's get it going indeed. We'll go over the official standings in just a moment, but the two teams you're referencing, we got to talk about them, right? iNCO Gaming, out of nowhere in week 2 here, they're crushing it. They're currently sitting near the top of the tables, which I don't think a lot of people expected for them. And then on the other hand, everybody did expect the Wolves out of North America to be delivering that punishment. Let's go ahead and check out how both of these teams have performed so far. Starting with iNCO Gaming, they've been delivering the pain and actually are currently the top ranked team in the region. You see some cool trick shots with the window there. Hot Jukes, how has iNCO been getting it done so effectively?
They have been crushing it. I mean, getting into those late games, making some great decisions. I mean, this team, I think, is right on the cusp. A good couple zones, a good couple, things going in their way. They're going to be able to really top the tables here. So far in this round, right, 60 eliminations on the squad so far for iNCO Gaming. Wolves have 53. Now, when it comes to the Wolves, they have a great early game, mid game. They're putting themselves in the right spots. But man, yesterday they just couldn't seem to get those closeouts, Enigma. I'm hoping that changes today.
Yeah, and I feel for the Wolves especially, it always comes down to those 1 or 2 players always being the same people getting caught out. But we haven't even made note of it either, guys. iNCO Gaming, for this whole phase, they haven't been contesting Team Liquid off drop, allowing their Miramar to actually be fully played out, and that average survival time, if we compare it maybe to even phase 1 here, Powerbang, it was so much higher for this phase 2 just off of the Miramar stats alone. So for the head-to-head here, there's a reason why they're so close on the leaderboard, is because they're basically putting up the same numbers.
You're absolutely right. Now, I'd say the Wolves are kind of unanimously looked at as the top team in the region right now. And as you can see, iNCO Gaming has outperformed them in week 2 so far. As far as phase 2 is concerned, 60 eliminations so far. And of course, iNCO's going to be looking to keep the gas down. They're going to keep that pedal to the metal today and see if they can really push things and maybe have a shot at getting all the way up to number 2, maybe even challenge number 1 if Loops has an off day. But so far, so good for iNCO Gaming. Whereas the Wolves, like Hot Jukes you mentioned, they got close to some chicken dinners yesterday. They were ranking pretty well all day long. They couldn't quite get it done. What do you think they need to change if they want to have some better success here as we go into the final day of League Phase?
Well, I'll tell you what, I think Enigma nailed it perfectly, right? There was this couple of the same players we saw getting caught out constantly. So I think I want to see Coops maybe take a step back a little bit. I know he can kind of get hungry to go ahead and finish those eliminations when he definitely feels those teams are on the ropes. But if he just kind of waited that half second to get that squad with them, I mean, man, these guys can definitely close it out. Honestly, it's wild for me to see, the roster changes happening at this stage, because, I mean, they got all the tools, right? And if they have that synergy on lock, I think they can make a run for their money with any one of these squads. But hopefully they can get that fixed here. Roster changes this late in the game can make things pretty difficult.
They've got the talent for sure. They showed that in phase 1, winning 3 games in a row to close out League Phase 1. But they haven't been able to get those chicken dinners as of late. And another team not able to secure any chicken dinners at all during League Phase 2 might be a bit surprised by it, but it's been Alpha 7. This is a team that has been so consistent all tournament long. Despite maybe not picking up the win, they've still been finishing in the top 3 nearly every single game. But perhaps for the first time all tournament long, yesterday we saw them slip a little bit, going out in the right column, which is the bottom 8 teams in 3 consecutive games. And for the first time, Alpha 7 showing that they might be mortal. Enigma, what's your read on Alpha 7? Will they bounce back, as many are expecting them to do today?
I mean, we're questioning the GOATs, basically, of Phase 1 right now. There's no way we're having this sort of discussion. I think they're going to be able to bounce back pretty well. My question mark is going to be, are they going to be able to finish first coming out of the rest of the day? I don't believe so. The point spread is a little bit too much, but at least just looking at the head-to-heads here,
wow.
One big significant thing I'm seeing different here, Hot Jukes, is that elimination column. We're talking half of the elims they had last phase.
Yeah, this is round 1 versus round 2, and I feel like this is a tale as old as time. Alpha 7, they just get so many points, and then just all of a sudden we're like, what are they doing? And then come finals time, they go crazy, right? So I'm not really too worried about it yet, you know, but every time they do this, I'm like, guys, what are y'all doing, man? Why do you guys have to make us have this conversation? You know, Alpha 7, I'm confident that they're gonna go crazy. Hopefully they just shut up any possible haters here today.
You know, to dive a little bit deeper into these statistics, obviously there's an extra day tacked on to round 1, right? You know, they've got 3 days of play there. We've only made it through 2 of League Phase 2. The interesting thing, though, is they'll need to more than double what they have done so far in 2 days to equal their pace of last phase. So you can see just how far off the mark they are from their Phase 1. Those weak games yesterday finally seemingly starting to impact them. But one of the things that I've been kind of keying on is the total damage output. I don't know if they're trying to avoid fights or maybe taking a step back on the aggression, or quite simply they're just losing those battles earlier on in games. But something has definitely been a bit different with Alpha 7 so far in Phase 2. But this is a team you can never count out. They have the talent. They proved it time and time again. And this is always like a flip of the light switch. They could show up at any given time and storm back to take control of this tournament once again. The question is, how far down will they slip? They went from 2nd to 5th, and that's where they'll start today. And ultimately, they're trying to get those head start points as much as they possibly can. They secured 15 points from last phase, and now this phase they're trying to do it again to get the best advantage possible for next stage. Let's check out the PMSL points system. We see some of those head start points there on the right. Match placement points, obviously this is the same as it always is. You get points for rank. Higher you place, the more points you get. 10 points for a chicken dinner, and 1 point goes out for each elimination. Then the head start point. This is where, you know, it might be a bit new to you guys, but each league phase, the first phase has already been completed, the points reset, and head start points are then awarded to the teams according to their rank. We're doing that again right now. The second league phase concludes today, so whoever is in first place after today is over will get 15 points to take with them to the grand finals of PMSL Americas. So let's check the overall rankings and see just where things sit as we move into this final day. And Hot Jukes, you mentioned it earlier, Loops has been crushing it so far.
Oh yeah, Loops are going absolutely crazy. And it's so funny, like I said, we're talking about Alpha 7 and being like, hey, what's going on, right? If you look at them, 5th place, 58 elims. Loops is going crazy, and they only have 77. So like that gap's not that wild in the first place, you know. But when it comes to these points, right? These extra head start points going into the finals, they are crucial. I mean, it isn't a make or break, right? If you have 30 head start points going in, that doesn't mean you automatically win the tournament, right? But man, does it help, especially when you get a couple of those games where the zone goes in the complete opposite direction. These head start points pay dividends. So Loops, they're definitely got a great lead here, Enigma, and they're not looking to lose it. They want those 15 points big time.
Yeah, and unfortunately for all the other regions outside of Brazil, it's only Brazil sitting really at the top of these leaderboards, getting all of these head start points, the Wolves being that sort of rare exception coming from last phase. But these other teams are coming into this phase too. They're wanting to try to improve. They're wanting to get those points themselves. And for these kind of question mark teams, especially on this right side, I'm looking at Maryland, Team Liquid, Row Esports even. Teams that we felt were going to perform in Phase 1 didn't, and they still haven't been able to perform in this Phase 2 here, PB.
Absolutely. Some of the teams out of LATAM yesterday, United 4 Gaming, Row Esports picking up a big win to help their performance out. We're also looking to see some improvements from some of the teams in that right column for sure. Team Liquid up out of the cellar. They made it from 16th to 12th yesterday, but do they have more in them? That's the question. Will they be able to catch the teams in that left column? So let's check out the MVP standing so far for our league phase. And no surprise, it's Revo at the top of the list. 70 eliminations. Is narrowing. Loops and the performance of their squad propelled the team all the way to within 7 as he has firm control of that number 2 spot. We've seen Silence getting busy for Intense Game, and Coops is hanging on to that 4th place spot. And then obviously we've got Federal. So a good mixture of the top squads in the lobby. Hot Jukes, what do you make of these MVP ranks?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. You know, look at the numbers here. You got Rebel there on top there with 70 eliminations, right? And looking at the data for just round 2, he's only had 18, right? So he went crazy when it comes to round 1, so much so that he's been pretty hard to catch. Vitin is closing in on them though, so I think Rebel's couple days off here are over. I think it's time to get to work. Let's go.
Now, I will say that the interesting thing about those stats, we've characterized Alpha 7 as having an off day and poor performance compared to last week. But let's say last week, God tier. They still have 3 of their players in the top 8 for total damage, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But our first map of the day that we're going to be keeping an eye on is Rondo. This is going to be fun. It's been incredible all tournament long so far. I'm actually disappointed that we don't see it a couple times in this map rotation, so we'll have to settle for just 1. We'll then follow that up with 3 games on Erangel, and then wrap it with 2 Miramars. Now, I don't know about you boys, but for me, Rondo has been incredibly exciting, and also Miramar has not disappointed as well. Those games have been crushing it. Enigma, you been digging Rondo so far?
Oh, of course. I've been the preacher for it since before it even got added into the map rotation. Dave and I doing that Rondo Royale event for North America a few months back when it first actually released. PUBG, of course, making sure all the irons and the kinks were ironed out, so to speak. But when it comes to the tournament itself, Erangel and Miramar are my main focuses. But the top teams, at least, we got to make note of it here, Jukes, is the fact that we're talking Rondo. These teams here right on screen, unfortunately, it's 4 Brazilian squads against North America, but the stats don't lie.
Dude, I mean, look at Influence Rage, man, crushing it when it comes to the placement points. Rondo's been so interesting to watch because, you know, it's very new, obviously, to the competitive scene. It's the first time we see those, you know, those recall towers coming into play so heavily in comp, and so many different strategies are coming in. I think we're seeing a lot of teams hedge their bets, keeping one player in the back early game so that way they can get those revives. And I think squads that are playing it extra aggressive are taking advantage of that. They're setting the full 4 players in. They're getting a ton of points at the start, and I think that's paying off big time. So it's fun to watch, something new for sure.
I've got my eyes on the strategy for sure. I've been really liking to see how it evolves. So far, we've only seen 5 maps in this region of competitive play on Rondo, so clearly it's early days still. Strategies will adapt. Will the 3-1 splits work? Will the 4 people crashing work? Is it too big of a risk? We will have to wait and see. The one thing I can almost guarantee, though, is we're going to see some shenanigans. We're going to see some things that we don't expect. Some teams that maybe haven't performed will show up on Rondo. That's what's happened almost every game so far. We've seen the outliers, the dark horses perform well, and I want to see if that trend will hold true once again. Yesterday it was Loops. Who will it be today as we get ready for Game 1 action? Who are you guys in chat rooting for, and who do you think will be taking home this game? Let's go to predictions. Enigma, let me get your official pick for who wins the opening game of our final day of League Phase for PMSL Americas.
We got to go with iNCO. Performing well, they're up there in the top 8. I want to continue seeing that upward trend because that interview, remember at the start of Phase 1, Bruno's in, we're wanting to get wins, we're wanting to get the improvements going, and for the most part, I want to see more of that coming into today because after this, it's like we made note of it, after this phase, it's talking grand finals, and then you're at PMGC if you make it.
All right, iNCO Gaming, not a bad choice at all. Since it's on me, I will throw my pick right now. I'm going to go with Influence Rage to take home the victory. Maybe a bit more of a favorite type of pick, but I gotta, throw my vote in there for who I think will ultimately win this tournament. Influence Rage has been there the entire time, and as we get ready to jump into Rondo, gotta come to you, Hot Jukes. And while you're giving your pick, make sure you guys in chat are able to claim that Amazon gift card on screen. Take that code, go to amazon.com/redeem and get yourself some goodies courtesy of PUBG Mobile. Hot Jukes, hit us with your pick.
I'm going to go with Team Liquid on this one. I think they did great yesterday's Rondo. They were aggressive early on. They didn't really replicate that in the rest of the day. So when it comes to teams that need points, Team Liquid definitely does. And if it worked for you on Rondo, you better make it happen here today because it's the last day. Let's go.
The last day indeed. We are live. Day 3 of League Phase 2. It's match 1 or match 13 overall. We've got Rondo, baby. The double plane path is active. Who will be dropping where? Expect to see some action right here at the Neox Factory early. Players are out and headed towards the ground. And this is sure to be chaos, Enigma.
Yeah, I'm really just interested in seeing if someone's going to chance. I believe it was actually Wolves dropping around that test track area. Someone feels they can maybe jump the gun and get there a little bit earlier on that right plane path. You see him actually leaving as well on that sort of western south rotation. But a lot of these teams, I'm really interested in seeing how many of these squads, like you said, Chooks, will go for that sort of 3-1 split, and which of the squads will go for those that full 4-man aggression, trying to catch out whether it's the 3-mans or possibly even the solos ratting it out.
Yes, sir, indeed. Oh boy.
Check out up there, you got Xforce dropping right next to A7. Alpha 7 has pulled off, though. I thought they were going to hot drop each other, which was going to be interesting. But I will say, up across the river in the north, Himetown, Kunxia, no one has really dropped up in those areas really at any point during this this map. It's been pretty quiet, and now we see a southern zone. We'll see if those rotations actually pay off. But right now, all those teams that have dropped down south, those like Royals of War, this is a team that has won on Rondo. They know what it takes to get it done, and they're going to be blessed with the zone here early on, Hot Juice.
Make it work. Make it work for you. I mean, now is the last day to work out the kinks. I'm going to say that right now, because come finals time, there is no messing around. It's all or nothing, right? And there's not a lot of invites to the big show that are going to be available, you know? So, man, I'll tell you what, hopefully these guys can get completely locked and dialed in here today. So I want to see that, you know, like when it comes to Alpha 7's less than amazing performance, right, that we saw so far in round 2, like to me it makes sense, because I'm like, all right, they crushed it so far in round 1, they got the head start points. Now it's just about, all right, let's test some stuff, let's work on some things, so that way come finals time we're locked and ready to go. So I'm expecting Alpha 7 to be in full form here off the rip.
Interestingly enough, if you look at the placements as they currently stand, if Alpha 7 finishes in 5th, Loops finishes in 1st, it will actually be Loops that takes in more points into the finals by 1 point right there, because they did secure 8 points in the first phase, and then also Influence Rage is right up there as well. They'll take just 1 less than Alpha 7 would, so that would be really interesting. It seems like Alpha 7's been the top dogs, but actually they're right in the thick of it right now, and as we know, gentlemen, every single point matters. You know, they are going to be trying to get back up that leaderboard today and try to prove that they are indeed the best in the Americas region.
And I feel with a lot of that notion as well, when it comes to just these phases, it doesn't matter if you win by 1 point or win by 50 for that first place position, you still get the same rewarded allotted points for the head starts. And just like you said, for Alpha 7, I expect them to be able to move up. We're talking, what is that, essentially a 7-point difference between them and second place. But we'll have to make note of it, because I'm seeing it right now. Your pick, Hot Jukes, Team Liquid taking the action onto Resilience Esports, having 1 player knocked, but ultimately finding the solo early on. Good elimination point for the squad.
Yeah, I think that's what Team Liquid needs to do here. I think they've kind of got a faster understanding of like what strategy works here in Rondo, and I got to agree with it. Like, if you could take advantage of these teams playing a little extra cautious, because like, hey, we got the recall tower, right? As long as we keep 1 up, we can get everyone back, and we're seeing that happen right here, right now with Cardi, right? He's going to pick up his teammate here, so that loss isn't so bad. So if you can hunt down those isolated players who aren't really worried if they get taken out, you can soak up some serious elimination points. So I want to see Team Liquid continue that on. If you could start off this like game with 7 elims, PB, man, that's going to help big time.
It really will. You want to set the tone early for sure. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I would be a toxic player. I would get a gun, and I would go camp out right next to one of those recall towers and just wait.
Right?
You know, wait for that solo player that everyone's counting on to get the team back up. And I'd be like, surprise! And then they're out of here. I don't know what that would do for my team in the overall standings, but, you know, it'd be funny at least for the memes.
Do it. Why not?
You get 1,
right?
You get 1 point at least, if it works out.
That's what I'm saying.
Elimination, some loot.
Maybe some extra room on the map to, you know, to hide later on in the circles.
I'm telling you, dude, it's going to be so fun to watch this develop, because I guarantee you, like, these teams are going to start having a great understanding. Like, sooner or later, Like, especially when we get like longer form tournaments, you're going to see teams be like, all right, I know exactly where this squad drops. I just saw 3 of them go out. I know the last person's headed to a recall tower, and they're probably going to be over here. You know what I'm saying? And that makes that strategy 10 times easier. So it's going to be fun to watch. Like, I'm so excited to see this mechanic. It just really changes the whole aspect of the start of tournaments like this. I love it.
You thought Resilience survived the opening fight. Maybe don't count your chickens before they hatch, because Team Liquid in full pursuit right here. Resilience rolling up onto the horizon. Hopefully their numbers will dissuade Ayala and crew, but it doesn't seem to. They land the headshot from range, and he is out of here. Saz gone, eliminated, and I don't know if they'll be able to bring him back, because that's the second time he has gone out. You know, I gotta say, Enigma, I don't know where Resilience has been. This is a team that finished first place in LATAM during the qualifiers to get here in the PMCO, and they've been nowhere, trying desperately to survive. They do not want their Rondo on the final day to start like this.
Yeah, and they got blessed just now. We're talking the EMP zone just blocking Team Liquid from having the pull-up, and Team Liquid 3-stacking a clown car, trying to go for the eliminations themselves, which they're doing the strategy as well. Kowski being that solo player, but man, just having this sort of instance of Team Liquid trying to just drive someone down. I mean, if you were to tell me at the start of the tournament, Hot Chicks, Team Liquid is going to be stacking a car and just hunting teams, I'd be saying you're full of it.
Right? I mean, but hey, that was super fortunate. For those that don't know, that EMP, it kills that car. You just can't drive at all. So they were just standing there, just waiting to see what happens. So you're right. Super fortunate for Resilience for that to happen there. But man, I mean,
you think they're working with the devs? I mean, what kind of payoff just happened right there to have the EMP hit only Team Liquid, not their cars, just right behind. Liquid goes down. They're dead in the water. They just got to watch their prey escape over the horizon. And now they're in a bit of trouble because it's kind of screwed up their rotation. They're getting shot here. And man, that was funny. It goes to show you that you never know what to expect on Rondo. The dynamic gameplay can really throw a wrench in things.
Dude, it's so fast. You could just get turned on. Imagine if there was like just another team that was also looking in this direction and they get caught out. It's over, right? So I love it. I love it. I'm glad to see Team Liquid doing all they can, though, to soak up points. They know what's been working for them, and they're like, hey, if we could take advantage in Rondo and get some good, consistent points, let's do it.
Yeah, I think they recognize as well, this is going to be a separate team. Team Jaguar being fully spread out, and this is a scary dynamic about the state of the game now here, Power Bang, is so many teams love having, this is the solo player ratting it out, yep, a little respawn tower, we can see it from here, but for Team Liquid especially, they understand that a lot of these teams are going to all have their own vehicles for one another, allowing themselves just to drive up fully onto someone, and now Team Liquid, they go 1-for-1 onto the Jaguar squad here, Jukes. Unfortunately, though, taking casualties.
Dude, you saw that, right? I love the fact that you circled that, PB, because Kowski's in zone right next to a tower. So he's like, guys, have fun. Go send it. Try to get some elimination points. I'm going to bring you guys right back into zone. So, I mean, Team Liquid, they're pulling out some serious tech here, and it's working out perfectly.
I like the strat. Honestly, send it. Be aggressive. We got you. You can see Ayala back on the map next to Kowski. They did lose him in the open field, but the others, they're still alive. They're still out there having fun, but I don't know if a two-man is enough to really be that aggressive. We'll see what decision they make. It's kind of interesting, honestly. But yeah, it looks like they are about to regroup and perhaps take on the rest of the lobby as Chief is now eliminated. Recall tower coming in once again from Kowski. But these are the strats that I'm loving on Rondo. You just never know what you're going to get. Some teams keeping together, some teams going with that 3-1 split, going super aggressive, actually just hunting. You saw the pressure after the EMP zone hit. Team Jaguar actually forced Team Liquid off into the horizon. All they did was drive around for a minute and bandage and wait till they were at 75 health. Then they flipped a Yui and went right back into the battle and said, oh yeah, well, we got some more where that came from. And, you know, they did the best they could. And now they're into it with Maryland Hot Jukes.
Yeah, Team Liquid, man, beautifully done. Got the whole team now in zone in a perfect spot. Now let's see what the strategy is going to be. Now it's about not getting eliminated at all, right? So Team Liquid, back to some good old PUBG Mobile here. Gonna have to hold it down against Maryland. They have that hard shift side all to themselves for the most part, though, so they're gonna be pretty well set up for this circle. Alpha 7, I don't think we're seeing any of that kind of strategy coming out of them. They're just playing this very classically here, Enigma. At least that's what I think. What do you think?
Yeah, that far rotation actually going all the way to the Jaden City down southeast, going completely into the blue zone, essentially 1,000 meters or so. But Alpha 7 doing Alpha 7 things. I'm not expecting them to really get too crazy or adopt this aggression mindset just yet. I believe they're honestly thinking that, hey, if we can make it into the late game still, it doesn't matter if there's a respawn tower. That just means more eliminations for Revo to get under his belt throughout these matches. And I feel like for Rondo, he's been putting up 5, 6, 7 eliminations, Powerbang, when it comes to each of these matches, but it always starts off slow. It always starts off with just 0, maybe 1 elimination on the rotation right, but now the rest of these teams, especially Team Liquid, my issue with their position here is the fact that they only have 1 or 2 vehicles. Maryland was able to see that the respawn came in, and they're actually going to camp them out. They're going to wait for them to potentially try to rotate out.
They are getting ready for the next circle to come in. We've got Alpha 7 rotating all the way down on the south side, which is good because they have this huge part of the zone to work with. Everyone else in the top part. But interestingly enough, we've got Coops up here with the Wolves. The rest of his squad all the way in the middle. They got to try to make it in there with Baton and Hegors, who have great position, dead center of the circle. But man, they do not have the numbers. They don't have the strength, and they're hoping for a miracle because they've got to work their way through VIP, Resilience, maybe even Jaguar on the way there. But now seems like a great time. The tides have opened up. But it won't be for long. You can see all those driving icons on there showing that everyone driving their vehicles towards the open space. So it's a race against time right now for the Wolves. And this is a spot where we have seen them time and time again lose 1, 2 players early and leave it up to a weakened squad to try to get it done. And they just haven't been able to hold those angles in late game hot jukes. So they got to group up here and hope that they're able to do it in a clean fashion.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the zone is just touching the edge every single time. It was over there on the left side of the map. Now it's hard shifted onto the right. So it's a good shift for Alpha 7 because they should have a pretty good, solid path into this next circle. But for a lot of teams, yeah, like Team Liquid, they're having to give up that compound and get moving here. Already you see Wolves dead center once again. So a great position for the Wolves. How are they going to finish? That is my big question for this team today, Enigma.
Yeah, I think the question mark, at least for this match, they were able to group up into that center position. The duo respawn being able to finally make that rotation. And the crazy thing is with the Wolves is when they have these sort of 2-2 splits, this map not being as apparent, they are able to perform very well going into the late games as long as they have all 4 of their players. But 2 teams that desperately are needing points, both of the bottom squads in the lobby being VIP versus Resilience Esports, each take 1 for 1 on the knocks. But we wondered what happened with that Team Liquid Maryland fight here, Powerbang. Maryland rotating all the way up north, looking for the third party, but unfortunately for them, it looks like they're a little bit too late.
First team has been eliminated. I was just going to mention the zones are getting smaller. Just a moment ago, we had 16 teams in with 63 players left alive. Lots of bodies out there, lots of targets for sure. We're down to 15 teams now, but still 57 players alive on the battlegrounds. Only VIP gone at this point, and now we take our attention to Alpha 7, who actually reversed their rotation. You can see them on the mini-map all the way on the eastern side of the circle. It looked like they were going to go west, but with the hard shift of that last zone, they reversed course and went all the way back the way they came and are trying to work their way in. They don't have a super clean way in, so they might have to fight it out here against Intense Game. They also have 9Z circling around right behind them. It looks like they're going to pass them by, but a little bit of a close call here for Alpha 7.
Super close. Right now we're seeing Jaguar getting close with Intense Game. Carlin's got the nade. He's holding it. He's cooking it. Just a little bit too short on that hill. Busts out the DBS, though. Actually, the S12K gets a nice shot there. And now with that zone closing, you can see United 4 Gaming having to push on through. You still got Rolls of War and straight out of Nepal all the way on the south side. But now 9Z rolling on by Reyes, getting up in the mix here as Carlin goes down.
Yeah, you hate to see it. 9Z actually being the squad that had to rotate in from the circle, but if you're not able to land your shots as Team Jaguar used to allow the pull-ups to come through from Reyes. Just so much pressure from that team, and now we're actually taking a look. We wondered what happened. They had the 4-man up. unfortunately being down to just Chief, possibly able to get Kowalski up, but with having Influence Rage being the squad next to you, as well as potentially Maryland for the third party, I'm not too sure if Team Liquid's really going to be able to get out of this. And for them having that early aggression here, Powerbang, them only having 4 eliminations, I feel is a little too little for this squad. They needed to have a few more under their belt, especially if they're possibly going to get eliminated. Maryland from the back, 3 eliminations for them. They're actually sitting on 5 currently.
They need every one of them. They have gotten up to 69 points, 10th place right now. Nice. Maryland coming up from the bottom, and they are trying to get here. So Alpha 7 currently getting into the action right now. They get their member back up, and now the Wolves come together with Klaus and Xforce. Those 2 North American teams are going to go at it here shortly. We also have some action between Loops and ROW at the moment, but Mafioso grabs a vehicle here, going to team up with Alpha 7. We go over to that fight with Wolves. They still have all members up, and the good news for them is it appears, one would think, we got Coop on 3 eliminations right now, so he might be heating up, and if there was a time to do it, now would be a good one, Hot Juice.
Yeah, they definitely need to, because like I said, the Wolves got all the tools. They got the gun skill, they've got the rotations down. These guys have it, I mean, pretty much on lock. It's just finishing those matches, that synergy. There just seems to be a little something off there, and I really want to see them dial that in today, so that way we can have 100% confidence in them going into the finals, because boy, do they need it. I want to see that USA flag in the big show, PB. I want to remove this sword from the mic, but it ain't gonna happen until we see it.
That's when it's gonna come out. You can see X4 circling in just below Wolves right now. We'll see if they get some sight lines on them. Fate holding the back line or the front line here for X-Force, trying to sneak up. Nade out. And we got a wraparound happening as well. It's Influence Rage trying to sneak on by. Baton says absolutely not. Law down, Federal down, and it's up to Lil Boy right now. Law takes himself out with a grenade, and that is not what you're hoping to do. Kind of the opposite of clutch, and it tanks my pick for winning this game.
I don't think none of our picks are working out here so far.
Yeah, I've got 3 on mine still.
That's true.
They've got 2 elims.
Take it to the bank. Mine's gone. I got 0. Team Liquid's out of there. Look at this zone, though. Wow. Okay, Wolves in a great spot. You got Alpha 7 there on the east side. Where's this circle going to go, though? Where's it going to go? North.
Up. Oh,
okay.
It's going to go right there.
Yeah.
So this is interesting for Wolves now, because you can see this ridge line on the map. That is the natural place to play this. They're going to have to come off of that, and I don't know about the cover in the western part of this zone, so their advantage may evaporate here pretty quickly. They may have to take some fights and try to secure points while they can against the likes of Maryland, X-Force, etc. They've got position now, but will it last? 22 seconds till that circle. Gonna start moving. Alpha 7, they have some clearing out to do on their own, but you can see Coops making a quick move to this shack. Shacks are always tough to play, but man, if any team could do it, it might be the Wolves.
Yeah, especially with that mobile cover there. I mean, Wolves decided, let's go ahead and take that central position early on, which is going to be greater in the later stages, but right now it's pretty tough because everybody's going to have their eyes on that spot. Let's see if it ends up paying off for them, though, Enigma. You're watching Maryland having a great game so far. They've been in the mid-pack for a hot minute now. Oh my gosh, what is that? That's one heck of a pickup there.
Yeah, but unfortunately, he's not able to shoot when he drives like that. Gazal jumping out, actually no helmet to his name, but landing the shots when it matters most. Loops now actually being down to just a solo. I believe Reyes from distance catching one of the Loops players, so giving a bit of a saving grace for the squad. But if you're one of these squads, if you're seeing Alpha 7 in the elimination feed, I feel like you almost want to rotate towards this fight while no one else is. And Rata Boy, he's not able to rat it out. He's going to be eliminated in 10th place, the first place team going out with only 4 eliminations here, Powerbang. But back to that north side here, I'm really interested in seeing what these squads really choose to do, because you made note of it, right? Wolves rotated early to try to prevent themselves from getting caught on the edge, while Maryland, X-Force still turn their sights towards them. And if you're Wolves, I expect you to be honestly aggressive in potentially going back towards the edge of the circle to get those knocks.
Absolutely. Great plays there from Alpha 7, by the way, to stay patient. They didn't immediately go for the revive. They also didn't immediately peek that ridge line to go up against Loops. They stayed patient, got the smokes out, made sure that they were able to finish the fight, dropped the hard cover, then made sure that they took down Loops as they peaked. So nice job with the patience from Alpha 7. And now we take a peek at iNCO as they have just gotten their position in zone. It is right next to Royals of War. They've made some indents in the ground, some nice foxholes they can hide in. Just like kind of real life, man. This is pretty realistic here on Rondo.
The immersion.
They dig those foxholes awfully fast though in this map. So here we've got iNCO. They're still sitting on 3. They were the first team to have a player eliminated. Unfortunately for them, they did lose McGrellin early on in this game, but not before he took a point with him. They'll have to try to get it done here shorthanded. But 28 players still alive. We've got 9 teams, and after the next one goes out, Enigma, we're about to get into those rank points.
Oh yeah, the ranked points, we're definitely going to be getting up into that 5th, maybe even 4th place range with how the circle is looking. You see it as well. A little bit of a suspense factor. Waiting to see it. If I was any one of these teams, I'm hoping, at least for the Wolves, it's going to center up or at least go north. You to potentially have that edge factor and actually centers up all the way to the west. Jukes, every zone has been just pulling today.
Wolves just said, give me that. You're right. I mean, I think this circle has touched the edge almost every single time in one direction or the other. So Wolves dead center now. So that rotation working really good, but they got to be on high alert because everybody's going to want that spot. Coops holding the shack here. Let's see if they can clutch it towards the end. We've seen this happen all day yesterday where they're in the most dominant position, but get taken out for one reason or the other, PB. So the time is now.
The good news is that they've got all 4 members left alive.
They
can hold angles, they can cover each other. And I will say that, thankfully, they're playing Rondo because there has never been a time when mobile cover would prove more useful. Normally fighting out of a singular shack, you're kind of screwed. You're going to get hit from all these different angles. But now they can actually set up some hard cover nearby, and you see them doing that. And they got to hope that some of these other teams on their flanks, like Royals of War here, they got to put a suppressive fire down to help them out. You can see one after the other getting taken down from straight out of Nepal. It's up to just KC and DeLeon to try to get things done. If anybody can do it on their squad, it's these 2. Nades are in. It connects, but not enough to take them down. It's getting down to the thick of it. KC's going to have to pull out a miracle here.
Oh, man, yeah. Oh, that nade. Goodbye. Yep, that's it for Leon, and now it's just KC. The miracle can't happen. Nope, getting tipped and tapped. Victex not falling for that one. Royals of War, 4 eliminations, up with 2 players. And all top 3 teams are out already here, Enigma. Big opportunity. Yeah, look at that.
All the bottom 5, too. So it's all the mid-tiers, Enigma.
Yeah, and for these squads, unfortunately, a lot of these teams still having to find their mark into the circle. Alpha 7 being the first team to take a knockdown. Actually trying to push into I believe, the solo of United 4 Gaming, holding that sort of southern shack. We'll have to wait and see if they're actually going to be able to make a move. We see 9Z peeking over, trying to get some pod chops in from the side. Remix as well, having his own cover to work with from the front and the back with that natural terrain cover. But with this sort of circle closing, they still have a minute to work with. It's not like we're stressing too much yet, but my issue is going to be the squad Alpha 7 Jukes. I need to see them be able to get into this next circle shift, at least stay alive with a member or 2 up, because with that leaderboard, like you said, all 3 top teams being out, that means all the other squads next to you are still up for grabs on those placement points.
Yeah, good luck, though, man. El Carrillo, though, said, I don't need luck. I'm going to go ahead and get this nade off, and he does on the remix. That's going to be a nice flush. Yeah, he'll take that point all day long. 9Z forced to play that edge. This is still only stage 6, so we still got a couple zone shifts still to happen. Let's see if they're toxic, just like we've seen these past couple. Mafiosa, oh my gosh, stuck on the road, literally. That is not the kind of coverage you want, guys. And Reyes, when's he going to spot him? That's the question. He just can't go over the hill, though, because he's getting fired on from so many different angles here.
Here's the next shift coming in. Where will it go? It's nice and center against the leaders in the lobby right now. You got Wolves on one side, Alpha 7 on the other, 9Z in the top. And of course, you've got UT kind of hunkered down. Mafioso gets eliminated, but Colgo is going to pay for it. He's down as well. And now Alpha 7 will try to get themselves back into the fight. The pressure starting to mount here for all these teams. No one really in a great spot. Honestly, whoever wins this game will have to earn it. 20 players left alive and 8 teams, all of which will receive at least 1 rank point. 9Z, though, looking to try to put that pressure down. They're firing on multiple squads right now. Maryland and Alpha 7 suffering because of it. We'll see if they're able to actually push their way in, because this hardcover is nice, but they can't stay here. Enigma, what do you think's going to happen here as 9Z heads over this hill? Will they be able to get a spot secured?
I think they will be able to, at least with them having 3 players up. They could at least shoot the players back, but one team that we've been wondering when they're going to make their moves, Wolves Esports against Xforce themselves. It's all a matter of who's able to really land the knocks, but Wolves has to be careful. We actually see iNCO Gaming here. Hot Jukes rotate, and we wondered as well, and that's eastern side. What's going to happen to Alpha 7? It does conclude with the solo being forced out, but Xforce, man, he took too long to make this rotation in. Now we're talking it's only going to be iNCO Gaming and the Wolves on this western edge, and it's really who's going to get the elimination. It will be Doran. 7 actually total now. Man, 4 players up, Hot Jukes. They're looking pretty solid.
They're looking solid. I mean, we saw them all 4 up, though, yesterday in Rondo, and they ended up with a 2nd place finish. They're looking to fix that here and now. Wolves on a tear, 8 eliminations. 9Z, though, crushing it as well. 12 to their name, but they do have 1 player down, and Reyes gets knocked.
The final stand for United 4 Gaming. They only had like 20 bullets between their 2 players. They were camping out in that shack, but as soon as they started to get pushed, they said, all right, this is it. It's been real. It's been an honor and a privilege, and they headed out that door to meet their certain doom. Now it's up to the Wolves trying to get it done here in the top 4. iNCO Gaming still alive alongside them, and 9Z starting to get punished. Crazily enough, Wolves already have Coops over 1,000 damage this game. There is more to be had, and he's looking to get it right now. Wolves in prime position to get this win. Where will this next circle go? It's going to be one of the last ones we see, but iNCO in decent position. No one really secure right now in this next zone. Somebody's got to try to make their way in, but there is no cover to be had, Odd Jukes.
No, there is not. They're going to have to make it for themselves here. Coops on the edge, slowly creeping on in. He's got that buggy. He's going to use it at the last second here. Igor's going to stop right at that smoke, set up a little car wall for himself. Actually, he's like, no, I don't like it right there. Put it right here. Get that emergency parking brake. Colgo on the move, makes it to the hill.
Are they going to get him up?
Too. Yeah. Wolves aren't able to push over. We've got Rosevoir and iNCO watching them from the south. And for 9Z, if you're able to at least weather out this circle shift, we go into nothingness after this, boys. It's going to be centered up right in front of 9Z, but I guess we're actually using the frag grenades to make divots ourselves into it. The foxholes you like to make mention of, Powerbang, but the other teams, we all know the love of the game for Rondo. Now, we've played it a few times already throughout the tournament. All these teams looking for those eliminations, and the only squad I feel that has any sort of motion to be able to make moves happen is still going to be the Wolves here on the north.
They're going to try to clear out iNCO right here, right now. iNCO knows where they are. They know where iNCO is, but it's all about the sight lines from these other squads. Interestingly enough, 9Z has been the team to get into that zone and make a bit of a beachhead. I don't know how they did it. It seemed like Holgoat was down for the longest time by himself center zone. Reyes makes his way in and actually gets him up. Interesting, to say the least. And now, sight lines over the top of that position. Royals of War looking on to the Wolves. Wolves can see everything as well. Nobody can see 9Z, at least for the moment, so their duo might be safe, at least for the time being. Wolves kind of can dictate what happens here. Where will they go? Will they push on to iNCO? Will they slam into 9Z? That remains the question. Here is the slam. They go to 9Z. Igor's is down. They lose one. It may have been the wrong decision. Wolves down to 2 players. Hot Jukes, the wheels are falling off the bus.
Oh, and that Molotov's gonna hurt so bad. Doran getting shredded. All eyes are on the Wolves. They're in huge trouble. Yeah, down goes Doran. I think only 1 player is up for the Wolves. Vitali running in the wide open. 9Z looking to shut this game down. They're doing a great job so far. As Bruzin with the shotgun up close and personal gets third party from Baton.
We're not paying
Baton
attention.
Goes out. Wolves in 3rd place. tough one, Enigma.
Yeah, and unfortunately, no one's paying attention. 9Z had 2 players up still, not just a solo. Everyone trying to send it, and now iNCO, they're making the same mistakes, but for them, they have more than just 1 player up. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. And by the way, guys, that's my pick for day 1 for the game itself. And I mean, it was 3 players, right? You made note of it. One of the players, I believe it was McGrellan, going out early, only having 1 in elimination. The squad said, hey, we'll take it. We'll have that. We'll come back to a power bang, and we'll be able to close it out as a 3-man, and they did just that.
iNCO Gaming, with 3 players alive, they had the first player to die on the map. Literally played that entire game with a 3-man. They get the win. So massive come up for iNCO Gaming. I thought it might be a bit of a dark horse to take this one, and I think iNCO is still kind of in that classification. They have outperformed expectations this week, and that looks to continue. That will move them in sole possession in all likelihood of second place this week. My goodness, boys. iNCO with a 3-man takes control. I thought it was going to be Wolves. Wolves just a bit too hesitant. They did not make a decision until it was too late. Diving into 9Z, they go down. It all started off, though, with Team Liquid on the aggression here. Some great shots on resilience, but saved by the EMP Hot Jukes. This game had a little bit of everything.
It sure did. I mean, we saw all kinds of different strategies here at the start. Towards the end, it got absolutely chaotic as well. Maryland, a good job on them. They got a whole bunch of eliminations early on. I think the big star of the show, though, for this one, at least in my eyes, 9Z Globant. Oh my gosh, 17 eliminations, Enigma. Reyes had 8 all by himself. This team went crazy.
Yeah, that's the team we've been putting the question mark of when are you guys going to actually show up and perform when it matters most. Are the Tom Region squad one of the top performers, at least when it comes to the regional displays of the team? And for 9Z itself, the eliminations matter, but we got to bring it back, boys. The winner chicken dinner stats here. We're talking 4 onto Vitaly alone, and I was getting a little worried at the end. We saw a lot of them taking their own individual fights after that ridgeline take, overthrowing the Wolves Esports boys, but thankfully for them, power bang, they were able to close out. And the win column, especially at the start of the day, it's a nice sight to see.
It's a beautiful momentum builder for sure. They need every point they can get. You know, they're still eyeing the top of the standings because this is a team that needs every single one of those head start points that they can get going into the finals that start this Friday. They take 7 eliminations here, a bit more of a quiet game by Rondo standards for them, but I'm going to excuse it because they played the whole thing shorthanded. Let's take a peek at the match standings, and you'll see 17 eliminations is the amount that 9Z Globant takes. Remember, Hot Jukes has mentioned Reyes had 8 by himself. Crazily enough, though, you got to give him so much credit because he only had 600 damage and was able to get 8 elims off of that, so it's super efficient game for 9Z. You saw the Wolves also starting off hot. They needed to do that. Coops over 1100 damage by himself. There are so many different candidates for MVP this game. I'm excited to see who exactly that is, but let's check out the second page first to see who did not deliver in Rondo to start things off today. Hot Jukes.
Oh boy, look at this here. As we look at that second page, Influence Rage, man. 10th place. Weren't able to get it done. Loops put some points on the board as well. Great for them. But man, overall, this game was awesome. The one question mark I have towards the end, though, BB, is just Wolves, dude. What happened again? You know what? Why? It's just towards the end. It's like what? It just seems to fall apart. I'm not sure what's going on. Hopefully, they fix it here the next couple games.
I was surprised as well. I felt like they had the push onto iNCO secured. They had a guy behind the car that, you know, the initial point man clearly saw. Hegors was, you know, right there. The guy threw the grenade from that position. They had the man advantage. And most crucially is the other squads did not have sight lines onto them from where they were sitting. 9Z wasn't going to pop up and charge up the hill. And they may have had to deal with Royals of War popping up. But unfortunately, they chose to go to the low ground. It did not pay off for them. So let's go ahead and take a peek now at the match MVP. I'm curious to see who this is. It is indeed Coops. He has the most damage, 4 eliminations, and he survived, well, 27 minutes, but it was about a minute too short as he goes out with the Wolves sitting in 3rd place in this game. It was a decent performance, so not gonna lie, you know, if the Wolves can pull off this every single game, they're actually gonna be sitting pretty dang good, Enigma.
Yeah, and for the most part, the MVPs off individual performance. Coops, we still consistently see putting up numbers for the squad, actually having those eliminations early on in the match. But it's like Hotjuke said, that late game finish, we're talking two-man send in the buggy. We're not recognizing that 9Z's a duo, just giving them the free knocks off the back of the seat. It's not something you enjoy really sitting on. And for us, especially being the English broadcast, I want to see our NA boys always winning. Obviously, we saw iNCO do that, but Wolves could have been second. It could have been 1-2 Hotjukes, and instead it's 1-4, 1-5. It's not something I enjoy.
Yeah. I want to give a shout out to a few other players. Sanab from Maryland had 4 eliminations and over 800 damage. And we also had Colgoat with over 1,100 damage. He didn't pick up the same amount of elims though for his case. He had 4, but not quite the same as Reyes with 8. So again, MVP could have gone a number of different directions here on Rondo. It does go the way of Coops for Wolves, but an impressive first game for numerous teams. So I'm excited to see what happens on Erangel. We got that coming up next, but first we've got a few of our players standing by to give their thoughts on the tournament.
So hello guys, I'm here today with VIP Prince. So I'm gonna ask one question to him. So hey Prince, what happened to your spray on the bridge when Alpha 7 was closing the bridge?
Little guac happened, yeah, nothing else.
Nothing else? You need to, I think you need to be good on the spray. You think what we are lacking in the game?
It's just the new device that, I'm just playing this for the first time on the Android. I mean, it's not an excuse, but I'm trying to get still trying to improve my sprays and trying to set my sensitivity. But yeah, it'll get better in the finals. Yeah, this is just my 50% of it. You will see my 50% in the finals.
Okay, it's a little bit more confident, I'm gonna ask one question to Zaman now. So yesterday you had 1v1 with UT guy, and you killed with clean vibe. You had 1v2 on that for UT. What were you thinking on that time?
Nothing. I was saying kill them, free kills.
Free kills?
Yeah, I am a good angle, good flank.
He was so confident on that time also. He thought he could have get more kills, 1v3 or 1v4, but he did 1v2 for UT. So yeah, that was the thing which we were thinking, we will try to get more kills and more points today, and let's see what happens today. Thank you.
What's up? My name is Fate from Xforce. We're gonna interview my team. 24. How do you feel about today?
I feel good. Chilling.
You feel good?
Yo.
How many wins are we getting today?
At least one.
At least one? He says at least one. Klaus, how do you feel about today?
I feel good.
Feel good? How many wins today?
I think one.
I think one. Alright, bet. Let me go over to Lim. How you feel today, Lim?
Perfect.
Feel good? Yeah. Anything you want to say?
No.
Are you sure?
No.
Alright.
Gatsby, how you feeling today?
You asking me, bro. We're not feeling good. Everyone is sick. Ask Will.
How was it, you?
I'm not good.
So how is our matches going?
You already know it's going bad.
Are you confident today to be in first place?
Let's see. Everyone is sick, so not sure.
So Wolf, are you coming to top fragger today?
Okay.
location. Marked a location. Marked a location.
And welcome back. It's PMSL America's Fall Split, the final day of our league phase. Teams are striving to put up all the points they can to secure those head start points going in to the grand finals. Guess what? We've got overall standings from our first game. Rondo went down. It was exciting, and iNCO Gaming came away with the victory. Hot Jukes, look at them vaulting all the way up to second place over the Wolves, but the Wolves have been doing some climbing of their own.
They're doing great. I mean, or they're doing good. I think the Wolves are getting towards that end game. I'm telling you, their mid game and early game is rock solid right now, Enigma. The only question I have is just been about that end game, you know?
Yeah.
And the reason why I say that, trust me, I'm being hypercritical for the reason being is that it's top 2 in the finals, you know? You have to play it perfect. Good isn't going to be good enough. You have to play great. And I got a question, you know, like, if Loops would have been in Wolves' position, or if Alpha 7 would have been that, would they would have had the same result? I don't think so. So I want to see Wolves tighten that screw here big time.
Yeah, and that's more of just that sobering factor. You especially, too, being able to watch PMGC the last few years and commentate it all. You understand the level, the expectation we expect from these top region squads like the Wolves, like Loops and Alpha 7, to say the least. And for the most part, when we get on that big stage, if we're having Wolves in that situation, they might not even be going out third. They might be going out 5th, 6th in that placement off of their decision-making alone in the end game. So for me to kind of expect the Wolves to be in there into the grand finals and stuff like that, or whatever the case may be, I need to see these little tiny improvements, because that's what makes good teams into great ones.
Well, you know, we've got North America in 2nd and 3rd place right now. If you're a fan of the region, you got to be excited, because with 5 games to go, they are just 24 points out of 1st place. Loops has not wrapped this up just yet. We've got Erangel up on the docket for the next 3 matches, and this is a map where teams have a lot of experience now, over 7 years of Battlegrounds action on this tried and true map. The strategies are a bit more defined than Rondo, and we'll see who is going to come out on top in our first game of the day. Obviously, Miramar will follow it up a bit later on. Always make sure you stay tuned for that one, because it's sure to be lit. So here we go. Erangel coming up next. Hot Jukes, give me your prediction. Who do you think's taking this one?
The Wolves, baby. I know I just said that earlier. I want to see them finish it off strong in Erangel. Come on, Wolves. Let's get it done.
And for you, Enigma, is it going to be one of the teams right here now that you have the benefit of looking at some stats on the map?
Of course it is. We're going back to back right now, okay? iNCO Gaming, first Erangel of the day. They already took the first game of the day, that on Rondo. They're going back to back here.
You know, I like what I saw from Alpha 7 a bit earlier today. They haven't picked up a win yet this phase, and I think it's about time. You know, they're too good of a team not to be picking up the dubs, so I'm going to be picking the Alpha 7 squad here to take this one home. They are apparently the top team on Erangel thus far, but they have had stiff competition from the Wolves. Look at that, 57 placement points. You know, interestingly enough, I mentioned just a moment ago, the Loop squad has not run away with this just yet. We've been talking about it like they are dominating everybody, and they are, but 24 points can be made up in a single game. That's the distance that iNCO is behind them right now. And honestly, if they go out quick, if Loops does, iNCO could catch them right here, right now. So that's something I'm keeping my eye on. And ultimately, I'm really happy to see how tight it is. I'd say the top 7 teams right now all still have a shot at the top of the table, whereas last phase, you knew Alpha 7 had it wrapped up by the end of like day one. I mean, it was crazy. Wolves made a push at the end, but ultimately it was 2 teams that really clearly separated themselves. This phase, we've got 7 teams that are in the mix, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we got 7 teams in the mix. We got some head start points being awarded. We also got some cash being awarded for the top teams in the overall rounds as well. So it's time to get it done, especially here in Erangel.
It is time indeed. It's also time for you in chat to get your Amazon gift card. Code is on screen right now. You can redeem that over at amazon.com/redeem, courtesy of PUBG Mobile. Enjoy the goodies. Get whatever you want. I mean, win more codes and, save up. Who knows? Get a little Amazon bank account going on. But with that, we're heading into our second game of today. Remember, this is the last phase, and it's the final opportunity for teams to secure that rank so they can get those head start points that they will need in the grand finals. Enigma, I am so excited to see where this first zone goes. Do you have any wishes for where we see this final circle?
I'm wishing, I'm pulling out the crystal ball, the magic wand, I'm rubbing the forehead, whatever the case may be, and I'm hoping it goes all the way down south, okay? Make it a melee zone, make these teams force the rotations, because we saw all during phase 1, any of those southern zone shifts, Powerbank, every team was struggling to make it past the bridges. iNCO Gaming, Alpha 7, Loops as well, even getting caught specifically on this Novo bridge just outside of Milta. So I want to see a southern shift. I want to see these teams make rotations that matter, as well as set themselves up in a spot to take gunfights. A lot of these teams, when they make the rotations, they don't get to even shoot their weapons at teams half these matches.
I've got 3 picks for final zone. Hot Juice, you want to see them?
Yep, give it to me.
All right, zone number 1.
Yeah.
All right, zone number 2.
Double bridge.
And zone number 3.
Oh my
That's what I want to
gosh.
see. That's what I want to see for our final circle. I want chaos. I want to see some swimming. I want to see who's a good island hopper. But the plane path is not cooperating, at least for the moment. It does go north. Where will that first zone pop up? That's what we're about to find out. Notice Xforce out again to Stalber early on. They've taken full control of the northeast portion of this map each and every game. And we also have the likes of Alpha 7 controlling North George. VIP goes up north as well. Look at this. Maryland has to be pretty happy. They're going to be sitting pretty in Severny.
Gosh, Zone said, Soik went all the way up north this time. That's crazy, because we saw like 2 of like the same Milta-ish circles yesterday, and then they were like, yeah, we're not doing that no more. We're going up to the north side here. It's a good one for Xforce too, right? They're over there in Stalber, so not a far rotation for them either. So very interesting here at the start of Aaron Gale, Enigma.
Yeah, and I feel like for Xforce specifically, they're able to make that sort of western rotation immediately into the center of the circle shift, because Stalber, Kameshki, those are pretty small points of interest. They don't have much loot to them, allowing yourself to make that rotation early on. Going back as well, even to this northern side, Alpha 7, that's the North George team, actually dropping right next to one of the VIP players, and it's going to be Batman potentially taking a 1v1 at the compound with Carrillo here, Powerbang. But if I'm Alpha 7, I'd honestly be interested in rotating over, because VIP, in my eyes, they have a quicker rotation they can make.
Mafioso's about to roll in. Batman is screwed in Batman. So Carrillo sees him, calls him out, and says, "Hey boys, free point, come on in." The whole squad right now, you can see the map. They are pulling up strong. They have left their drop at North George, and they are circling in. Zaman is rolling in as well, but homeboy, you are too late. They need a miracle at this point.
You need Batman. What kind of prep time do you have, Neo?
Hello!
Oh, what?
Oh!
A pump shotgun failed this city. Are you kidding me? He had it right in the chest. Couldn't do it. Alpha 7 too strong.
Now we see Alpha 7. They are actually able to prevent Carrillo from getting slammed as the VIP players, and Carrillo actually gets print. The sticky bomb coming through, and we wonder where the rest of the squad's at. It's only going to be just one remaining VIP player, the horse mask. Well, that's not a helmet to say the least. We're talking Alpha 7 right at your doorstep, looking for the initiation, the action to come through. And with it being Alpha 7, this is the squad you'd never expect to get a 1v4 on. And Revo just banks it off. Free Elim, a little bit of BM potentially as well into the boxes. But my question mark's got to be VIP, man. You had the opportunity, and there's a reason why they're all the way down at the bottom, Jukes.
Can I point this out real quick, Jukes?
Yes, point it out.
This was a pure hunt job from Alpha 7.
Oh, yeah.
They have been scouting VIP. They know VIP goes north of them to Zarki each and every time, and they send a member to loot the compound where they're currently at. And it's been a free loot sesh the entire time, but he's so far away from the rest of his squad. They sent Carrillo up north off the drop and scouted it, And as soon as they saw that member, you saw the rotation on that map. All of the Alpha 7 members headed up, and that panned out perfectly for them. They leave VIP with just one player alive. But I gotta say, Alpha 7 making some adjustments here early on. Nothing major, but they're gonna be able to go back down and actually get that spot in North George or rotate in freely after getting some points.
Oh man, super smart. And I'm telling you, Alpha 7 on the final day of the league stage, they're like, let's start pulling out some of that tech we've been hiding here in round 2. And oh, Chief, nice shot there on the Victex. He's gonna get that confirmation. Little single fire, tap.
There we go.
Don't want
That's how you do
to
it.
waste any ammunition.
That was a nice shot.
Take your time.
Could barely even see him with the red dot, and he got him down no problem. Team Liquid on the rotation right now. You see hydraulics in full effects here for Diego. He's vibing in the countrysides of Erangel here. Zone starting to come in now for stage 1. It is way north right now. All the teams making their rotation pretty quickly here, with the exception of 9Z and straight out of Nepal. They're content to just chill down south and continue their loot game. Uh-oh, we've got a bit of a pursuit here, and David is gunned down mercilessly. That buggy was no match for this Dacia, Hot Jukes.
Man, you got straight beamed. Adrian wasted no time there. Man, we're seeing a lot of this vehicle action early. I'm telling you, Rondo, it leaks. It leaks, Enigma. I'm telling you. This early game
Carries
action,
over.
it happened every time. You get into Rondo, and everyone's like, still like, oh yeah, we could recall. And then they're like, oh wait, where'd Aaron go? Settle down.
Well, I feel as well some teams are straying away with how good teams are at using utility and blowing up vehicles. They're just saying, yeah, we're just going to start stacking vehicles. Whether it's one or two we have left, if we have a gunner in the passenger seat, because if every player there for Intense Game has a vehicle, Hot Chooks, they're never getting that knock. You're going to see a car drive by you. Maybe you hit a seat swap and get that knock one every 100 times. This time around, though, when you have a player in that driver's side, whether it's the back seat or the front shotgun, that's how you start getting these teams to move forward and actually get the aggression under their way. And you're definitely right on the head with it. Rondo does something to these people's heads, and frankly, I'm all for it. I want to see these teams continue the aggression going into Erangels.
Wolves rolling into Rozhok, and they realize that it is occupied by Influence Rage, and they actually reverse and go to the other bridge. Smart plays here, and now up the hill, they're going to send it, and they catch Molina. Another resilience mistake, and this is going to get punished, I have a feeling. He's on the run, but I don't see him getting away. Hegors guns him down out of the vehicle, and, you know, unfortunately for Resilience, Molina might have just gave away the rest of the squad's position, as he was obviously headed back to try to hole up with them, but Wolves seemingly not super, you know, they don't care too much right now. They're just looking for position in zone. Influence Rage going to beat them in using that other bridge, and this is really interesting. I'm excited to look at the map here in a moment. Alpha 7 still in North George, and Wolves still in, or not Wolves, but Xforce still in Stalbert. Every other team has kind of rotated and beat them to the punch, so the teams with that advantageous position, they don't seem to care too much. They're rotating in at their own pace.
Moving super quick here, and they realize it. I mean, that's the one thing I love here about PMSL. The rotation's so fast. And unfortunate for Resilience, man. These guys did so great in the previous stage to qualify here. I mean, and then they just come into the PMSL, and it's just a whole different monster. Rebel getting popped out the car. I'm telling you, all these players on these teams, if you even think about driving by them, they're taking you out. Uh-oh. That 4X UMP is dangerous. Let's see if Alpha 7 can try and save Rebel here. It's going to be hard.
I feel like they will be able to. I mean, it's Alpha 7, for Christ's sake. They've been so good at keeping their players up, and this is actually the duo. Oh, no.
This is going to get messy. Intense game. Here's the shots. They come back, but they're going to get third-partied by the second party. It's Alpha 7's duo rolling back to try to play hero and save the day. Things are looking real dicey right now. It's up to Carrillo in the distance, putting pressure onto Intense game of Padrino. This is tough, though, for Alpha 7. They got caught. Unfortunately, they prioritized the fight with ROW with a split squad 2-2 and an uncharacteristic mistake from Alpha 7. This is surprising, especially after the way they started the game, so coordinated, and that just kind of fell off for the moment here, Hot Jukes.
Carrillo trying to find the angles. Oh,
wow!
Landed right in there. Silence threads the needle from downtown, and that's Alpha 7. First team out on the first Erangel. Goodbye. All that momentum, God.
They have slipped all the way to 6th place right now from 2nd the entire tournament in this second phase, and they're in danger of slipping to 7th right now. 9Z needs just 4 points, and that would put them past Alpha 7 on the leaderboard off the back of their chicken dinner tiebreaker right now. But, man, Alpha 7 started this one hot. Great plays onto VIP. They were able to knock him down to 1 player, but surprisingly enough, Enigma VIP is the one still standing in this match.
Yeah, but we know VIP. I'm not expecting anything out of that solo right now, okay? Especially with it being this sort of circle shift. Hey, listen, he can stay in Zarky all he wants. He's only getting 1 or 2 placement points.
You know what Animal's doing? I guarantee you, last player for VIP, he just saw the feed and was like, yeah, that's what you get. You know?
He's standing up.
So bitter,
I thought you were going to say you went to lunch.
Oh, my gosh. So tough.
Oh, man, tough breaks for sure. Man, we got Loops, though, going at it with basically everyone all tournament long. But the last game, they got eliminated early. This game, 0 elimination so far. And the teams like iNCO and Wolves have them in their sights. Wolves with 3 eliminations already. And I got to say, if we pull up the map here in a minute, not quite yet, it's almost time for rotation. I want you guys to key on Wolves' position once again. We saw them dead center in the zone last time, squad grouping up, trying to get all 4 members there. This time, you're going to see them once again in the center of that circle. So key on Wolves' position. We'll see if they can hold it this time. But everything else pretty dicey. And all of these teams battling for position. Influence Rage has a pretty good spread down south. This is what I was talking about. You can see right here, you've got the Wolves. Right here, you've got iNCO. These are your 2 up-and-coming North American squads. And they are dictating position to every other team right now, Hot Jukes.
Yes, they are. Zone goes down south, and Wolves are still rock solid in their position. So, again, I'm telling you, Wolves, when it comes to their rotations, on point. Early game, mid game, these guys know what they're doing. Let's see if they can finally get that chicken dinner here today. Another one in the books will be great for them. Let's take a look here, though, as you got Influence Rage, start to shimmy a little bit. You got Law keeping an eye on that gas station down there. Coops catching McGrellin off guard. And that is on iNCO Gaming. You don't like to see that, Enigma. You don't like to see that.
I feel that's just going to be a little bit of a heat check. Maybe for Coops, a little heat check onto iNCO, a knock. It isn't going to be a thirst at all in any way. They are, of course, like how Powerbank said, the center position in this circle shift. But these other squads, I was really hoping this Southern as well as this Eastern Edge will be contested. But United 4 Gaming, they're wanting to contest this. The nades come through over the walls from Resilience, but no real connections. Both teams desperately needing this fight, and for this position alone, we got to get over this fence. I mean, look at the hillside there, Hot Juice. Influence Rage is going to start taking shots.
I don't know.
What was that? He just went up and said, "Hello, neighbor! Hello!" and got shot in the back. Man, that was the slowest push I've seen in a while. Nades are out. He nades himself. Hate hits it off the wall, not able to get it through the window. This is an interesting push right now from United 4 Gaming. Resilience defending. They're down to just 1. Hate trying to clutch it up once again for the squad. No, the VSS on the push. What is going on? They get it done. This was unorthodox, and you can be sure they're going to get third-partied. It is going to be Jaguar on the pull-up. What is going on at this gas station, Jukes?
Bye-bye. Goodbye. Jaguar just wanted to say, good job, guys, and then take off. What
Looks like they rolled up. Beep, beep. And then they just peeled off in reverse, and that was that. So I don't know what that was. The full commit just to say hi and then peace out. Xforce from the blue zone wreaking a bit of havoc, but now they've got sights set on them, and they've got to make their way across the bridge. A choke point to get across. They might be in a bit of trouble here.
Trouble don't stop. The trouble isn't stopping at any point here. Intense game as well. Full sending onto the Maryland stack at the bunker, thinking it was potentially free, and this is the team that was making such good plays in the vehicles, ultimately losing themselves, I believe, on this circle shift rotation. But 5 elims, if they could maybe weather it out, get a top 6, maybe even top 5 here, Jukes, it could be a salvageable Erangel game. But man, every team, they're just wanting to drive around. Everyone wants a piece.
I'm telling you, that seems to be the new meta for sure. Get a couple people just driving around in vehicles, get as much intel as you can. Even though these players are so good at popping people out of them, we still see it happen here. Zone goes on over a little bit onto the eastern side, straight out of Nepal. Now gatekeeping Xforce. You can see Leon keeping his eyes on there, but at a certain point, you got to give this up. Like, you got to focus on getting into zone. Yep, that's the shift right there. Make the move. Yep, Leon said, okay, that's enough. Let's get moving, guys.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. You know, they are going to be, getting these elims onto Xforce, but Xforce is cooked. They're out in that blue zone, and ultimately, if it takes too long, they're going to get backfilled and all of a sudden get gate kept. And now Jaguar, they've driven around an intense game. They were on a bit of a heater, 5 eliminations. They go out super fast. M2M, I noticed him last game. He's turned on once again. M2M is carrying this squad. The backpack might be a bit heavy, but man, he has had a tournament so far, Enigma.
Yeah, and I feel like, especially with this specific spot on the Erangel, his backpack can rest right on this Shack Baby, because Jaguar essentially has 50% of this circle under control. This whole northern side, we were talking about Maryland, Xforce potentially filling this Severny area. With Xforce going all the way down south, it just allowed Jaguar to completely leave the compound. No one even playing the warehouse on top of the hillside. A rare mistake, I feel, from the lobby itself, but the rest of these teams, they're starting to make their moves in, and unfortunately, a lot of the southern edge here, Hot Jukes, everyone's wanting to fight for it, and it's really only for a shack or two.
Yeah, I mean, there's hardly any coverage available left. You can see 9Z, they're just going to be hugging the hillside here, looking for some eliminations. Ooh, we see that drop not too far away, but that's total bait. Reyes realizes it. Remix catches Admiral. That's VIP out of here. We got 10 squads remaining, guys. This is going to be a fun one.
Uh-oh, M2M down for Jaguar. That is their star player. They've got to try to get this revive at all costs, in my opinion, because otherwise they're cooked. Look at this off angle from Potro. Are you kidding me? This is filthy. Maryland with the pressure coming out at range onto Jaguar, and all of a sudden, all progress halted as Potro pops over the hillside and crushes Guiboy, and he's on the push. He's going to try to confirm this.
All by himself, a low-cost action. Said, let's take him out. Nice push towards the edge. Gotta be careful, though. Nice shots out the vehicle. And now it's up to Potro, all by himself. Shotgun, goodbye. The push is stiff-armed by Maryland. Not today.
Oh, man. I don't know about the decision-making there. I think M2M was the priority, and I loved the angle and getting that push stop. So Maryland had to focus on something else, but to solo crash a squad, a bit unlikely you come out with that victory there, and Jaguar is punished for the decision, but hey, it's all good. That's probably why they are where they are on that leaderboard, and turn our attention over to Team Liquid, who has been going in the right direction so far today. They've got all 4 members up. Hot Juice, you think they can maybe get a chicken dinner today?
They need it. I mean, they fell apart yesterday. I mean, they had I was talking about Wolves' inability to finish. Team Liquid was even a step below them. I mean, we just saw them fall apart when they had some good positions big time. So now they're on the edge. The play is obvious. Push and take out Influence Rage. Let's see if they can do it.
They are going to get surprised on the outside of this compound by 9Z. Team Liquid on the push, but 9Z on the other side of the building. The second this fight kicks off between Liquid and Influence, they're all going to battle. And look at Suns, or straight out of Nepal, coming in behind 9Z. It is a big mess here on the south part of this circle. Who will come out on top? That is the question. 9Z goes to the hillside. Liquid trying to assault the building. They did a great job smoking it off to make their approach that allowed them to take down Lowboy in the top story. But things are getting dicey now with the third-party shots coming in, Enigma.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Team Liquid, they're the squad that has more players knocked. 9Z actually sending, I believe, all 4 players now to this western side, just trying to get some sort of damage down onto either of these teams. We see Colgoat as well. I mean, even just through the window, trying to find Law. Any one of these players going down is essentially an elimination under your belt. 5 seconds left with the circle shift. And by the way, we got to remind ourselves, all 3 of these teams are outside of the circle shift. This whole edge side is going to be free for the taking on whoever is able to rotate first. And it actually looks like one of the INF players, Diego, actually, you were making note of it, Hot Chooks being completely soloed out from the squad. But when you do that, you don't have any support. You're just left alone on the island. And this is ultimately what happens. Everyone gets stranded and gets lost in the blue zone.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I wish I would have seen the rest of Influence Rage either just leave towards Diego and let these teams push up so they have position, or bring over Diego and fully commit to this fight. But now you got 9Z. Oh, the rest of Influence Rage are just straight cooked at this point. Mystic on the push. Wow, catches Federal. And Team Liquid just trying to get some elimination points here, because getting into this next zone is going to be real tough.
Really is. This fight starting to wrap up. We've got Maryland versus iNCO happening elsewhere. iNCO in a 2-2 split gets crashed on by Maryland, but we still have 9Z tangled up with Team Liquid, who will make it out of here to get to the safe circle. Again, so much happening on the map right now. We'll try to keep you abreast of all of it. One squad that is in good spots is the Wolves, as they crash onto the remainder of iNCO to get them knocked out. That 2-2 split not paying off for iNCO. Wolves takes them out of the map, and they have great position in the northwestern part. Now, down to the south, it's still Liquid versus Influence Rage versus 9Z, and Influence Rage eliminated at the hands of Team Liquid. They can now focus on 9Z. Anything could happen here, Hot Jukes.
Wow, I'm surprised 9Z isn't focused more on Team Liquid here. That would have been an easy gatekeep and a ton of points, but they kind of set their eyes a little bit more into the circle. That opened the door for Team Liquid to make this push, and now 9Z has got to worry here about Team Liquid. Let's see how this fight plays out. As
you gotta worry about Wolves.
Yeah. Now you got Coops on the other side getting into the mix here. This is getting interesting.
Damage alone. It's got to be up there, at least for the Wolves roster, being able to get the shots onto iNCO, but now being able to add to the tally would be monumental for the team in third place. We're talking iNCO Gaming eliminated, so every single knock here could be Thursday, but Team Liquid, they clown car it, baby. It's 3 of them, and unfortunately, they only get the 1 knock. Now just Remix. I want to see Wolves potentially even send more players here. I believe Doran now, see it on the overhead here, will rotate over to support Coops on it, but for the Wolves roster, even with the circle shift, I want to see them go for these points. Every elimination here matters, and look at this full aggression. They're leaving the compound. They've sat at all game here, Hot Jukes. This is something you love to see.
I think that's the right play, 100%. Get aggressive, soak up these points, and straight dominate. There goes 9Z. Doran does get knocked, though. You don't want to give up full position here to Loops. Powerbank, United 4 Gaming, you got this last player here, last 2. 8. That is one player you definitely can't count out for sure.
He's been clutching it for this squad time and time again, and this is his favorite duo partner, Joako. Those two together have been dangerous. Wolves here getting punished a little bit for this push. You know, it's still, I think, the right play. They left Higors in the middle. He's hopped into the car to get to be a bit more of a mobile target, make sure that he's not putting himself in too much risk by one of these other squads. But the circle comes in, and man, they still have full control here of this circle. Not only that, but they have high ground to boot. So ultimately, Joako, Hate, they're going to have to move out of the gas station. They're being gate kept right now by Rattleboy and Loops. So Loops owning that position a bit north of the gas station, but they are also out of zone. Maryland out of zone. Wolves in full control right now, but this is the moment they have to convert. Really, the only threat right now is Loops with a full squad, and they have to get it done here. This is their time to shine and make a dent in those leaderboards, Hot Jukes.
Let's go. Let's see if they can finish it out here. They're looking strong as Igor gets the knock on to Jaco. Baton jumping around. You got Loops in the vehicle, trying to make an impact here. Rattleboy gets knocked by Coops. Wolves looking in full form here at the start of Erangel, Enigma. Let's see if they can close this out.
It's all about if they can, and for the most part, seeing this sort of 3-1 rotation split, this is the team synergy we're wanting to see, right? Someone that's comfortable playing alone. It's actually just Igor applying all this pressure onto Maryland while the rest of the squad soaks up the elimination points, because we saw United 4 Gaming, even though they were a duo, they essentially isolated themselves out, landing at different spots of the circle. And when you start seeing teams like this, Hot Chicks, really start turning their sights towards the edge of the circle instead of the center, it's showing they're playing for that second place. They're looking for those eliminations. If you're Wolves Esports, you need to recognize it at some point and say, hey, we need to take a step back. We're only in stage 6, and ultimately try to finish this game off strong, which how we want to see it as with the winner winner chicken dinner.
There's no way Wolves lose this, right, BB? Like, they have to have this chicken dinner in the bag.
They're solid in their position. They are playing pretty loose, though. They finally starting to group up a little bit. I was going to say all 4 of their players. Look at this. They see the third-party opportunity. They actually are going to crash this party right now. Loops, thinks that they're probably not going to be able to get first place, so they're going to go take out these guys over here. It's Maryland, and maybe they can secure some extra points, but if Wolves has anything to say about it, they actually might try to stop this and take them both out to secure the points. They're on a heater right now, Wolves with 10 eliminations. Maryland has 7, though, to their name, and I don't think any of these squads are done yet.
I think so. A nice shot there from Batin. Trying to get these last couple confirmations. Rata boy gets that thirst. One player up left for Maryland, just trying to hang on.
You saw that map position there poke in just for a moment. Wolves own the zone. And now it's Sanab just trying to survive. Loops going full red zone attack on them. They've got a member down. And this is the time, if you're Wolves, you've got to kind of put up the pressure because they're trying to get back into the fight. Here's the grenades. Perfectly played by the Wolves, and that may land just a bit too far. Coops is knocked. This is an opportunity for Loops to counter now. 4v3, the time is now for them. We'll see if Wolves can get Coops back into the fight. They desperately need him back here to hold down that angle.
Yeah, and they were actually trying to get aggressive, seeing in the elimination feed one of the Loops players knocked. So Wolves Esports really just taking a few too many extra seconds to collect themselves for that engagement. They will be able to get the reset up onto Coops, but now we were wondering with the full zone control and positioning, it's ultimately ended up in this 4v4 scenario with Loops on the edge having to work in, but one of those players, one of these squads that's backed into the corner. This is definitely a team that can find their shots when it matters most, like we just saw onto Coops, but for the Wolves, they do have 10 elims, they do have 4 players, and I mean, Baton spot here, yeah, it's just, this could be the game changer right here.
He's got to be patient.
Finish.
Yeah, wait for Rafinha to peek up, make him think he's alone there on that flank, and they haven't guarded it, and Baton's got to step up. He has to hit the shot. These are the key players right now for both of these squads. It's Rafinha on the flank, and it's Baton on the back line. Batin goes down by the nade of Coops. So important that he's back into the fight for exactly that reason. Second one follows up. It looks good. Lands right on top. Igor so goes down to Rataboy. Nades in from the flank of Doran. They are in there, and will it get the knock? It is close. Loops, though, heavily damaged Hot Jukes. Can they survive this? It looks dangerous.
Oh, yeah. Blue zone starting to creep on them and punishing them. So Loops, yeah, I think Rafinha's just going to go out to blue here. This should be a Wolves chicken dinner all day long. And that is going to do it. The Wolves get that much-needed chicken dinner. And, man, they clutched it up right there. Beautifully done by them.
Hey, looking like they've been here before. They're celebrating, and it does not look to be a big one, but they are feeling confident, man. Wolves start the day with 2 top 3s, a chicken dinner in their back pocket, and boys, they are charging up this leaderboard. I would not be surprised to see them not only take over second place, but they're got to be in the mix now for the top spot on that leaderboard, given that Loops, they kind of went out and got smacked around a little bit that game. I don't know about you guys, but really impressed with what I saw from Wolves there. I thought they played that pretty flawlessly, start to finish there, Hot Jukes.
I mean, man, I'm telling you, their early mid-game is better than anybody else, I think, at this point. I mean, they're putting themselves in the right position all the time. The big concern was that finish, right? I got a little scared there, Enigma, right? I think they could have made that push a little earlier and secured all those eliminations, you know? But they still got it done, and I got at least one prediction right here in round 2, so I'm hyped for that.
Back-to-back NA as well, by the way. I just got the wrong team, okay? Wrong team. Don't matter, though. NA on top, but for the most part, PB, you were mentioning, are they going to shoot up the leaderboard? Of course, they're going to go up the leaderboard, okay? And when was the last time we saw a VSS? They used to comp, what was that, 2-3 years ago?
On a compound breach?
Yeah. On a compound breach, yeah, on a full salam of a gas station, of all things.
You know, and it's funny. It's not like it was early game either. That was like stage 6, and we're taking VSSs into compounds. What were they looting? I mean, good lord. That was an interesting strategy for sure, but the nades come in from Wolves, take down Batin to kick off the action here. In this final circle, again, Rafinha on the flank did not get the angles he was hoping for. A great job by Baton to hold down that angle towards the end, prevent him from pushing. Doran, though, with 5 eliminations, 645 damage. Pretty solid performance all the way around here. Led by Coops in the mid-game, kind of sniffing out those elims. They had a bit of a close call there on that push of their flank against 9 9Z. They did suffer a knock or two, but they were able to recover, get back into the fight, and ultimately take home another winner chicken dinner for the region. So again, really impressed with the Wolves this game. Want to check the match rankings and see kind of what some of these other teams did as well. We'll check the first page here. 21 points go out to the Wolves. Loops do secure 11 though. Not bad. They'll take 5 and they get 11 points. So they'll put a little bit of distance here between them and Wolves. I don't think it's going to be enough to catch up, but it's going to be close there, Enigma.
Yeah, and I feel some of these squads as well in the middle of the pack, 5th, 6th, maybe even all the way down to 8th place, missed opportunities for them to be able to perform better in the lobby. Team Liquid really being the only squad that got a few eliminations under their belt. But for the most part, some of these other teams, we saw them in that mid-late game having such strong positions, even having all 4 players up, going in that stage 5, 6 circle, and ultimately weren't even allowing themselves to fight out some of these top squads like the Wolves, like Loops, Maryland of course as well, being able to perform. But this bottom half of the page, CJs, we saw so many teams just getting gunned out of their vehicles. Revo as well being one of them.
Yeah, dude, look at that. Alpha 7, the first team out on this one was wild to see. I mean, they punished VIP off the rip and then just got caught. So, I mean, Alpha 7, you know, making some mistakes here in the later half of it. I don't know why. I'm telling you, they always do this to us. They go crazy, and then we just see them falter in the middle of the tournament. I'm like, what's going on, guys? I mean, it's just, I hate seeing it. It's a storyline that every time I talk about it, I'm like, what? Why?
It's a great point. I do want to point out the Argentinian squads from LATAM, United 4 Gaming and 9Z Globant. They have been on the come up the last couple of days, and so this is something that the LATAM region desperately needs. I feel like as a region they've underperformed this split, and finally starting to make some noise and do kind of what's expected of them. I think 9Z, a lot of people expected them to be one of your top teams kind of in this split, whereas United 4 maybe a bit of a surprise, but still delivering the goods nonetheless. They're going to continue to march their way up the leaderboard, and with that, let's take a peek at the MVP of this particular game. I have no idea who this one's going to be. It could have gone a number of different ways, but it does go the way of Doran with those 5 eliminations, 645 damage. I didn't know if that damage would be enough to get him the MVP, because so many times we've seen that MVP have 900 to 1,000 damage basically each and every game. Hot Juice.
Oh yeah, I mean, a good solid conversion rate there from Doran. Beautifully done. I'm telling you, man, this Wolves team is looking mighty dangerous. I mean, because when it comes to their positions, their decision making in that early mid game, it's setting them up for success big time. Enigma, right? It's just those last second, like high pressure decisions that kind of still has a little tiny question mark for me. But these guys are looking so rock solid on the leaderboards, and they can shut up all those questions in these next few matches. And man, do I hope they do.
Yeah, and for the next few matches as well for this squad, them being able to, at least when they're getting knocked, it's not in a spot where we're getting immediately thirsted. The only team that comes to mind that replicates that is always Alpha 7. If you're able to be the same exact sort of mentality and level as one of the other Brazilian squads, this is what we want. And for us, we've been preaching about it for the last few years. I know you have, and I have joined you on it as well, Hot Chicks. We want to see an NA team dominate at some point in these lobbies, and now I feel like we're finally starting to see our team form right in front of us.
Well, if you look back to last phase, we saw the Wolves come alive on day 3 with a second place followed by 3 back-to-back chicken dinners. And here we are on day 3 of phase 2. They start with a 3rd place, come back with the 1st place. What do we have in store for us today? Last time they spotted Alpha 7 a massive lead. This time, Loops is not far ahead. We'll have those overall standings for you when we come back from the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a jiff. And welcome back. We are here at the PMSL America's Fall Split. The final day of League Phase 2 is happening right here, right now. We're through 2 games of play, and it's been nothing but exciting. It's also been nothing but NA. I'm Power Bang back with, we got Hot Jukes and Enigma. I almost said Mustache Dave, but he is not here today. Here in spirit, we back for the finals. But man, we got a lot to talk about before we head into Erangel next game, because Wolves are closing the gap. They put up 10 more points than Loops last game, and I want to see exactly how far that gets them up the tables and how much Loops is still clinging on to this lead. It looks like they've got, 23 points right now of margin between them and Wolves. Wolves, though, firm control of second place right now, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, I got it locked down. Yesterday, that lead from Loops was like 36, so that gap is closing, and there's still plenty of matches left to go today, so Wolves could definitely, sneak on past Loops with a good couple extra games. If they go back-to-back here, that could do it, Enigma. So, man, Loops have been playing mighty consistent, though, right? They're putting points up on the board pretty much regardless, but we still haven't seen that pop-off game here today.
Yeah, and I feel like essentially we could say that even for the top 3 teams there, all 3 of them we've seen in the top 5 today, I believe. Loops as well, having a lot of eliminations under their belt coming out of that last Erangel. The placement points as well do stack up, but these middle-of-the-pack teams, I made note of it before we went to break. 9Z, Maryland, maybe even United 4 Gaming. Those are teams that I felt today alone we've seen great performances out of them, and especially with it being this last Erangel, 9Z coming to mind. They did have that little bit of a mix-up, that fault in their rotation going into that late game circle, but their gunfights, their initial engagements coming into these squads, Power Bang, as well as their rotations, it's something that we've been waiting to see from them, and for the most part, us seeing them move up the leaderboard to 6th place, I want to see more out of them.
I agree, and I'm looking at Maryland Esports picking up some elims last game as well. They're on to the first page now, 86 points. They're just 10 points behind Alpha 7. Alpha 7 going the wrong way right now. They're down to number 7 as 9Z slips by them into that 6th position. And you've also got United 4 Gaming sitting in 9th place at 83 points. So both of those within earshot of that Alpha 7 squad. A7 needs to pull together a victory here today. They are cruising in the wrong direction. And that has implications on the overall standings heading into the finals, because while they did get that 15 points from phase 1, with each position they fall down right now, man, that's just less and less points that they're going to have going into the finals. They have slipped below Wolves, they've slipped below Loops, they've slipped below Influence Rage, and perhaps even below Intense Game. That is not where they want to be going into those finals. So with that, while we get ready for our 3rd game of the day, we have Erangel coming back to you. We've got ourselves an interview. It's Juancho standing by with Coops.
So Coops, thoughts on me on Baton allegedly having better gun skill than me, and that's exactly what we need for the support player. Thoughts?
Yes.
Nice, yeah. I want to know how many games did you play with Baton, and how many times did you win?
1 time.
And how many games you play with him? Like 20, 30, something?
I don't know. Maybe 18 games.
How many games you play with me?
12. No. 18 too. No.
No.
12.
12. How many times did we win?
3.
How many, Baton?
1.
He said it, not me. Well. The coach favorite player right here saying it. Yeah, I mean, that's enough. That's enough. Come in.
Okay, Juancho, I have a question for you. Who was the best teammate that you ever had, and why is it Coops?
No brainer, because the other my teammates, like this guy right here, he don't know what he's doing. He's always playing perfect and still dying. I don't know what.
What the? Oh no. Who was the best teammate you've ever had, and why is it Juancho?
Because he's cute. And that's it.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you for watching.
And those are your Wolves, North America's finest, ladies and gentlemen. I want to say there's some inter-team drama going on there, but at the same time, they keep it so fun, and Juancho is so lovable that you can't, you just can't hate on him, man. I love in the player interviews and the informal stuff that we're getting from the venue right now. So again, Coops is Juancho's favorite player, and Igor's is loving Juancho because he's cute. So You know, it is what it is. I'm loving this squad. We'll see what they can do this time out as well. I got to get predictions rolling, though. Do you think they're going to be able to go back-to-back? You know, Juancho says if he's in the lineup, they're getting that chicken dinner. Enigma, what do you think?
Definitely got to go with him after that interview. He's making moves at Baton. How many wins you got with him, Coops? He's saying 1. How many did you have with me? 3. Well, it's all about the stats. And if we want to pull the numbers out, that number only goes up for Baton if he gets into that lobby. And for it being the last day of Phase 2, I'm wanting the Wolves to get up there, baby. Get them back up into the first place because I want to see that NA dominance come out.
NA dominance, whew, I'm excited to see it. But they've got to deliver on the battlegrounds. Hot Chooks, who's going to be delivering this game?
Whew, let's go back to back. Come on, Wolves, right? Let's just see it, man. Juancho brought the stats, dude. That was crazy to watch. I don't know what's going on with that team, man, but you know what? Regardless, I want to see some of that USA success. And right now, Wolves are that team that I want to see have it. Hopefully, we can see a back-to-back win from them. Let's go.
Unfiltered. You're getting it here first. I would love to see that as well. I would love to see Wolves pull out the victory, but I'm going to be a little bit of a contrarian here. I'm liking the come up that I'm seeing from the LATAM region right now. 2 squads in particular have kind of piqued my interest, one being United 4 Gaming and the other being 9Z. This time I'm going with 9Z. They look pretty good. I think they're 1 or 2 key decisions away from getting it done. And so with that, we enter our next game of play. And a quick word from our tournament sponsor, Infinix. They want to get you that winner champion deal. Level up the Infinix GT30 Pro, built for gamers and made for champions. Speed, style, and performance for your next win. The Infinix GT30 series. Outplay the rest. And with that, we take a peek at shooting range. And that's where I think this final circle is going to rest, is right there around shooting range. You're going to have players piled up around the borders of that fence. We'll see who gets that dub. Will it be the Wolves, as these gentlemen are predicting? Will it be someone else? That is the question. Can Loops hold on? I don't know. Loops has had a decent day so far, but man, we got some hard chargers from the NA. Both iNCO and Wolves sniffing the top of the standings, Hot Jukes.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm a little bit hypercritical, because it can change so fast here, right? I mean, good consistent games is the standard. That's the championship formula, right? You got to consistently put points on the board. When you get the opportunity, though, you got to put up that huge 20-point plus game if you want to get those championship, that championship money. So hopefully we can see that formula come to play. Loops, we're still waiting to see that chicken dinner. Could it be this game? It's possible.
I'm watching this drop right here. What is going to happen between VIP and Alpha 7? Will they do it again, or will they go back to normal? That's the question. VIP, I don't think they want none. Props to them. It looks like they're mixing things up. They might drop down south and rotate all the way over to their secondary drop spot over here in Novo. So that's what I'm expecting to see. But man, Carrillo does indeed go north to those compounds up there. I'm guessing he's going to grab a vehicle, maybe some loot, but they're not going to see VIP with him this drop.
I would have liked to have seen Alpha 7 save this play for the finals. If you know it's VIP, a squad that's been sitting at the bottom, unfortunately, both phases, those are free 4 elims. And if you're already playing slow like we'd seen in Rondo, I felt it was maybe a bit of a missed opportunity for that team. And you made note of it as well, Hot Chicks. You want to see this squad maybe pull out a few more things out of the hat, but I felt that should have been more for their mid-game play. These early game decisions, after just 1 game of change, VIP did go down south, not making that super far rotation down, but you would have wanted them to do that in the finals where all the points matter and you want to finish in that top 2 for a big portion of that 200,000.
Yes, indeed. Finals is where you got to bust out every little sneaky strategy. All the stops have to be pulled, because that's where the big money is won. And those golden tickets as well. And there's only a couple going to these teams. So I'm telling you, it requires perfection through and through if you want to be able to secure that. As we look, VIP getting into it early. Was straight out of Nepal, but it looks like they don't want none of this.
The Car 98! Are you kidding me?
The Car 98, let's go!
Can we pull up Batman's perspective? I want to see if this man had a scope on that weapon. I don't know that he does.
Doesn't look like it.
He is rocking a bolty with iron sights at range, getting it done. Massive play for here from VIP.
Replay, please, please. Oh, I hope they caught that. That was insane.
I think they did. We'll see. Production's confirming it was indeed Iron Sights. And man, what a great way to start off, rebounding after last game. They take down straight out of Nepal a bit early in this one. We just missed it, but man, what a great play for VIP to start off game 3 here tonight. They changed their drop spot. The unfortunate part, while they do get a nice elimination off the drop, they're now looking at a jaunt to get to zone. They have a ways to go. They will get their drop spot down at Novo, but they're deciding to abandon it and head back north to try to prioritize that zone position.
Yeah, unfortunately as well, I believe they didn't get any vehicle spawns along the bridge. It was SON stealing the one monster truck vehicle that Batman shot the player out of, but nonetheless, it really just resulted in all these teams having to make the rotations themselves early. And when you're VIP, you change the spot, right? You don't want Alpha 7 to drop right next to you, contest you right off rip at Zarki, the #1 dominant Brazilian squad in the lobby. As soon as they change their drop, it goes all the way up north. You can't even ask for the PUBG gods to be changing it for you, because at this point, they gave you the chance and they chickened out on it, I feel. They could have had the position, the zone, and ultimately maybe even more elims.
This man's rotating with a 45 on his hip and nothing else. No armor, no ammo, no rifle. It's got to feel a little disconcerting, you know, making that first rotation with absolutely no loot. But hey, they're happy to get away with 3 players alive. Unfortunately for the other Straight Outta Nepal member, met the grisly end of a Car 98. And Team Liquid getting into it with Deminor and ROW. They're on top of Everest here early on, and they're landing those shots on the rotation. Huge, huge play here. The scout coming in for Deminor, and, you know, hey, we've got guests already at the top of this mountain. He thought he might be able to get a nice little position here in circle, but they were too slow as Liquid dropped here, so they were able to secure this mountaintop very, very early.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this before, right? We saw Team Liquid on top of Everest. They got sandwiched yesterday and taken out, so hopefully we see Team Liquid. You know, I know Coach Knight, honestly, one of the best coaches in PUBG Mobile. You know, he had a good talk with his team, and I hope that they were able to make some adjustments here, as they do have a great position. VIP on the swim, though, oof.
They're in trouble. They're swimming, and I think Milos from 9Z might have spotted them, and the rest of 9Z is going to be rolling up on the hillside just above them. Look at this, the synchronization here. Props to VIP. You guys look like you've been taking lessons or something, but you hear the vehicles of 9Z rolling up, and this is like the beaches of Normandy. We'll see who wins this one. This is Milos on the top. He's got sight lines and Remix going to get angles.
Oh man,
I'm not liking VIP's position here. I gotta say, Reyes is like shooting fish in a barrel.
He's got to be careful. Don't allow Batman to get the knock on you. Remix is having the offense all the way down to the east, but look at this, all 4 players. If you get in the hovercraft, you leave it open for other teams to possibly get these elims. But yeah, no, I mean, 9Z, they've just got you completely surrounded. Not even moving.
Yeah, he just looks at him.
Man. Poor VIP, dude. Can't seem to get it going here.
Man.
Crazy shot from Batman, too. Batman should be able to solo the whole lobby after that shot. That should be worth at least like 4 limbs.
I'm wondering, why was VIP swimming?
Why?
Their hovercrafts got
bad.
That thing got
Confidence.
blown up.
You know what? Leave the B zone. Take off the Bison. Use the Car 9, Batman. It worked before. Oh, right here on the Colgoat from downtown. Iron sight, Car 9. Let's see it. Let's see it. Oh, he got a 3x. Oh!
Rip.
He gets it with the iron sight there.
That makes sense. All right, to fill you in, we did hear that United 4 Gaming basically smacked up VIP as they were trying to leave that southern island. They had a hovercraft, but it got destroyed, and then it made swimmers out of all of them. So that was the unique reason for the swim. I was like, guys, there's a bridge. It's pretty early days in stage 1. You don't have to swim at this point, but UTC making that happen. It just was a little confusing when I checked the map. United 4, they made that happen and then retreated all the way back to military base to continue looting. So they have full control of that southern island now.
Oh boy. Tough break, man. You know, just trying to cross the water in a hovercraft and then boom! Out of there. That's the worst, especially when you have a player that does like a crazy shot, crazy play. That gets the whole team so hyped, and then just to go out like that hurts. Hurts to see. I'll tell you one
I want to take a peek at the map.
Yeah,
pull up the map. We're going to see iNCO and Wolves coming together here in a moment. I want to see how this plays out. You can see them taking that same route. Wolves are going this way. iNCO's coming this way. What's going to happen? Igor sees him and peels back, so he's going to join the rest of the squad. iNCO getting zone priority. You can see this whole area up here wide open right now, and both of these squads, again, same rotation, same ideas. They dropped in drastically different spots, but again, both of these North American squads are rotating early. They're rotating to similar spots. They're seeing the game the same way, and it looks like it's going to pay off. They're still right next to each other. You can see iNCO here, Wolves here. This almost looks like it's inevitably going to come together.
And I feel like it has to. Yeah, iNCO Gaming, they're actually the only team that's 4-stacked there between those two squads, having all players up onto the north side. Wolves are actually kind of hedging their bets, being 50-50, trying to play the safe game, but when you do that, the rotations from other teams, you ultimately have to concede them, and for the Wolves, it looks like they're actually going to go a bit more north, maybe play around the edge side towards Maryland, all the way upside, while iNCO Gaming, it actually looks like they're full sending dead center into the zone here, Hot Chooks. I wonder, though, if they're actually going to be able to find a spot, because teams like Alpha 7 and Influence Rage, they both already occupy the center of the circle shift.
Oof, I mean, Alpha 7's been big chilling. They land North George, so they haven't had to move a muscle here. They finally get a good circle. Let's see what they can do with it. That's always the question. Team Liquid are down south, obviously, over on Everest, so they're hoping for that southern shift. And bye-bye VIP.
Doran, I think Doran has joined up with Jaguar. Their rotation, because it was so slow, Jaguar drove right in the middle of it. So we'll see if that pops off. Looks like they ignore each other for the time being. Wolves and iNCO trying to find a spot up north, and Influence Rage down here in North George flipping cars. And iNCO gonna jump right in nearby. They're 2 buildings down. And this could be trouble if these two squads come together. Everyone keying on these North George apartments, though, Hot Jukes.
How long has it been since we've seen a North George, like, urban finish?
We saw it in day 2 of our first phase. And Alpha 7 kind of owned it, but Influence Rage had the last laugh, getting kind of zone blessed on the outskirts to win it. Wolves were in that conversation as well, but again, it's all the familiar faces that seem to play these urban finishes properly. And once again, you can see them all moving in here with Wolves, with iNCO. We've got Jaguar jumping in now, taking it to Influence Rage, and now Lil Boy's having a retreat. We'll see if he can get support from his team.
Lil Boy.
Yeah, the big thing here is going to be what the utility usage is going to look like. We saw Diego with the prime nade not finding the mark, and fortunately for Influence Rage, now you're forced to take this engagement while Alpha 7's potting through out the windows. Some shots connect, some shotgun shots do land. No knocks together, though, for the Influence Rage squad, and they actually have taken a majority of the damage here. Only Potro being the one down close for Team Jaguar, and for Influence Rage, yeah, this is taking too long. You got to disengage. I like this play from the squad here, Hot Jukes. You're not wanting to fully commit, especially when you realize someone as deadly as Alpha 7 is right at your doorstep.
Oh boy, yeah, but they can't cross that street. That street is too dangerous. So Alpha 7, I think, are just going to park it right there, just be annoying if they can. And while the rest of these teams are just going to be hiding in these apartments. Yeah. Team Jaguar not even looking through a window or 3-peeking through a window, so they have 0 sight lines or info at all. Oh, the zone goes north.
Yeah. I want to see a zoomed in version of like this area if we can.
Right?
That might not be right this time, but there are so many teams that have just decided to neighbor up with each other. You've got the Wolves, you've got Intense Game, you've got iNCO, you've got Influence Rage, Jaguar, Alpha 7, and then on the hillside right behind them, you've got straight out of Nepal and Maryland. I mean, here is that view that we're talking about. You can see the Wolves. They're chilling right here. Intense Game, iNCO, Influence Rage, Jaguar, Alpha 7, and you got Team Liquid rolling into the compounds. Everyone big chilling, and they're all on the perimeter of the city. No one trying to stay inside near the water. Everyone trying to make a quick escape if it is necessary a bit later on. So this is tense. The zone starts to center up, and North George is quite the party at the moment.
57 remaining, man. Oh my gosh, this is gonna get crazy towards the end. You got straight out of Nepal on top of that hill as well, so they're ready for any team that has to rotate on up. If that circle hard shifts north, boys, this is gonna get crazy. So yeah, you can see Team Liquid, they're holding this position because you're right, PB. Everybody's holding on to vehicles. They want to be able to move just in case. Jaguars,
except for these guys.
Yeah, not looking too good.
Oh man, that's not how you can't, sir. You can't park there. That's not how that works.
Oh, that's the worst.
Oh man, you can imagine. Zone shifts north. He runs out. They're gonna get a second gander at that vehicle sitting on its roof. I'm like, oh man, who parked it like that?
Oh, dude.
You gotta give me the keys next time.
Imagine the coach afterwards. Okay, guys, we're gonna focus on our parking skills. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's right.
Let's not leave it
Do you try
upside down.
to fix it? Do you try to fix it though? Because you need
don't
the
have
vehicle
time,
at some
I don't think.
point. Well, you can maybe use a frag grenade.
But they got teams right next to them. No, you can't. I mean, that ain't gonna work. They should have tried to grab another vehicle and you know, turn them over. But now it's too late.
Got Xforce going up against Royals of War now. Xforce crashing in. Royals of War at the bridge, but they are at both sides and they're split right now. So David, once again, getting hung out by the squad, but he's able to make a play. Now in from the other side is Fate, and Fate able to pick up the knock. That's going to protect a limb, at least for the time being, but Victex over there as well. He returns fire and gets it done, and now Royals of War with the upper hand. Can Klaus get it done with the mini? So far, forces him into the water, but the third party's just too strong. Alpha 7 putting out all kinds of pressure. Team Liquid across the water. They're putting out pressure, and now the nades from Kayowski. Can he throw it far enough? Let's see if he's Tom Brady here, Hot Jukes.
Oh, man. He once said, how much you want to bet I could throw a nade over the mountains? Let's see. Uh-oh. Klaus now not able to get it done with the mini on the Royals of War, and he's going to have to watch his whole team go down. So Klaus not able to be the savior that Xforce needed. And now he's going to eat a whole lot of blue zone here, Enigma, as the zone does shift.
Yeah, but even with the circle shift happening down south, Xforce is completely screwed, man. Royals of War being the squad that somehow, some way, David being 1 HP, winning the 1v1 with the DBS, allowing them to at least get themselves into this next circle shift. But we notice as well, Team Liquid, they made the rotation early across from the South George crates into this prime real estate spot. And with the circle shift fully pulling, yeah, Loops is the really only other contending factor. But that western side that you may note of, PB, that we showed on screen, all those teams still got to get right next to one another. And oh my, a little bit of BM as well coming in.
Up north is crazy too right now. We'll keep an eye on what's developing up there as Team Liquid disengages. Royals of War is down. You got Resilience clashing with United 4 Gaming rather. And then we also have Maryland up there looking on. Interestingly enough, Loops where they sit on this ridge, they've got dominant position at least for the moment, but in all likelihood, they're going to have to move out from there unless they get multiple hard shifts in a row towards their position. They've got good sight lines, but where will they hide after this? And it looks like Rattleboy goes to the ridge in the middle of the zone to try to establish a beachhead. I like the play, but he's got to really protect his back as Team Liquid can look that way and put all kinds of pressure on him. He's going to settle up in a shack.
Look at this rotate though. Wolves Esports actually going all the way to the edge of the circle, trying to catch the intense game solo off guard, because Wolves aren't wanting to stay in the city. They're wanting to move towards this hillside here, just on this western edge of the circle shift. And yeah, for the Wolves, making a play like that, I'm just seeing so many good signs of life out of the squad, Hot Jukes. It's always just that 18, 19 minute mark, right, of can they keep those 4 players up still, and we're slowly approaching that.
That is not how you want to end up, hitting a tree right as you start to engage. Intense game circles back around to the northern side of Maryland, who previously were the furthest north team in the zone. And now it's a battle here for the edge. I think this fight will ultimately happen, but right now it's a bit of a demo derby. Maryland hops out first. They fire upon Intense Game. They don't connect here. Who will get the first knock? It will be Maryland as Squash comes through onto Silence. That's the top player out of Intense Game. He's the lobby leader in eliminations, and he is out first as Rafa goes down next. Maryland delivering the punishment. Hot Jukes, Padrino Filer's back. Things are chaotic. Who's going to take this fight?
Maryland wants it bad. They had 7 eliminations in the last game, and they finished this one onto Intense Game. Beautifully done from Maryland. They do lose they lost 1 player, but they have the rest of the team up. You got Senab on the squad, previously Senatexa. This guy was an Alpha 7 member for a long time, so you know they want to pass up their brothers there, as they're currently sitting in 8th, but with 5 eliminations, they're creeping up on Alpha 7.
We're talking placement range as well, right? Only 12 teams remaining, Powerbang. I feel like if you're able to see Alpha 7 get eliminated on this next circle shift, they very well could be the bottom of first page going into this next match.
Here's the circle. It's going to pop. Who's going to get it? Oh, this is interesting. I like a late push here from Alpha 7. They're going to let Jaguar and Influence Rage potentially kick something off. They're going to have to push, though, and it's got to be into one of those two compounds. It's going to be interesting third parties down in this area for sure. Another squad I want to watch is iNCO. What are they going to do? Will they rotate late? Will they try to get into this circle? Where will they go? They ultimately were the faster rotating team between them and Wolves. They got that position locked down. But now they're out of zone, so it's interesting to see what's going to happen. On the right side of the map, you've got Loops kind of controlling the most area right now, but they have very little hard cover to work with. So we'll see what happens if Loops can lock this down. They got to try to keep that beachhead alive and ultimately stay out to provide cover for the rest of the team.
Oh boy, things are starting to heat up here. Now we're transitioning from that urban finish to just off. Oh, Victex left his back open. Guizao punishing that all day long. David now, I don't even know if he's going to be able to get that res off. Meanwhile, yeah, and look at that 9Z trying to get some cover. Kogo goes down, though. I mean, that's the hard part about this fight. Oh, you don't know where you're going to get shot from. Every single angle is dangerous. Yeah, we just got proved that right there, yeah.
Thankfully, a lot of these teams, though, the players that are getting knocked are the closest to the circle, right? They're not going to be worrying too much about the blue zone potentially bleeding them out, to say the least. But going all the way down to the southern edge, it was actually Alpha 7 that 9Z chose to slam. Only Milos now trying to go through the smokes, and he's got the nade prime. Good damage from Mafioso onto the solo of 9Z, trying to pick it off themselves, and communication comes through. Look at the squad assembling together to be just with one another, and they're actually going to try to condense down. They're actually saying, hey, we're 10 meters out of circle. This player is going to come to us, and it actually is going to be a duo. Mistaken to me for the 9Z squad, but going against Alpha 7, I don't see it happening too well. But this is going to be now more just to the north. Powerbang, iNCO Gaming having to fend off Wolves Esports.
Wolves has got the high ground. They just went north and did a run over onto straight out of Nepal. They clashed with Maryland for a brief moment and then retreated to this high ground position overlooking iNCO Gaming. Now, iNCO's got to climb ahead of them. They've got to try to find their way to this high ground if they can get there, whereas Wolves, it's going to try to prevent that from happening. The problem, though, is Wolves is not safe in this position. It is outside of the circle. They've got to work their way down the ridgeline, the direction Coops is driving right now, and that's ultimately going to potentially give up their back. So it's like one of those situations where you want the fight, but if you're going to take it, you want it fast. You just don't want iNCO Gaming creeping up behind you, but they've got third-party issues of their own to worry about with Influence Rage still looking on from those apartments down the way.
That's the problem, is they want to take this fight with iNCO, but they can't really take it cleanly because they're getting shot from these other teams of Influence Rage. So now Doran, he's just going to kind of play it safe. That is the main focus. Just don't get knocked. Slowly creep your way on in. Now it looks like they're going to have to start setting their eyes on Maryland, though. Actually, never mind. Maryland's going to be pushing up towards all the way up to the top of the map. So it does look like the Wolves are able to creep into this next zone.
Massive
oh
zone
my
shift.
gosh, the one after this, though. Good luck.
Loops and Team Mythic down here. Team Liquid, I always call him Mythic when I'm saying Team Liquid. I look at Mythic's name every time. It's always the one showing for me. But Mythic in the beachhead position there for Team Liquid. If they can hold that, Team Liquid's got a real shot to make things very, very difficult. As we see iNCO finally up the hill. But Wolves is going to chase him off. McGrellin from the back line, though, gets the knock onto Baton. And now Wolves in a bit of trouble. They've got Baton knocked. They've got to try to pick him up now.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's also going to be Maryland here in the commotion, trying to get shots going down on them, to say the least. And with them being fully stacked, it's actually going to be Doran trying to hold off the whole Maryland squad pulling up. But with Maryland losing a player earlier on, they're not able to commit fully to this fight. We're talking it's stage 6. They're wanting to play for the end game. And after seeing that sort of zone pull all the way down southeast, they're really trying to just full send as a team and try to make it in with 1 or 2 players left standing. But See it now, every player, they're in the vehicles. Wolves as well, stealing the idea that I just mentioned, sending it fully into the center here, Hotchukes. And to be honest, this spot, it's looking pretty good. They just got to deal with loops now.
They got to do it quickly though, because they're gonna have to watch their backs. They're gonna see some teams start cresting those ridges, and Wolves are gonna be in big trouble.
Igor's spot though.
Yeah.
You know who's not going to be cresting those ridges?
Who's that?
iNCO. They're out of here. iNCO not able to get it done. Eliminated in this one. Unfortunate for them, but Wolves with the slightly slower rotation, it ultimately pays off. And now we got to battle for this ridge. This is for all the marbles, I feel like. Loops and Wolves in this position. If one of them can win the fight cleanly, it's going to really pay dividends for them. As up north, it's still a bit undecided. Maryland and Resilient still going toe-to-toe. And then in the south, you've got Alpha 7, Team Liquid battling it out down there. Alpha 7 down to just one member alive. So it's getting spicy. 8 teams left. Everyone getting some rank points, but just how many will they get? Revo by himself taking on Team Liquid, and he's finally eliminated. Alpha 7 goes out once again. Strong position in this one, but they're out in 8th place, Enigma.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Team Liquid, they lost a player in that engagement. Should have been a free elimination point, but instead just 2 separate, taking the 1v2 engagement. Might kind of bite them in the end, but the big question mark for me is going to be, can Loops find the nades? And it's just going to be Nazelda reigning over. I thought Igor was going to have the prime spot to save the squad in this split, but not even taking shots down to support his team. Maryland, well, is now trying to get the damage, but if you don't get the knocks, no one's going to make moves, Powerbang, and ultimately it allows Loops to just have full control again on this late game circle.
This is a massive turn of events here for Loops. They're able to get the knock, triple nade onto Wolves, and ultimately the suppressive fire had to come in there from the Wolves, and it just didn't. So it allowed a free grenade right on top of that Wolves position, and just like that, they're out of there. Good position, unable to defend it though. They were unable to protect what was theirs, Hajux.
Yeah, and right now you can see what Influence Rage is trying to do. Hold this building for just a couple seconds longer. They're gonna have to do it against Jaguar. Federal jumps out the building. Got that pump shotgun though. Potro goes down to Ayala. And Federal steals that elimination. Oh, the floor's on fire though. Law does survive for just a little bit longer. He's so scared of that shotgun, but he's gonna have to make a play here. He's only got 30 seconds left on the clock, and this is out of the zone here, Enigma.
Yeah, and it's M2M of all players, the Team Jaguar being the last player up. He's someone that definitely wins these 1v1 engagements when you give it to him. And with the S12K, he's got the pre-fire angle, not finding it on Federal, and it's a big win for Influence Rage. I believe picking up 3, if not 4 eliminations there just on clearing the apartment alone. But question mark now is going to be, can they make it to the next circle shift? Do they have vehicles that can be worked with? But turning back now down to the north, Maryland was actually able to get onto the ridgeline with Loops Esports, but the vehicles not being in their favor here, Powerbang, them having to make these rotations, it's still in Loops' control.
Loops is getting a bit of a gift here, being able to knock out their rival in Wolves and seeing iNCO go out as well. It's Loops' control, and it's their opportunity to put a stamp on phase 2 of this tournament. This is the chance that they need to get a bit of a gap going into the back half of the day. Right now, Rafinha getting it done. Loop still at full strength, but this time it does not look like they're going to be taking home the win.
Loops holding the hill. Look, it's looking like all Loops now. It looks like they got this chicken dinner locked down. They have all the room here. One more circle shift, and it's going to go down to the center of this circle. Team Liquid are just stuck in that wizard tower, and it doesn't look like they're going to make it out alive here.
Yeah, I feel this is one of those instances where it's more of if Loops makes a mistake, Team Liquid's going to essentially be forced to have to make a 2-man send in a vehicle while someone gives an overwatch. But look at this, Loops isn't even allowing them to move. The circle shift does come through, and I mean, what is that, 10, 15 meters Team Liquid has to move into, but from the angles we see, it's all just completely flat ground. And yeah, Team Liquid, I wonder if you honestly just go for the self molly at this point. I understand it's a 3v4, but you see the scenario unfold in front of you like you see here. I'd be giving up. Maybe that's what I'd
give up.
I'd be chalking.
They got so far to go up this leaderboard. They've got to try. And look at that.
Well, there we
comes
go.
through with a knock and a flush on Rattleboy. That's the flanker right? All 3 players now in front of them in a 3v3 with a smoke wall up. Liquid has escaped, and they're going to be able to wrap around Loops to an extent here. Very, very interesting developments. Can Mythic get to the tree? He's making a play, and look at this. They're spread, and now all of a sudden, Angle starting to show up for Loops. Neilzada trying to get to the flank position as well for Loops. He's going to actually go on the offensive and try to take the back of Team Liquid, and he fails.
Ayala with the huge knock. Shuts down Loops, and now they have the player advantage. They also have the central circle, this tiny ridge line paying dividends. Rafinha, though, gets at least one. It's down to Vitin, 1v2.
I'm surprised that Ayala didn't go for the flush there when he had him inside the building. I mean, no real sight lines to take him out if he goes through the window. And now, if they lose the game, that's just another point that they're not going to get. So it's a interesting play, but they do have the advantage as it is Chief versus Vitin, and he's got Mythic backing him up on that flank over there. Nades are out, not quite going to get far enough. I don't know if that ground's going to blow up like it does on Rondo, Hot Jukes, but they're going for the revive here. Going for the 3-1 reset, and Vitin's got to prevent that from happening.
He's got the AWM, but he does not have the angles here. Mythic running wide out in the open. Yeah, Vitin's just going to molly himself. Unbelievable. It is Team Liquid clutching up that chicken dinner. Man, I thought Loops had that one in the bag, PB.
Hey, I gotta say, Enigma, you said the game was gonna end with a self-molly, and it was Loops who did the deed there. They actually got it done, burned themselves to a crisp, and just like that, Team Liquid comes out on top in dominant fashion.
Yeah, that off angle, just knock and thirst, which, I'm not someone that likes to get proven wrong, but as soon as I say something and we're cutting to a Team Liquid Ayala angle of him just beaming a guy with the DP, yeah, I mean, come on. I'm going to be right every once in a while, but it also means I'm going to be wrong. So Team Liquid, congrats to you guys, of course. And yeah, the self-molly did come through, but we had the action starting all the way from the beginning here, I feel. And for VIP, I hate that it's always them getting the short end of the stick here. I want to see them being the ones applying the damage to some of these teams.
Hey, they applied a little bit of Car 98 damage. Iron sights out of a vehicle on an escaping player. I liked what I saw, at least for 15 seconds. And then they met the buzzsaw of United 4 Gaming and 9Z. The LATAM squads coming to deal that damage. So iNCO getting into it with Wolves once again. The rivals from North America starting to shape up an interesting storylines here for second and third place. But most importantly, Hot Juice, we saw Team Liquid finally, I feel like, break the slump, get that great position. Ayala on the beachhead here in this building. They got it done, and they pick up their first win.
Man, and it was done in a beautiful fashion there. That little ridge line paid off so well. I mean, I love to see this from Team Liquid. They've been needing a chicken dinner to kind of get them started here. Ayala leading the charge there. 7 eliminations, 1,000 damage. And hopefully this is just the beginning. And I'll tell you what, if there's any time to start getting, red hot, right towards the end of the league stage and at the start of the finals, that's the time, Enigma, for sure.
Yeah, and especially having Ayala put up 1,000 damage alone in that circle, it's something that you got to commend, because Team Liquid had to rotate in all the way down from south side, come across the bridges, holding these split angles, having to take out teams like ROW, Alpha 7 squads that we've seen go down with taking 1 or 2 players with them. So Team Liquid being able to at least keep those 3 players up, we're able to salvage it for the most part here, PB. But for the match standings alone, we see it here now, and there's a lot of names we enjoy seeing.
Absolutely. I think Jaguar bouncing back a little bit there. Again, M2M leading the charge towards the end. They get all the way up to 5th place, so a nice little change of pace for them. Same with Resilience. Got to give them a shout out as well. They've been in the cellar the entire second phase. They get the top page here, which is great. We also see some familiar faces. Maryland, Influence Rage, Loops, Team Liquid, all pretty dominant performances here. Wolves, once again, not the game that they were hoping for, but they did get to number 6. So not all is lost, but unfortunately for them, Loops is getting away from a little bit, and that's going to extend the gap. Let's take a peek at the second page of standings and see who we see. There's a couple favorites down here, but overall, I'm looking at Xforce here, Hot Jukes. They were making a bit of a push. They were in the left-hand column to start the day, but they are going the wrong direction so far here in the final day of our second phase.
Yeah, it's tough. Not able to kind of get it started here. There's still a few more matches left to go, so hopefully we can see another USA flag up on top right now. But then this was a crazy match. That zone was so difficult, and it's good to see Team Liquid be able to actually push through a circle like that and have success. I mean, look at that, 2,490 damage. Absolutely crazy. Loops, again, right? Super consistent. We are always seeing them towards that end game, putting up some points on the board. So they're going to hang on to that first place for just a little bit longer for sure.
They really are. Loops continuing to be consistent. They have 2 players currently on top of the stats right now in Rafinha and Viteen. They're crushing it. Let's see who picks up the MVP, though, for this last game on Erangel. Match 15's MVP is none other than Ayala out of Team Liquid, picking up a clutch performance. They really needed this one for Team Liquid. He gets 7 eliminations, kind of leading the charge into that final zone position, and over 1,000 damage once again, surviving all the way to the very end. Team Liquid will have your MVP for this game. So with that, we do wrap up a couple of games now on Erangel. They've been exciting, and that zone, we've seen it once before this tournament. We see it again. Wraps up largely very much the same teams kind of showing out in those final circles. Notably absent, though, Alpha 7. Are they going to be able to turn things back around here as we head into the back half of our day, Enigma?
I feel they can, especially with it being just one Erangel, and then we go right into the Miramars, which if we remind ourselves, Phase 1, when it came to Miramar, Alpha 7 was making something out of nothing. Every engagement they were taking seemed to be something at a disadvantage, a do or die sort of play for them, but a team that desperately needs to have consistent performances moving forward has got to be Team Liquid. I understand we got the MVP up there, we got a win under our belt, but I mean, we play so many matches, guys. It's got to be better than just one day or even just one match per day. We've got to get up there into that top 3, top 4 range for over half the matches you play on the day. So Team Liquid, the question mark for me has got to be, are they going to be able to perform?
We do play so many matches, but guess what? We're not playing so many more. League phase is on the downhill right now. Just 3 games remain. We've got Erangel coming back in just a moment as teams will make the final push up the leaderboards to see who will be securing the lion's share of those head start points. We'll be back in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. I cannot wait to see who's leading those overall standings.
In this world I know who will rise or fall. I raise my shield to stay alive, but the hurt still rain down from the sky. Now I got a tattered soul, but still I fight. Through jungles race, left full speed high. Yet through misshapes still stalk my mind. My perfect form fears tire marks, but nothing stops my forward sparks. To life, I risk it all, but stupid fate may call. To life, I risk it all. No surprise can block my will to rise. To life, I'll risk it all.
bro. We got it. No. Oh my god, that's so scary.
Fena dalga geçiyorum ben. Fena dalga geçiyorum.
No. Why, bro? Oh, yes, you did. I found you.
And welcome back. We are live again with PMSL America's Fall Split. Again, the final day of our league phase is right here, right now. It's the team's final opportunity to secure those head start points that they will be able to take with them to the finals that start this Friday. I'm Powerbank back with Hot Jukes and Enigma. And we've seen some pretty exciting action so far out there on the battlegrounds, but it was stamped by a big Loops point snag this last game. They didn't get the victory, but they did get a bit of margin. So let's see how that impacted the total tables here after 3 games of play. Today, it is Loops on top, and now they've got that 33-point margin lead, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir, indeed. So Loops, definitely locking down that first place position here. That's going to be really hard to pass up, especially when you got Miramar's coming around the corner here. So good for them. I think they definitely deserved it with how well they played here in round 2, and their consistency is just too good here this round, Enigma.
And I feel the consistency as well. One team I have to make note of comparing from phase 1 to phase 2 has got to be Alpha 7. We made note of it at the start of the day from Powerbank. Even with them having such a dominant first phase, you get rewarded the same amount as first place from this phase. And for Alpha 7 to continue to be going down the leaderboard, it's not a sight you want to see, especially when it comes to those head start points coming into the finals of PMSL Americas. But we got to talk about this right side as well. They haven't made it to the left side yet, Powerbank, but Team Liquid off that win alone, 90 points, just 8 points short of passing up Maryland into that top 8.
Not only that, they're 10 points short of passing up Alpha 7. So, I mean, this is like not a far cry to see Alpha 7 potentially slip to the right side of this leaderboard. This is crazy, crazy times right now. Team Liquid is going in the right direction, and off the strength of the chicken dinner, they're up to 9th place. Again, after, yesterday, they were in last place. So, again, they're moving the right direction. Alpha 7 not necessarily doing so. And on the head start points, first place, like where Loops is sitting right now, 15 points. But if you're sitting in 8th place, for example, that's only 4. So it's a massive difference. It's super, super important that they're able to secure every possible points, because, I mean, if you look at a 30-point gap, which is how many head start points are on the line, that's the difference between 1st and 2nd right now, and it's definitely the difference between 2nd and 7th. So I mean, it's crazy how much the bonus points are going to play a factor, and Loops doing everything they can to stay in that top spot, Hot Jukes.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's those bonus points are going to be beautiful here coming towards around the corner. But man, I mean, looking at these leaderboards right now, we're seeing those middle of the pack teams. They're not too far away from each other. You look at that, iNCO at 113, all the way down to Maryland Esports with 98. So I mean, one good game, we could see a crazy shift in that stage there. So as long as Wolves get a good performance here, I think they're going to stay at the top of the tables. But everybody below them, I mean, it's up for grabs.
Really is. I'm kind of looking at the scores from our phase 1, and I mean, there was more than 100 points difference between 1st and 6th last phase. And so this time, it's way tighter. It's way more condensed, and with 3 games to go, it's still anybody's game. Yes, Loops is in the driver's seat. They have a 33-point gap right now between them and 2nd, but again, 33 points is not insurmountable. That can be overcome in just 2 games. So if any of these teams between 2nd and 9th can, really put something together here, look for them to make a hard charge towards the top of this leaderboard and secure some of those additional bonus points. Remember, every slot up that you kind of finish in the rankings is going to be better for you going into those grand finals. So with that, Enigma, we are getting ready for our next game. We got Erangel one more time, the final time of League Phase. Who do you think is going to put their stamp on it and end as the champions of Erangel here, at least in Game 4?
The Enigma stamp, the stamp of approval, just right over here, to say the least. For the most part, I got to go with the Wolves, baby. I got to keep throwing it back to them from what I've seen today. Today has to be North America, because we're not getting it if it's not today, PB.
All right, I like it. Hot Jukes, what about you?
Man, I want to see the same. I can't lie. I want to see some more of that Wolves action. What can I say, man? These guys are looking good. I want to see them possibly even challenge Loops. Let's go.
All right, Maryland still with a goose egg as far as chicken dinners go. They've been close. They've been sniffing it. I'm going to go with Maryland to take this one. So, again, them and Alpha 7 are the only teams in the top 12 without a chicken dinner to this point. Curious to see if they're able to get it done, but I do want to go hear from the Wolves as you guys predicted them. We've got Coop standing by with Kaya.
Hey guys, so second match now and second victory for an A now for Wolves. So I'm here with Coops and I want to start asking about what did you guys exactly change, because we talked to Igor Zada earlier and he mentioned that you were making a few individual mistakes. So could you tell us a little bit more about that?
I mean, yesterday it was just a bad day from me, Doran, and Igor. Usually we're like on the same page, but yesterday we weren't. And today, like, we talked about it, and now we're on the same page now together.
So it's obviously working very well for you at the end games especially. And I also want to know about the PMGC, because you guys are doing great. You're probably going through the PMGC points unless something unusual happens at the finals. So how do you feel about that? Do you think the pressure is going down and now you're playing more calmly, I don't know, more comfortable?
I mean, we're not really focused on the PMGC because we're not there yet. We want to win this PMSL Americas, and then we'll focus on the PMGC when we get there.
Okay, so the focus is to take the trophy right now. Good luck, thank you, and congratulations on the match.
Focused on the here and now, probably a wise decision. You can hear them feeling like they weren't on the same page after yesterday. And today, they've shored things up. And as we take a peek at their performance yesterday, 32 eliminations. That's actually significantly better than their first day. But man, here on day 3, things are cruising along at a pretty good pace. They're on pace right now for 46 eliminations today and over 9,000 damage. So head-to-head, Wolves outperforming their day 2 performance, Hot Juice.
Oh yeah, dude, they're doing great here. I'm telling you, like, their early game, mid game is just so rock solid. They're making beautiful decisions. Their rotations, their fight timing. It's just like the only been concerned. I say it again, I'll say it again. And you know, it's just that end game, those last few moments of being able to clutch up a chicken dinner. They got one today, and I think they're finally starting to see. We're starting to see their final form here, Enigma. What do you think?
Yeah, and I feel for the most part, you and I talked about their endgame performances. Them having essentially a 3-minute better average survival time as a squad is something that you can't downplay, as well as the placements going up too. Obviously, 5th to 3rd is essentially 2 or 3 points when it comes to the placement bracket, but what comes along with that is the elimination counters. And like you said, PB, they're on track to get into that 40-so range of eliminations under their belt.
On track for 46 right now, so that's a massive come up from yesterday. You guys can get yourself a massive come up by securing an Amazon gift card. It's on screen now. Redeem that over at amazon.com/redeem, courtesy of PUBG Mobile. But yeah, back to the Wolves. I mean, I think a team averaging top 3 as far as their average placement. They finished 3rd, 1st, and then 6th today. That is commendable, and I mean, it shows that they're right there each and every game. It's kind of the luck of the zone when you get to those late zone shifts as well. I mean, if you don't get it, you don't get it. We saw them have to dive into kind of that low ground position. Center zone probably wasn't optimal, but honestly, it was a crap zone. Had it been towards the city where there was a building, they were in great position. So again, it's a little bit of a luck of the draw towards the end of some of these games, but the Wolves have been there each and every time. Putting their stamp on it for sure. You can see them, the top squad on Erangel, leading all right here on their flight in. We'll see if they can do it again here, or if Alpha 7, for the first time this phase, can actually come up with their first chicken dinner, Hot Juice.
Let's see it. Let's see it. Yep, hot drop indeed over at Pachinki. We got Xforce popping some shots. Uh-oh, Fate in trouble. Busts out the bow and arrow. The 180 bow, and now he's on the run. Run for your life. Ain't not the knife. Woo! Dodged it. Oh, now he's trying to return on him. He's like, I got the bow. I got the bow. I'm getting this confirmation right here. Ow, how you like that?
Oh, he's got to be careful. He can hit himself with the bow.
Man, they're just using the kitchen sink right now. Bows, pistols, knives, throwables. We got stun grenades coming out. Unfortunately, though, the Honey Badger has been found, and Fate is going to hit a knee here, but the rest of his squad is nearby. Will they bring weapons to the knife fight is the question. So far, unknown, but Sanab is going to get up Weeboy back into this fight, and Somebody's going to be taking revenge.
Oh, revenge indeed. We're talking the elimination. Good Boy was essentially 1 HP before getting revived. Fate desperately wanted to make it a 1-for-1 trade. They're hearing that Uzi show off. He actually was trying to shoot it, I believe, off the door frame there upstairs. So not going to be the case. Will be Xforce down a man, unfortunately. And this is a team that I believe has actually won most of these engagements with Maryland off drop. So them still seeing this sort of competitive fight throughout Primorsk. We're talking this is the last day of league stage. Hot Chicks, I was making note of it at the start of the broadcast with iNCO and Team Liquid, but this is the other engagement of half the maps on Erangel being played. I don't want to see this anymore. Someone's got to give it up.
Someone does. Primorsk is hot, and you can see Klaus on top of the roof looking at these angles. Now we're looking over at seeing if Maryland can make something happen here.
Massive loot
little
advantage
by little.
For Xforce though. Did you see all the loot that they were picking up? They've got multiple, rifles, lots of ammo, and these guys over here still rocking Uzis and knives. It's not looking great for Maryland. They did choose to hot drop this, and so far they've got the upper hand. Xforce has been dropping Primorsk pretty much every game, but this is the third time so far during PMSL America's fall that they have been hot dropped. Maryland doesn't do it every time, but every time they do, it seems to go their way.
Crazy we're seeing hot drops here this late. Yeah, it's wild to see. But Maryland, they're looted up now. They're looted up. They're good to go. They are ready. They know they have the player advantage. So Xforce better start getting on the run sooner rather than later. That's for sure.
I'm liking this look up here. iNCO rotated early, got to Severny, and I mean, they own everything north of the river right now. So looking solid for iNCO. We'll keep an eye on that. Alpha 7 did their Lapoka drop this time around, not North George, and VIP went to Novos, so some different looks this time around, but overall shaping up to be a fairly central zone.
Look at Klaus. Keeping an eye out. He's got that M4.
Choose to leave, though.
Oh, when do you take the shot on Sanab, though? Do you take the shot? He's looking the other way. Got it. Oh, you moved. Oh, man. All right, now you got to dip, right? You got to leave now.
Now we got to leave.
Dude, that's exactly like when I play and you get those AIs and, they move right when you... Oh, bro. Klaus getting punked right there. He lined up that shot, was patient. He's like, okay, is he going to move? No, he's not going to move. Oh, just kidding. I've given up my spot, so they're going to have to move out here. Alim, though, is maybe gatekeeping the exit. So I like what I'm seeing here. He was one of the guys that had quite a bit of loot. And he's going to rotate away, though, from the action.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Xforce, you got to find at least some extra vehicles to make the rotation out. We see 24Ks actually being the one to do it. And I feel those shots from Elam are really to kind of put the question mark into the back of Maryland's mind of getting gate kept. You're going to have to leave this POI spot at some point, and Xforce trying to just delay it as much as possible. I don't believe they're going to go for a little bit of a rotational camp, but unfortunately, we got to bring it up, guys. Xforce losing a player early on Erangel, and I believe as well production has confirmed. Fate in an interview previously last phase said that they're not ever leaving Primorsk. We will fight this tooth and nail as long as it takes. So if you're Maryland or an Xforce fan, I feel like you're almost grinding your teeth seeing a team stay and continue to fight, especially if we're coming up to league finals.
See, I don't have a problem with this, though. It's a city. It has loot. There are places to hide. It's not a shack in the middle of the desert with no loot, right? We've seen the hot drops. We've criticized them before. I don't have an issue with a team defending home turf, right? As long as there's some sort of tactical advantage for being there. But, I feel like Xforce, they haven't been able to get the better of it, but now we see United 4. Oh. Poor VIP, man. They're just getting picked on.
Every time. These guys just keep getting bullied early game. Oh, never mind. Animal with the nade. He said the bank is open. Where are you going? Have another one. How about some of this? And here comes Zaman. Gets knocked immediately. And thirsted. Animal, though. Oh, Prince. Nice shots there with that DP. It was all about the effort, though. You know what I'm saying? It's all about the effort.
Can you consider this that great of an effort, though? Hot Chicks. I mean, the nade off the bank was good, but we got to get more than just one. Hot. We don't get the point off knocks here, Hot Chicks. It's got to be on the thirst. And VIP, we have yet to see the action really start moving for him. He is starting to go downstairs now.
Yep, he's coming in with the nade. He's coming back.
Jump out as well. It's going to be United 4 Gaming. Testing Alonso and will find the knock. Joe Code paired up with him as well on the first floor. Not opting to stay indoor. And for VIP, this is essentially both players have been knocked and eliminated off pushing alone. When are we going to start moving down the stairs here, guys? Does have a molly to his name, Power Bang, but at what point do you just chalk it up and say we got a full send it here now?
Right now. This is when the moment of truth is. Nate is up there. Good throw. That was right where he was hiding before. Lanza not able to connect. But man, gotta give credit to Anmal. Out of position, I think, but he's holding strong. He's got some knocks. He hasn't been able to get a finish yet. But still, he's occupying a building here with 4 enemy players, and he's still living to tell the tale.
See what we can do. Got another one. Animal's going crazy here. All by himself. Unfortunately, couldn't get the final one, though. Jocko surviving just a little bit longer. Prince, run. Prince, run. Get in the fight. They need you. They need you, brother.
Meanwhile, we got some action brewing over in these parts. Wolves, Team Liquid, Jaguar, Resilience. You can see the Wolves split again. Hegor is on that early rotation. They've been going 2-2 and then trying to have the rear of Doran and Coops bring it up with the rest of the squad. It's been risky, but it's paid off for them basically every time. And they've had the discipline not to take those fights on the rotations. We saw Alpha 7 do exactly that on their 2-2 split. They took the fight with ROW and were immediately punished for it 2 games ago. And Wolves somehow showing the discipline to get to those spots. You can see Hegor's in the kill feed taking down Leon, and they're into it now straight out on Nepal.
Prince. Look at him, just watching.
He's got the nade. And we're not close.
And that just let them know exactly where he was. Maybe they thought that he was like left, but nope, those nades are dead giveaway. And Prince, good luck. By yourself, runs right into a nade. Oh, down to 1 HP.
Oh, but you don't want the blue zone to take it though. You gotta push in for it, and he does have boost going, so it looks like United 4 Gaming will pick it up, but all 4 players up. And the crazy thing about it is VIP was camped out at this compound here. They had the split waiting for a team like United 4 Gaming to rotate out of their POI spot, and instead can't even land the shots. Only really the nades and those few pump shots from the VIP member. But turning back to it, you wanted to make note of it, Powerbang. Wolves Esports split. They condensed down towards the apartment buildings. The only other team that's been holding a split, unfortunately for the Wolves, has been Loops Dead Center just to their west.
Yeah, you got Whoops. Yeah, not Whoops, but Loops. They're kicking butt.
There it is.
Just north of Pachinki, and they are holding all kinds of open ground. They've got the church. They've got the compound just north between Pachinki and school. But we also have 9Z kind of out in the open, scouting around, trying to make something happen here. It's like they're operating on the high ground south of Pachinki. So again, everyone just feeling each other out right now. No real battles happening. But what do you guys think about that compound that VIP was holding? As I was kind of going through my memory bank, I can't remember a team actually really holding that super successfully. But we'll pause on that convo as we do have something breaking out right now against ROW. Influence Rage is crashing, Hodges.
Full setting it on the blues. Here we go. Little boy, though. Oh, nice little vehicle swap there. Hops in, hops up the passenger seat. Now with a shotgun. Oh my gosh, almost catches Vitex, but instead catches a whole bunch of lava. Little boy forced to get those heals going. Federal trying to give a molly in return, but man, great hold off there from Rolls of War. Utilizing those mollies, and Vitex finally catches Federal. Shots going back and forth. This is getting crazy. Little boy getting some thirst. Nick, but this is getting nuts.
Yeah, and for Rolls of War, they actually lose it. It's going to be the Influence Rage Slam being able to keep all 4 players up, 2 of them being from Diego, which that molly play, I expected one of the Influence Rage players to get the knock. It came through from a nade alone, but down south, The fight doesn't just stop at Primorsk or Powerbank. Maryland and Xforce continuing to fight just outside of the blue zone, it seems, with Xforce actually having 2 players down, essentially one being picked up now being Klaus, but for either of these squads, you want to make sure that you're able to get the knocks and the thirst this early on in the stages. You cannot allow the resets to happen, and of course, it's not even just 2 fights going on Powerbank, it's 3.
It went from nothing happening, everybody feeling each other out, to, you know, I see that you're in a compound, I see that there are others nearby, but we want yours. And that's kind of what everybody is thinking right about now. Multiple fights breaking out across the map, and it looks like real estate's a bit precious at the moment. You can see Team Liquid just across from 9Z right now, but they're going to have company with Alpha 7 here momentarily as they rotate in to the circle. They're going to the high ground of Pachinki, and they have just successfully cut off Xforce, who is down below out in the blue. That's going to be some free points here if they get spotted out.
Yeah, and they just know.
Sure. Yeah.
Hot Jukes, what I'm surprised about is it's Alpha 7 of all teams rotating down, but the only reason I can think so is that they're watching the elimination feed. They know both of these squads fight on this western edge, and if you're already rotating around Influence Rage, it's just free eliminations. I'm surprised we're not even seeing Alpha 7 full chase these X-Force players.
Well,
I think they wanted to catch them slipping, but once they realized it wasn't going to work out, they're like, nah, let's just focus on getting a good end game here because they need that chicken dinner here, PB.
They do. I mean, so many teams, I think, need this chicken dinner right now. You can see Loops leading the way, 159 points, but it's toss up after that. I mean, honestly, the amount of points available, second place in this League Phase 2, will take 12 head start points into the finals. That's a lot. 12 points is a great little bonus. But if you go all the way down to 9th, which is still kind of in the conversation right now with Team Liquid, that is a totally different story. Only 4 points available all the way down to 10th place.
Place indeed. Feel a team though that's desperately needing points here, Hot Cheeks. Got to be Jaguar. We haven't seen any signs of life out of anyone but M2M, and he's getting the shots down, not getting it close enough with 7 picking one of his own onto the Jaguar players. Now going 1 for 1 for these squads, and if you're Jaguar, you made the rotate, you had the pull up yourself, just allowing iNCO Gaming to land their shots on you. And yeah, I mean, you got to just drive off. This isn't even a play anymore for you to make.
I don't even think driving off's going to work at this point. I think you just got to send it. Hope for a big play, but I mean, it's going to be so tough. You got an intense game now. Look at this. Rafa in the mix. You even got one of their players. I think it's Perrino all the way up on top of the tower.
Brazilians? Oh, man.
Yeah, Brazilians? Where'd you come from?
I think they were from school, but oh my goodness, we're getting a little too active here. Powerbank free elimination for the Jaguar like, player, but we're playing a dip. Do you even just go quiet here? I feel like you just gotta give it up. Let them fight it out above you. Don't even go for it at that point.
M2M's insane. Goes down, hops in the vehicle, gets a heal. He's not out of this fight. Nade's about to come out. It goes down the hill. Will it connect? It's just above Vitaly. Cooked it. Half a second too long. Just a little bit longer. That would have been good. But now we got intense game. Joining the party. And they're going to try to sniff out some activity as well. M2M going to rotate around. Sees the cars ahead of him. He's got nowhere to go, man. He's going to try to get back with the squads. Just wiggle around a little bit. And here are the shots he was trying to avoid. Vitaly comes in. He is not good with the shots, though, and not willing to risk the peak. Potro out in the dip is going to rejoin his teammate, and these two are often the last two that are left alive from Jaguar, and they're going to try to put up a defense against iNCO.
Look at that, Pedrino. Oh, I thought he got saved for sure. Gets taken down, and then now look at Jaguar holding it down, holding the dip. 7's on the push, though. Oh, wow. I'm telling you, MTM is going crazy right now. Potro needs to get this shot on to Bruno's in. But now they're getting shot from Loops on the other side. That causes him to second-guess himself. Not for long, though.
Super dangerous push from iNCO is punished, and M2M still somehow alive. Wow. And now Intense Game wants some. They do get the opening knock on Potro. Too much to handle for M2M. Only a duo out there. I mean, they were able to take down one squad, but the other just too much to ask for. And just like that, Jaguar out of this lobby. We're down to 11 teams. The scarcity of the real estate is starting to show. There are just dips and bumps on this landscape that teams are fighting for at this point. Enigma, it looks like Intense Game has hold up center map right at that nice little hillside.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Intense Game, though, they're down to 3 players. They don't have their 4th member up. With that being said, though, a lot of these teams actually opted to take those early engagements. Battle Tracker on the right show probably half the teams essentially losing 1, if not 2 members to their name. So for any one of these squads, I'm looking at kind of Loops, Esports, Wolves, even Alpha 7. Some of the top dominating squads in the lobby, seeing them having all 4 players up is a little bit too much of a concern for me. And if you're Alpha 7, they're looking to get active on the Influence Rage now, but this Ridgeline, I'm not sure if it's really even worth going for it. I feel this is almost just a heat check again. Jukes coming out from the Alpha 7 boys, seeing if this team is someone that's really going to get a little too over antsy with it.
Oh, boy. Yeah, look at that. Wolves locked dead center again. Finding themselves always in a great position. Loops right up top as well. You got 9Z in Pachinki. Where's this circle going to go? It mostly centers up here. Now it goes a little bit north. Alpha 7 going to have to push on in now. Oh, it's going to be absolute chaos there downside. There is hardly any coverage still left available. There is that building, though, around the right side across the street from Wolves. That is wide open. No one taking it just yet.
It's a tough spot. You can see Alpha 7 headed that direction. They're going to try to slot their way in. They were sniffing out a fight with Influence Rage, but Influence Rage 2 mobile, 2 in the vehicles, and they're not able to make something happen. I really like the suppressive fire coming in from Korea, though, covering his boy as he made the approach. They weren't able to make anything happen, but it's only a matter of time before these squads come together because there's just nowhere to go right now. Colgo takes down a limb. Xforce down to their last member, and they're trying to just limp their way into these final circles. They did promise a win today, but it looks like that's going to have to come on Miramar. Things are getting spicy, though. Wolves center zone. Got Team Liquid in a nice little compound here, holding a great angle against multiple squads, and Loop center zone as well. And then on the far side, you've got United 4 Gaming in control of the open land in the hillsides above Pachinki.
Yeah, I feel though for United 4 Gaming is that there's no one on their eastern edge. So even though they have such prime real estate spots, they're not going to have any elimination potential coming through. But for Shroud and Nepal, they occupied this compound pretty early on after losing Leon to the Wolves spread, now being able to catch out one Intense Gaming player. But I wanted to see this part. Where are these teams going to start going? Because this western side is all for Wolves Esports to play, and Federal is actually going to pull up right in front of the Wolves full 4-man spread, and Coops, he's actually pushing straight in. The pre-fires come in, and the S12Ks land, catching another player down. That's going to make 3 elims for this squad, though. Hot Jukes, I wonder as well, when is Alpha 7 going to move in? Because now Wolves, they've got to deal with 2 squads.
Now's the time. They can hear those shots ringing on out. The third parties can bring. You got Law getting knocked. But Wolves are just holding this plateau. It's a very difficult spot to hold, though. But Influence Rage can't really take this fight because of the shots happening behind them. Chaos is ringing out here on this side of Pachinki. It is going wild. And now you got Wolves. Yeah, what side do you take? You got Alpha 7 on the right. You got Influence Rage right down below. Influence Rage do get eliminated, so that definitely opens things up a little bit. But you got too many monster squads here in battle. Pretty much all the top teams.
Yeah, this is too close as well. I mean, the nades, they're just right up next to him. We saw it was Federal getting knocked there, but if you have it smoked out like Alpha 7 does, you're able to walk straight close and personal. And Gazao, the double nade, actually from Revo as well, getting 2 players from the Wolves here, Powerbang. If you're Igor, this has got to be the damage control scenario. Try to dodge from the loops, but the smoke shots come through, and it's going to be Alpha 7 taking the new prime real estate spots. Loops, they got to move back.
Is this it, boys? Alpha 7's cooking. They're putting the pressure. They just knocked out the Wolves, and now they've got Loops in their sights next. They've made a push into the zone and secured great position, but will they get rewarded? Feel like this road going down the center of the zone is a big, big obstacle. Will it go left or will it go right? It goes left. That's going to favor Loops. Team Liquid and Alpha 7 Now on the right side of the zone, you've got massive open fields to cross. You've got difficult rotations in from the north if you're intense game or straight out of Nepal. And of course, the city fighting down south is going to be intense. All of those squads shorthanded, 9Z with 3 players. Xforce down to a solo here in Klaus. He's trying to survive, and it's Team Liquid looking down upon them all, trying to defend their edge of the zone, but Alpha 7 still hungry. This is what happens, guys, when we see Alpha 7 on the prowl. They tend to just take it to teams, and they're looking to score some big points here, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yes, they are. It's Alpha 7's time to shine. Starting to look like the Alpha 7 of round 1. Klaus forced to hide. Last player up for Xforce, sneaking some points for his team. Got that smoke ready, locked and loaded to try and survive here. Oh, but Team Liquid's waiting for him. Literally, all eyes right in this direction. Let's see how long Klaus can survive.
Oh,
that nade, oh my gosh, almost bounced right into that window. Klaus, good luck, sir.
At least he gets 1 placement point, Hot Jukes. Okay, at least he
Klaus.
gets 1 to his
Ooh,
name.
that's
Oh,
true.
man.
That hurt. Now, Klaus can grief Team Liquid here. This nade is going to be good. He's going to lob that up there. Bing bong.
Wow, ouch.
Where did Ayala's health go? It's almost gone. Klaus, you gotta aim a little better with that
some
thing,
of this?
man. Here, have another one.
Take some of that.
Oh, that's him! Right through the window. Ayala heals up, but it does
some of
not
this?
matter. Klaus is throwing bombs. Here's another one going out to Mythic.
Stun grenade. Stun grenade.
Scare him off.
This is hilarious.
Oh, he's pushing.
He's in here.
He's gonna make it to the building. Chief's there. Oh, he does. DBS in hand. Up close and personal. Oh, Kayowski shuts him down.
Too good to be true, man. I mean, I'm like, there's no way he actually breaches here, right? But it's Klaus. You never know. Straight out of the Paul eliminated. United 4 will get this position on the eastern side of the zone, but it's Loops up north. Intense game, and United 4 out to the east. Got Team Liquid in the south. Got Alpha 7 in the west. Team Liquid, though, a bit pinned, and they are on the edge of the circle. The next shift, they will likely have to move out, but Alpha 7, look at the mobility and look at the coverage that they have in the circle. Alpha 7 hunting right now. We'll see who's next in their sights.
I feel like it's looking like Team
Outta.
Liquid. Korea went all the way over the ridgeline, but he's left alone because Loops applied so much pressure from the ridgeline. Team Liquid understanding the play, and Alpha 7, yeah, you gotta just stick one of these at some point. Gonna be pulling right in front of Team Liquid. Chief going down. Ayala almost getting caught through the window, but for Team Liquid, what is that? The 3rd, if not 4th team that's contested him here, Powerbang, ultimately still keeping all 4 of their players standing.
Team Liquid defends once again successfully, and you gotta think that it's Loops with all of the advantage in this one. Liquid trying to patch themselves up, but Loops gets the zone as well. This is their game to lose, gentlemen. I will say, though, Alpha 7 with another critical mistake. They were on the prowl, on the hunt, and then randomly, Carrillo just decides to crash alone, solo. And of course he's not able to get it done against the squad. He gets dropped, knocked, and flushed. Alpha 7 is forced to commit to the building, and Team Liquid deals the pain that they are known for. This is tough for Alpha 7. They're going to end up going to Miramar, still hunting their first chicken dinner. We've got 3 full-strength squads now. What do you think? Do you think United 4 Gaming has a chance, Hot Jukes? They're out in the open field, but they still got all 4 left alive.
Hey, always a chance. Always a chance, right? I mean, it may be 1%, but there's a chance. You know what I'm saying? Right now, I'll tell you what. There's no chance for anybody to get first place in this round because Loop's got that on lock. I'll tell you that. With how they've been playing here today, they're looking too strong.
Yeah, this might have been the clincher for sure. I mean, they're already up to 4 eliminations, and they're in the top 4, so they're going to get at least 4 rank points as well.
Oh my gosh.
But it looks like they're looking for more than just rank points here. Mythic on the push, but the nades are going to be in. All of them are grouped up. It hits and takes away half of the health bar of multiple players. Adrian out on the other side, so we're into our top 3. All 3 teams at full strength, but not for long. Team Liquid banged up in a big way, but they're putting on the meds trying to get back into this fight against Loops, Enigma.
Yeah, and the smokes are coming through as well. Exactly what we saw from Alpha 7 when they pushed onto the same spot to take out the Wolves. So if you're Loops Esports, you got to recognize that, hey, we've got all of this north side, this compound to still play with. And I was honestly getting a little worried for the Loops boys here, because if Team Liquid, if any of those nades had connected there, it could have allowed United 4 Gaming to make their own rotation. We see as well now Joko trying to get a little bit of an angle himself on a Team Liquid of either of the squads, but we're talking at stage 7 here, Hot Chicks. We've got one more circle shift after this. You've got to be able to play into that next zone, or else you're going to be going out third here.
Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. That next zone, most likely going to center up. You got Ayala, and Team Liquid made it to this position. I think that was a little bit of a mistake there from Loops. Now, yeah, you see what rotation United's going to be able to make here. Loops have it on lock. The only thing that could really work, like really go in the opposite direction for Loops, is if we see United and Team Liquid unite and be like, all right, let's take out Loops first and then focus on each other later. But Kayovski's staring over there in the direction of hate.
I like the rotation of United 4 coming to backdoor Team Liquid here, because Loops is going to really struggle to charge up the hill to third party the fight. I think you leave one member behind to keep them pinned so you don't get rotated behind if you're Loops, but put the pressure on Team Liquid here. But interestingly enough, we got the smoke wall coming out. It looks like they might be doing that, but they are going to group up as a full squad. All 4 members, they do wrap around. Might be too little too late, but we will see. I was hoping to see the hovercraft make the entry to make it difficult to react, but with them all running this distance, I think Team Liquid's gonna spot this out and potentially be able to defend. But you can see Loops is ready to pounce as well. The second fighting breaks out, you can expect a third party coming in from somebody.
Yeah, and I think that United 4 realized that. They're like, if we go ahead and take out Team Liquid here, Loops is going to third party both of us. So I think they're going to try to prioritize Loops first, but obviously if just one of those Team Liquid players sticks his heads out, he's going to get immediately beamed. Fortunately for Team Liquid, they have that just slight little hill there to their advantage, so they're still undercover.
Team Liquid here has great sightlines onto Loops. If any of Loops pops up, Mythic, Kayovski, all of these guys back here can see straight down. So quite honestly, they could team up against Loops, both United 4 and Team Liquid. Clearly they can't communicate that amongst themselves, but you can see backpacks and pans on the ground. We're ready for a snaky final circle. The play zone collapsing in just a couple of seconds. We're in stage 9, and it's about to get dicey, Enigma.
Yeah, but this play by Vitin might just seal the deal for Loops. If he's able to even just catch one of the Team Liquid players with the nade, it opens it up completely for the squad to peek over and start beaming the snakes out in the grass. But we hear it going down. Rafina's actually going to find Mythic with a nade of all things on the edge of the circle. All 3 Team Liquid players now forced into the center.
He's got him.
Loops, yeah, they're calling it out here, Hot Chicks. They understand the situation, but you got to be able to get the shots themselves down, while United 4 Gaming, they're making their own effort. Everyone's starting to fight it out.
Oh, Team Liquid are in a blender right now. The United 4, when are they going to make their move? Now's the time. Loops now setting their eyes on them. Shots ringing back and forth. You got Power hiding behind the tree. Pushing on out. Neil Zada's knocked. It's up to Rata Boy and Rafinha to make a big play here. Vitin, though, up close and personal, shutting them down.
Oh, man. Watch out for Vitin. This is one of the top players in the tournament, and he says absolutely not. This phase is ours. Loops Esports on top yet again, Hot Jukes.
What? That's how you get it done right there. Loops clinched it. They know it. Look at that. High fives all around. Round 2 is a lock, man. These guys so consistent all round long, and then that chicken dinner right there, that's nail in the coffin on this one.
It really is. Loops needing to get that chicken dinner to lock things up here for phase 2. They did exactly that. Vitin at the very end comes out with a DBS and is just like, hey, listen, United 4, it's no big deal. I'm just going to come wipe all of you guys off as if you're just a pesky gnat. And Loops getting their 4th chicken dinner of the phase. They've been so dominant. What is this squad doing, Enigma, to continuously win these games and put so much pressure on these opposing squads, even when it looks like their back's against the wall there?
They've got the synergy for the team on point. I don't think any other squad, maybe other than Alpha 7's got it close to them in these regards, because when it comes to these engagements, it all comes down to the flow, this instinct almost that these players have. And if you're a team that's comfortable taking these engagements like we saw with BT, and I believe actually getting all 4 players there down at the end against United 4 Gaming, That's what you want to see. No hesitation, no doubt, just clear comms and clean shots coming out from people. And for the most part, for Loops, obviously today has been a stellar performance out of them, but it's not just today, right? They finished at first coming into today's matches, and I know for you as well, Hot Chicks, this is a team that you want to see perform like this, and they're doing above and beyond, I feel.
Oh man, yeah, Loops are crushing it right there. Between towards the end, look at this, look, DBS, long range, pow, pow, pow. Nothing United 4 can do. I honestly think that they just needed to push a little bit earlier. Once that we saw that push up, I believe it was from, Rafinha, that's when United 4 Gaming should have just started to send it on them, because if they waited just a little bit too long, allowed Loops to take out Team Liquid pretty much uncontested, and then completely direct all their focus onto them. But you know what? To each their own. It's good to see United 4 Gaming at least make it towards that late game here, PB.
You know, I feel like that was where the experience kind of shining through, and United 4 kind of did things backwards there. They put all of their focus and pressure onto Team Liquid, kind of stealing some of those eliminations and also ensuring that they went out and they secured a second place. I think a more experienced team there hops onto the aggressors, and while Loops had Team Liquid taken care of, I think United 4's got to turn their attention to Loops and ultimately turn the tables, dealing with 2 weakened squads instead of 1 full strength, and then 1 certainly kind of going out. But overall, you can't fault them too much for a second place finish and 15 points. This is another great performance from United 4. Them and 9Z again continuing to elevate the LATAM region. Finally, they're showing up with some gusto. But once again, Brazil on top, occupying all of the other top 5 spots. And then we do see Straight Outta Nepal and Xforce peeking onto the first page as well. For the first time in a while for North America. As we take a peek to our second page, also, we do see some teams that we're hoping to perform a little bit better. Wolves, Influence, Rage, iNCO, Maryland, all of those teams are still within this fight, and now they might not be shooting for 15 head start points, but they can still secure 12, Enigma.
Yeah, and 12, it's definitely a number to say the least, but unfortunately for the Wolves, so many of those teams down below were close to them in terms of just one of those solid games being able to pass them up in that overall leaderboard. But for the match recap as well, we're talking obviously United 4 Gaming up there representing Latam, having damage, the sort of survival time as well that we want to see coming from a lot of these teams. But the rest of them, man, I mean, Brazil just reigning supreme. But a surprise to me, Hot Chicks, is going to be an intense game up here. Time as a squad, not even 15 minutes.
That's crazy. Unbelievable, man. I mean, it's so crazy. You're not even 15 minutes, still putting up 900 damage, though. Alpha 7 was the team that I honestly was like, I was getting pumped because they were looking pretty unstoppable there for a second. Then we saw Carrillo do that solo push onto Team Liquid. Team Liquid doing a great job of stiff arming that. Man, they defended the heck out of that compound. I'll tell you that right now, Enigma. That was wild to see.
Oh,
They
yeah.
made a big difference there on that defense, and it is Vatine squeaking in for the MVP. 6 eliminations, 707 damage, with almost all of that coming in the last 8 seconds of the game. He basically dealt the full squad wipe out to United 4 Gaming, but that is enough to push him over the top to get that MVP, and this is a place he is familiar with being so far this tournament. Vatine absolutely crushing things so far in Phase 2. He has moved up to number 2 in the lobby overall in damage, only behind his teammate in Rafinha with 7,600 damage total. But Vatine, he has the most eliminations out of everybody in Phase 2, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, I tell you what, man, he played that last one to perfection. 700 damage, no grenade eliminations needed. This team right here, I'm telling you, so consistent regardless of the situation. They're putting up points on the board, and then once that door opens for them to close it down, they do. So Loops firing on all cylinders here in round 2. They're going to get 15 head start points for sure. My question is that are they going to be able to continue with this consistency in the finals? Because the finals are going to be an entirely different monster.
You know, it's a great question for sure. And, you know, I think that the story of the tournament so far, while Phase 1 was heavily Alpha 7 focused, now I'm looking more at Loops, right? They've pretty much dominated this particular phase, but they also finished 4th in Phase 1. Alpha 7, they're not in 4th right now. So they are currently behind loops in Head Start points. We'll see if they can make up that gap on Miramar. There's 2 games remaining here in Phase 2. League play is just about over, but not yet. We've got 2 of the best maps still in store for us. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break, but while we do that, we've got Sarpach standing by with Sanab.
All right, guys, here we are with Sanab from Maryland after match 3. You guys are getting kills. You guys are almost making it to the end. What's happening that you're not making it all the way through and winning the matches? O que tá faltando para ganhar a queda?
Então, a gente está enfrentando muito problema entre o começo da partida e o meio dela. A gente não está conseguindo finalizar. Esse acho que está sendo o nosso maior problema, mas a gente está vindo e arrumando os erros e estamos tentando chegar nos endgame e vamos ver se a win sai, né?
Yeah, we're finding a lot of trouble in the beginning in the match and in the middle of the match. We're trying to fix some mistakes also, see if we can make it to the end of the to get a win. What are those problems, though, specifically? O que você acha que são especificamente esses problemas que você falou?
Tipo, a gente perder a gente não marcar a costa direito, a gente não pegar info da frente. Esse é o problema nosso. Não é problema grande, mas são problemas pequenos que atrapalham a gente.
Yeah, we're having problems that we lose a player or we don't clean our backs. We don't get information up front the way that we should. Those are small problems, but they are getting in the way. Good luck to you, bro.
And welcome back to PMSL America's Fall Split. We are into our final 2 games of League Phase. Loops is dominating Phase 2 so far. It was Alpha 7 during Phase 1. I'm Powerbang back with Hot Jukes and Enigma. And I do want to check out how things have shaped up so far this particular game. Let's see how the overall standings are affected. And it's Loops basically clinching things up. Unless Wolves can pull out 2 35-point chicken dinners in a row, Loops has probably got this one in the bag. But second place still wide open. You can see all the way down to number 10. You've got 98 points on the board for United Gaming. So impressive stuff here from many different squads. Way more competitive story this week, Hot Jukes, than it was in Phase 1.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, absolute craziness here. Loops going nuts. I mean, 180 points. Are you kidding me? Wolves have a nice little point gap from second to third, so they got a little cushion here. If they're able to get some good, consistent points, they should clinch that second spot. Now, third is up for grabs big time here, Enigma. With these last 2 Miramars coming up, I mean, if even Maryland, United 4 Gaming pop off, get a chicken dinner, I mean, they could jump up crazy amount of placements.
Yeah, and just 10 points off the placement alone if you get the winner chicken dinner. And for the most part, I got to think it back at Team Liquid, especially today. Their performance has been so solid before we even reach Miramar, their strongest map, I feel, when it comes to this sort of competitive format. But when you're telling me that for third place, we can go all the way down to 10th, potentially clenching out those head start points, I mean, it's something that we can't play around with, PB. I feel like a lot of this lobby's performing well.
They really are. I'm going to come back to Team Liquid's best map on Miramar, but first, we've got an MVP update for you. This is the overall League Phase MVP. Remember, $1,000 prize on the line for our MVP, and for the first time, it's not Revo from Alpha 7. Having a slow Phase 2, Vitin has caught up off the performance of that squad wipe. Last game that we saw, it moves him into the lead as far as the tournament MVP. 76 eliminations for Vitin. Coop's not too far behind there with 62. But we also have Silence and Federal with 60 and 57 respectively. So Vitin overtakes Revo here. Let's go ahead and take a peek at what's upcoming. We've got Miramar for 2 final games. 4 different chicken dinner winners so far. We'll see if they continue to be different or if one of these teams, maybe Wolves, maybe Loops, maybe even a surging Team Liquid, can get their second chicken dinner of the day. One thing I do know is that Miramar about to be lit. It's been crazy every single game so far this tournament. And here are your top performers on the map thus far, Hot Jukes.
Man, absolute insanity. Let's take a look at Miramar. You got an intense game right there with 41 placement points, 6 average eliminations for these top 3 teams here. Wolves, the fact that they've done so well in Miramar is great considering that they're in second place. So as long as, again, they just put up some good points here, they should clinch that spot. Alpha 7, quiet as heck. Now that Revo got passed up as MVP, I mean, when are you going to wake up? I said, you know, like, oh, they always tend to do this. They go crazy and then, you know, slump down and then pop off again. When's that pop off again going to happen? I mean, in the last 2 matches? Come on.
We want to see them roar. They are the lions of the lobby, but so far in Phase 2, they've been quiet, still searching with just 2 games to go for their first chicken dinner of the phase. That's hard to believe, and with the pop-off that we saw from them in Phase 1, Revo, remember, if you flash back to towards the end of Phase 1, this man had 3,000 more damage by himself than the number 2 overall damage dealer in the lobby. Crazy things happening on Alpha 7, but just haven't been quite the same. For me, there's been mistakes today. A lot of the rotations, they chose to take fights when they were 2 and 2 split. They chose to have Carrillo last game just, you know, run into an occupied compound with a strong Team Liquid team defending. They just haven't played quite together like we're normally used to seeing. Maybe Miramar will be an opportunity for them to bounce back. I expect to see dominance from Loops. They've been so good all day long. And maybe Intense Game continues their strong Miramar play as well. I, for one, I'm hoping iNCO Gaming and Wolves can show up for North America. They had a very strong start to the day. They've been a bit quiet over the past couple of games. We'll see if they can get it done, but everything's up for grabs right now. Only Loops seemingly with a strong claim to their position. So with that, let's do some predictions. Who is going to take the victory here? Hot Jukes, I'm going to come to you first.
Alpha 7, maybe? I mean, I think it's about time. I mean, Rev, there's no excuse at this point. I mean, it's just a straight throw if they don't get it done. So hopefully they're able to clutch it up.
I hope so too. We'll see if that is actually able to happen. But one thing that can happen is you and chat can go claim your Amazon gift card. Code is on screen. You can redeem that at amazon.com/redeem. Courtesy of PUBG Mobile. Thank you for that. And Enigma, give us your pick for our winner chicken dinner here on Miramar.
You guys disappointed me. We saw the top teams, and neither of you choosing Maryland. Okay, I get it. They're on the 9th place spot, but we were talking it was only 1 win away for them to shoot up into 3rd place. So my pick, I got to go with the team I started at the beginning with here, PB. It's got to be Maryland.
I mean, I respect it, but, after that pick of Liquid being strong on Miramar so far, I don't know, man. I don't know. This is a team that's hot dropped and got wiped so many times. I'm still waiting for Team Liquid to bounce back on this map. I did pick Maryland myself, though, last game, and I was not rewarded for that. Maybe you'll have different luck than me. I'm going to go with Team Liquid for this particular game. They've honestly been pretty impressive today, and if they can just not hot drop that particular building along with iNCO, but it does look like that's the case here at this. I mean, we'll see. iNCO is pulled off. It looks like iNCO is pulled off. They're down south. Oh my God. I was like, is this really happening again? But it also looks like Team Liquid is going a bit further, possibly to Hacienda del Patron, and they'll be able to loot up there safely. So that is a compound, in my opinion. You might fight for that one because there is a lot of loot. Man, that was scary.
Too scary. No hot drops. I don't want to see none. This is it. These are the championship rounds. It's so crazy because these head start points can be the difference of making it to the next stage and not. It really comes down to that. I mean, we've seen it happen where the cutoff is missed by just 1 or 2 points. So you got to give it all you got here. You got Alpha 7 high up north. They're not taking their El Pozo drop because it was just a little bit too far from the plane path. But it does end up paying off because the zone is right locked on them. So now you got Loops looting up, getting ready here. These guys are chilling. I'll tell you that right now, Enigma. Nothing to worry about.
Yeah, I'd be worried as well if I was some of these other teams, possibly even Alpha 7, the name to bring up, a squad that finished at the top when it came to head start points coming in now to this phase. If you're Loops, seeing you're the first place team, right? You've secured yourself those head start points going into the finals. Why not look at those other sort of overperforming teams that came from phase 1, possibly even to this phase 2, and try to prevent them from getting more points, right? Don't allow them to move up the leaderboard. And you made great mention of it here, PB, when it comes to Miramar. These Brazilian squads love this map because they start to dominate when they get the momentum going.
We're going to talk more about that domination and also the value of these head start points in just a moment. But first, we've got Kaya standing by with Neil Zada from Loops.
Hey guys, so I'm here right now with Neil Zada from Loops Esports, right after they got their winner chicken dinner today, and they're already in the first place at the overall ranking, so I want to know about that. Yesterday we talked to Rafinha, and he said that they were testing a few things to see the best strategy for the finals, and I want to know, do you already have in your mind what are you going to do at the finals? Do you know exactly what strategy you're going to do?
A gente veio usando esses últimos dias para testar, a gente veio bem, reajustamos tudo e estamos prontos para a final. Ainda tem mais 2 quedas no dia de hoje, vamos testar novas coisas em Miramar e ver se vai dar certo para a gente chegar firme na final.
Okay, so basically, yes, the last 2 days particularly, were more to test things, new things, and see what works best. But yet they have Miramar to play, and in Miramar they're going to test new things as well. So they're just trying to do their best for the finals so they can fight for the trophy. And also, I want to know about Hato Boy now that he joined Loops. It's been like 4 or 5 months maybe. And I want to know how exactly did he add up to the team?
A gente veio de uma PMSL sofrida junto com a entrada do Rato e fomos se ajustando. A entrada do Rato é um grande jogador que chegou junto para somar com a base que a gente já tinha e tá dando tudo certo.
So basically, they came from the PMCO, and it wasn't that easy for them. So they had a lot of hard work until they get here. But Hato Boy is a great player, and they are working very well together. So it's working, as we saw, really good for them. And now, if you want to send a message for anyone.
Mandar abraço aí pra minha família que tá assistindo em casa, minha mãe, meu pai, minha avó, minha tia. E é isso.
Okay, so basically a shout out for his family, everyone who's watching them. And that's it. Congratulations on the match, and thank you for the interview.
Shout out to the familia. All right, we got a great interview there from Outta and Loops. Interesting fight starting to break out here. Resilience, Madian just on the run again. This man just seemingly the rabbit at a greyhound race, just being chased everywhere right now. And he's going to try to go 1v4 as the squad finally rolls up to help. Not quite full strength yet. He goes down, not able to buy quite enough time here. And it's ROW getting the upper hand, at least to start off this fight. We'll see if Resilience wants to continue it or if they choose to just retreat. And they are not feeling super confident still with only 37 points in their back pocket for Phase 2. They will retreat, and now that, squad above knows who they are, will they chase? Looks like Ro is going to be watching them retreat, but the conversation we were having kind of right before we went to the interview was about how valuable some of those head start points are and kind of how things currently sit in the standings. And I mean, when you look at things, I'm kind of keying on Alpha 7 sitting at 108, right? This is just a couple of points behind some of our leaders that are ahead of them. And this is a squad that, like, first split this spring, they had 27 head start points that they brought into the finals. And I mean, that was the difference between them actually placing well versus, some of the opponents. I mean, they finished just 1 point out of second place, and it's not just bonus points on the line, and it's not just scores on the line. It's cash money, Hot Jukes.
That's right.
These guys are playing for big money here as well.
Absolutely. You got some serious cheddar on the line. So now that I was thinking about it, right? If you're Loops, I was talking about like, oh, you're chilling, you're in first place. But there's even more money that is on the line, boys. And you know what money that is? That MVP money, right? VT.
Oh, yeah.
I think that if you're Loops right now, you're trying to focus on getting your boy as many eliminations as possible because that gap is not too far away. If Rebel starts heating up here, right? He could definitely grab that MVP back. So I think that should be the strategy for Loops. What are you thinking, Enigma?
Oh, it's gotta be. When you start putting the phrases of $1,000 into your boy's pocket, of course it's gotta be that now. The dollar signs, I mean, they make the world go round for the most part, to me, to say the least. But not only that, but also, of course, your placement alone, just through the combined total of the league stages, there is a prize pool for that as well. But PB, it comes down to those last few games, right? Obviously, we have the 2 today, but what I'm referring to more of is when it comes to that finals gameplay here. Those bonus points, those 1 or 2 differences that these squads might potentially have coming into that final day of the grand finals, it's something that you can't take lightly. And with it being that $200,000 total essentially for this tournament up on the line, you're always wanting to finish near the top. But when you're at the top, the problem is holding on to it, right? And the only team that we've really seen been able to perform like that throughout any tournament, to say the least, from our region is Alpha 7.
So far, so good for them. They're having a bit of an off phase 2 so far, but one other little, I guess wrinkle we can throw into the placements. Our $60,000 goes out to league phase, right? There's a lot of prize money on the line just for league phase. So, teams are going to be combining their first phase performance with their second phase performance, and the higher you are up the leaderboard, I'm looking at Loops, they might be able to secure more prize money. Now, a couple of games ago, I did get a status on that. It was Wolves by 3 points over Loops, and by just a couple of more points over Alpha 7. Loops has since overtaken them with their recent performance. I don't have the exact numbers, but it is very close for the top overall spot, and lots of prize money is on the line. So these teams, like Loops, despite having maybe clinched their 15 points in head start money, they got to keep playing for the prizes, man, because it is not said and done just yet.
Not at all. They got to try to get that extra grand for that MVP, but more importantly, that overall league stage cash. So no breaks for the Loops. for the Wolves as well, considering that it was that close just not just a couple games ago. So Wolves are looking to clinch this for sure. And again, it's just shocking for Alpha 7 to have such a difference from round 1 versus round 2. I think we saw like Revel, he had the MVP, was like over 70 eliminations. So far in round 2, he only had 22. So over 50 of those were in round 1. Double the performance, which is crazy to see. Last 2 matches though, Alpha 7 with 1 elimination and a good solid position in this circle. Let's see if they can put it to work. They're dead center now. No more edge play for them.
Pew, pew. Yeah, I feel like they can. They're a team that definitely is willing to play center, I feel. They're not actively griefing themselves by rotating to the edge of the circle and looking for fights. And with it being Miramar, a lot of these teams, I'm not sure if we can pull it up onto the map real quick or if this fight's going to unfold, but a lot of these teams, Powerbang, I'm looking at it, they're making the same exact rotations, and this is what I was referring to. SON stopping, trying to gatekeep Jaguar on this far eastern side of zone.
Jaguar's been getting gate kept quite a bit.
Oh my gosh, poor Jaguar. They got beat up last game.
They've had a rough go of it this phase, and they're trying their best right now, currently sitting in 14th. They do get the opening knock, though, on Straight Outta Nepal here, and this is a fight that they need to have. They actually vault into 13th place with that knock because they are going up against the current 14th place team. So Straight Outta Nepal going to give that one up. They lose a member. They're going to try to live the fight another day here. We're still into it, though. ROW Tonka through the window, taking down one of the Resilience players, and it is all bets off right now. Royals of War on the push, and Resilience looks like their days may be numbered.
Resilience. How resilient can they be here? Gets the knock on to Tonka. Let's go. Oh, but Dominar's right there. They do end up losing a player here. So Rolls of War don't end up finishing this cleanly. David with the jump down is going to finish that out, though. There goes Resilience.
I think I heard
Wait,
the
Xforce?
comm. He's one shot.
Xforce?
He's one shot. Yeah, Xforce is rolling in. They're deep in the blue, and they are rolling into this fight. Do they stop, or do they prioritize zone position? They're not exactly full health themselves. You can see a lot of their health bars like halfway or less, and now you can see M2M finishing the deal again straight out of Nepal. 2 more players left for them, and now Splat gets gunned down on the outside with Potro. Wolf trying to have the last laugh here. He is beating him up good, and look at this. They're sending it into the compound. KC on the push, but he's immediately dropped by Carling God.
Yeah, stopping right in front of the windows, not the best situation if you're that SON member. And for Jaguar, it's a big knock and elimination for him because it allows those 2 players outside to potentially get reset up. And Wolf, he's not even looking for the damage control on a Jaguar. He's trying to clean up the rest of the squad. But when you do that sort of play, you're allowing the reset to come through. The FAMAS does get 1, almost 2. But M2M, he seems to be winning every single 1v1 engagement right now. But we go right back down south here, Hot Jukes. You wanted to see Xforce get active here, and they're doing just that. Actually eliminated one of the ROW players, and they're going to make it all 3 under their belt.
Take him out of there. Xforce getting some eliminations. They definitely need him. Unfortunately, not having the same success they had yesterday. Coops into it with VIP. Man, these teams at the bottom of the leaderboards are just getting bullied at this point by all the top dogs. Doran. Oh, that Molotov onto Zaman. That's going to do it. Prince on the other side. Does Doran risk a 1v1? Or does... No. Igor's right there. 2v1 situation. Oh, he gets knocked. But good for them. Good support. Doesn't have to worry about getting thirsted instantly. Yeah.
He was the meat shield, headed in, trying to distract a little bit while the team from the back line was getting it done. Wolves win the fight. VIP out of here. And just like that, our bottom 3 teams have left the lobby. Jaguar still holding on. They're going to go into it now with iNCO, and this is not what iNCO was hoping for. Trying to get it done. McGrellin rolls up. Good shots here from Carling God. Where is M2M? That's my question.
He doesn't need him.
M2M's gone. M2M is gone. It's just Splat, and Splat is not the one to save you. Unfortunate, but Jaguar is out of here. Or no?
No, they're still alive.
They lived. There's a third party.
Survive.
Man, Influence Rage stealing so.
Jaguar have a chance, boys. Jaguar have a chance.
At what?
No.
Let me clarify.
A 10th, maybe.
And make it into the next game.
Yeah,
well, I think that's
true.
Guaranteed at that point. But
very true.
See, I'm
Peek at
going
the Wolves here.
here.
Hey, look at that position, though. Alpha 7.
Yep.
Already positioned. You got intense game. These are the teams that have been the best performers. Team Liquid still alive, center zone. So again, a lot of our early kind of keep your eyes on these teams seems to be ringing true once again here.
Yeah, but if you're Wolves, so when do you choose to give up this split? I mean, I know they've got a lot of control and they've been feeling themselves all day here, but there's always the moment of overheating in these games, and they do have the 4 eliminations early on already, but you just made note of it, Powerbang. Intense game and Alpha 7 both being the teams next to you. I feel like if you were to give a knock to any of those teams, they very well might just look for the fight for you.
They might.
They might.
Wolves on the split. Alpha 7 chilling. They did
Igor.
lose one earlier to Influence Rage.
That's far.
That's a big arm on that man. He's got some well-developed shoulders. Look at that. Woo! Coming in clutch with the nade. Man, I think you follow that one up, but he just doesn't have any more utility on him.
He ain't got no more. He's got a molly. But it doesn't have that same weight to it, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you gotta throw those mollies end over end, get that centrifugal force, get the liquid in the bottom of that bottle, you know? Just gotta be careful not to have it blow up in your hand.
That's right. You gotta light that thing on fire. Oh, go! Pushing on the Coops. Isolating them. Doran, nothing he can do from that range. Oh my gosh, though. Never mind. Yeah, look at that. Those shots coming from downtown. Doran shutting down 9Z on the other side. Remix. Wow, look at that UAS burning all the way up to him. Not able to get the finishes, though.
Yeah, that's just a little too disastrous for me. I wonder when Wolves are really going to be able to start pinning down the 9Z players for thirst, but with them holding so much terrain, they just left Coops out, hung out to dry, and the full reset coming through to 9Z. It's not like 9Z's in a great spot, but this allows other teams to start moving around you, and with the reset coming through now for Remix, it's always the question mark of how long is it going to take for you to flush these people out, because we're 16 minutes into the match, almost 17. This circle shift closing is going to allow all these other teams to start rotating around the map. And, well, thankfully, Igor now is finally able to find the shots for the smoke. But it's always going to be an at what cost? 9Z now is a duo here, Hotchuk. How long can they live for the squad?
It's not looking like very long right here. Wolves are now avenging their brother Coops. Baton. Oh, Milos is applying some suppressive fire there on the Baton, so that's helping out big time. Oh, he has the shots. Yeah. Threading the needle.
Look at this little filthy angle that Milos has.
Yeah.
He's like prone looking out of a little hole between the vehicle and the rocks. You're not going to miss this shot.
Oh, my legs.
Finally, though, getting
My
hit from
toes.
another angle. I was wondering if he was going to be exposed in some point. It was just too perfect, but Milos having to duck back, and he's going to hide behind them rocks.
Oh, what do you do if you're Doran, though, right now? Against Maryland. The only thing you can do, hit those.
Does he hit those?
He does. But can he hit more than those? Just, yeah, he hit one. Oh, teammate, there you go. Suppressive fire.
Oh, we're
never
pulling
mind. He
up.
just pushed it up. He said, come to me. Push with me, brother Doran. Never mind.
And we're leaving.
Second thoughts.
That's fine. Well, they are a 3-man, Hotchuk. It's not like they're going to just stay and play in the open.
That's true.
But they're actually going to condense that. I thought they'd try to hold the water treatment hillside still, but if you focused enough on that northwestern edge, it's going to be Influence Rage now making the full send dive as a 3-man here. And it's going to be right into the intense game squad, congested on this compound. If you're Padrino, you got to be questioning if you're going to find the shots, and it's actually going to be Adrian they slam onto. Free knock and elimination. If you're Influence Rage, you basically just got away with murder, I think, Powerbang. This is a prime spot in circle.
Yeah, it seemed premeditated to me. I mean, I've never seen Adrian go down so fast, honestly. That was impressive from Influence Rage.
Now you got an intense game, being neighbors with Influence Rage. Keeping an eye on the Wolves. Meanwhile, you got Alpha 7 on the north side of the circle, playing it very sneakily. Xforce getting beat up, Rafinha. And Loops holding down the Hacienda del Patron. Look at that, Neil's out on top of the roof. He's got all the angles in the world.
one of my favorite spots on the map. You got 360 view of everything. As long as your teammates are covering other angles, you can really have your way with a lot of the people out in the distance. Xforce being that squad right now. Loops with great sight lines looking out there. I will say it's a sad deal that we lost Coops for the Wolves, but the rest of the team crushing it right now. Doran and Higors both over 500 damage, both with 3 eliminations. They've got 8 right now between them. But they are huddled all in a singular spot. They're going to have to make it difficult for these teams to push their way in.
Yeah, because Loops are going to have to... They don't want Xforce to get set up because they're out of position in the circle. Xforce do just get destroyed, though. That was Team Liquid actually stealing some of those eliminations as well. So now Loops on the move. You got Wolves. They got a building. 8 eliminations to their name, so already a rock-solid game for Wolves. But when is Alpha 7 going to start waking up? That is the question.
I think it's when this next circle pops.
You think so?
Gotta be how it kind of moves. Yeah, it's either they're gonna possibly full send like Influence Rage did, dead center, or they possibly might make some crazy wide rotation into United 4 Gaming or the Team Liquid boys. But is out. He's already trying to scout a bit, and this is some sort of brilliance here going on. Every team in the center not wanting to peek at all, wanting to play desperately for the late game, which allows Alpha 7 to really start collecting information. And if you're Alpha 7, maybe you even prefer having one of your players out and eliminated, because then he can absorb all of the angles, all the information that you guys are understanding, and potentially give you the best scenario possible. But circle closing here, Power Bang. It's going to be shifting. It's going to be dead center onto the compound. I'm interested in seeing now Influence Rage, intense game. Which side of the compound gets slammed, as well as if the Wolves trio up at that gas station up northwest, if they'll be able to hold back one, if not maybe even 2 or 3 squads crashing them.
I'm looking at Wolves. They don't have to move right now. They've got a spot that probably will maybe next circle be phased out, but for now they're kind of safe here. They just got to be able to defend it. It's interesting because they're so used to playing split. This time they've got to defend with all 3 in the same building, and it is United 4 bringing the challenge, but they're getting help from Maryland across the street. The third party strong. Powers Outta goes down in the background. You've got Alpha 7 potentially sniffing out a third party as well from the east. But in comes Joako, nade out. Wow, gave up his back for a moment there. Higors goes for the play. Now he's got to watch out for these nades.
He survives the third party. Carrillo saving the Wolves here as Alpha 7 punishes United 4 Gaming. And now it's just up to Hate all by himself. A man with a dream. An S12K couldn't do nothing against 3 Wolves. And the push is denied with the help of Alpha 7. So Wolves live to fight just a little bit longer.
They've got a nice little compound, right? They're defended on all sides from multiple other squads. It makes it very difficult to actually breach that. And now they don't have to worry about really any other crashes. They're going to have that nice little spot in the zone, at least for now. Team Liquid is eliminated. Federal, I guess they still have a couple up. It zoomed out like they were gone, but Loops goes out in 7th place. Still have a few up from Team Liquid. Hanging strong right now. Maryland on the ridge. This is your pick. Enigma, and they're actually doing all right with a full squad still alive. They're the only team at full strength right now.
Yeah, and it'd actually be really big if they could have gotten that knock on a Kowski and the Murata, but unfortunately the Overwatch for Team Liquid reigning too strong, and it's actually going to look like the rest of the boys are going to be pulling up. Team Liquid, even with them being a man down, they understand they've got to take this fight, but getting knocked immediately out of the vehicle is not the way you want to start it. Make it a 2v4, make it a 1v4 situation here, Hot Jukes. Maryland's my pick, and they're making light work of Team Liquid.
Ooh, Team Liquid out of there, man. Maryland throwing some heat-seeking missiles there. Beautifully done. Look at the leaderboards, guys. Only teams in the top 10 are still alive in this match. I'm telling you, we're going to see these leaderboards shake up here, especially if we see Intense Game, you know, get some big points on the board, which we know they're gonna, because they are dead center of the map. You got Influence Rage on the other side. You know, the right play is for both these teams to just keep eyes in their own separate directions. And then once everybody else is gone, then fight each other for that chicken dinner. I mean, it's going to be one heck of a game here, PB.
That's a great point. I'm watching these teams. You've got Intense Game and Influence Rage kind of chilling in the compound here. And Alpha 7 is bringing the heat. They come in, immediately get the knock, and they are punishing Intense Game, making quick work of that squad. Alpha 7 enters the top 4. Immediately Influence Rage is like, we're going to third party this. But honestly, there's no advantage to take here. I mean, Alpha 7 just cleanly wiped Intense Game. Did not suffer a knock or even a shot worth of damage here. Impressive push from them. They move into the compound and now own center circle.
Like Influence Rage signed a lease with Intense Game. They're, all right, you guys stay over there, we'll stay over here. And that lease was just immediately taken by Alpha 7 in an instant. It's like, okay, yeah, I guess we'll be brothers with Alpha 7 now, right? We'll see how that works out. Crazy.
That was absolutely bananas. Now Wolves are going to be moving. I will say I was watching that matchup, Alpha 7, Intense Game. Who would do what? And with those 2 points, Alpha 7 will pass up Intense Game in the standings. So that's another head start points they should secure. And next up is Influence Rage, and they're still alive. So it is not over yet. We'll see if the Wolves are able to secure position. Brother, you are driving backwards, Doran. I don't know if you realize.
Man.
Hey, the tire was popped. That's the only play he could do there, PB, but it's crazy is the fact that they got 2 of the Wolves players on the cross there. Not just Maryland, but Alpha 7 taking pod shots across the zone. And for the Wolves, it looks so good, and then we see that one player turn towards the center of the circle saying, oh, wait, I'm in the open to 3 different players. So,
yeah,
unfortunate play from the Wolves. 12 eliminations, though, Hachu, so I feel you can't be too mad about this game still.
For sure. I think Wolves, that was the right play. I think if they were able to actually get a clean fight on that hill for Maryland, that was really their only option. Unfortunately, though, it opened up their sight lines to Alpha 7, and that shuts down the Wolves. But now we got Maryland versus Alpha 7 versus Influence Rage. Who's going to win this one?
It's got to be Alpha 7, right? Like, Maryland's the one with momentum, but the Alpha 7 hasn't won yet. It's their time. We got to see it. I mean, they look clean going in and taking this compound away from Intense Game, too, and that is no slouch of a team. But for once, it's Influence Rage that's not on fire. It is Alpha 7. I feel like Influence Rage has suffered at the hands of Molotovs all tournament long, playing Flora's Lava. And here we've got Alpha 7. Look at this. The only team kind of on the outside right now is Maryland. But again, they're the ones that are full strength. It's these other 2 squads that are a man down with just 3.
Ooh, Alpha 7 have the biggest disadvantage. I mean, they're completely sandwiched. They can't leave the building. And it's a lot easier to handle the fight outside of the building rather than inwards. Unless, of course, you're Alpha 7 in Intense Game. That ended in literally a snap of a finger. But Federal just keeping his eye out. They're going to let this go all the way down to the final circle and just wait for that timer to push them and make plays. It's anyone's game. I think it's literally a coin toss who wins here. Enigma, what do you think?
I feel it's the team that has the most utility. Maryland, I was seeing 1 or 2 of the players had 5, if not 6 frag grenades in his backpack. Alpha 7, of course, they did that clean wipe onto Intense Game, but both those squads using utility just to confirm the knocks they got in that engagement. Influence Rage as well. They had the slam, even though they're down to just, I believe, 3 players they need to deal with. Maryland possibly having the outside angle. So my bet is still going to be the team I chose, Maryland, but it definitely still is anyone's game, especially when it comes to these sort of building finishes. But every player now, they're trying to snake it out and, well, try to see if anyone's really going to make a mistake here, PB.
It's going to be tough. I was thinking that they might just wait this out till stage 9 because as it sits, nobody has to move. But I do see Maryland probably closest to the edge right now. And without hard cover, they're going to have to dart their way into that building in front of them. And that should be covered by Influence Rage. So going to be curious to see what happens when these circles do start to shift. We're 10 seconds away for the next zone. And it should pop to stage 9 where it just starts to collapse. And all of these teams going to have to figure it out. But with the added chaos of Papa Blue.
Papa Blue is vicious. My instincts are telling me that we're going to see Maryland and Influence Rage fight it out. Alpha 7 third parties and wins it. Maryland do have the man advantage, though. Let's see what happens. I think whichever 2 teams fight first, lose. So let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, where's the boost, man? Get those adrenaline shots pumping.
Yeah. Get that extra little run speed.
It's time to get that adrenaline going because the zone is coming in. And these teams are going to be forced to make a move at this point. It is almost time to see who's going to win our 5th map of the day. First Miramar up for grabs. Maryland and Alpha 7 both looking for their first victory. It's been elusive for them both. And Influence Rage still trying to secure more head start points. They've just been holding strong to their top 5 position. They're teetering on the edge of letting other teams pass them by.
Oh man, look at this angle too. Federal just right up close next to Alpha 7. Little boy actually made it to the building. So Alpha 7, you wanted to know which 2 teams were going to be fighting here, Hot Chicks. I believe it's going to be Influence Rage and Alpha 7. Little boy getting real close here, is wanting to give the signs of aggression. And I'm actually interested in seeing if he might try to jump onto the roof given the chance.
Little boy getting active. He's all by himself. He's isolated though. Let's see if Alpha 7 can take advantage of it. It looks like they're gonna. Guizao jumps out the building, pops right back in. Little boy goes down. Revel getting those confirmations, trying to get that MVP locked down. As he's still alive here, it's anyone's game. Maryland throwing the nade inside. Double! And just like that, it is all over. Maryland clutch the chicken dinner.
That was a massive grenade through the window, takes out both Influence Rage players in one fell swoop. And just like that, the momentum swings in favor of Maryland. And for the first time, they walk away with a chicken dinner in phase 2. Enigma, you've called it correctly again. Maryland coming with a big chicken dinner. Man, where have these guys come from? They were near the bottom of the standings, and I gotta think that now they might be pushing top 5, top 4 after they finally secure a chicken dinner.
Hey, we said it at the beginning of the game. That squad is 1 win away from breaking into that top 3, top 4 range. And for them, I think getting all of the eliminations there, going into that end game circle, they've got to be in that double-digit elimination counter. But Maryland alone, they themselves being able to rotate through the circles, deal with Wolves, deal with the likes of Alpha 7. And yeah, it got maybe a little sloppy there at the end, but it doesn't matter if you get the winner chicken dinner, baby. And all these squads, they aim for a power bang, but only one team gets it at the end.
That's so true. Wolves not the team to pick it up. They were beat down and bullied by some of the other squads on the battlegrounds. Same with the likes of Xforce. They found out what it means to try to camp outside of Hacienda up a throne. They get taken down by the boss. And here they're trying to defend against United 4 Gaming. They do it successfully, but not able to cross the street. And it was all Maryland all the time at the end of this one, Hot Jukes. Man, exciting end to this one.
Man, that was crazy to watch here. I know, Maryland is so hype. I mean, Sanab, such a veteran in this game. He was on the Alpha 7 roster for years. He knows what it's like to be at the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile. Now, rocking a different squad here and putting in some work. Look at that, 6 eliminations. You know it's got to feel good, boys, right? To be able to get the chicken dinner over your old team, it's got to feel great. And I'm so proud to see this guy have success here.
As the squad finally rolls up to help, love to see it. So we got Squash and we got G-Boy also chipping in. They're adding 5 eliminations as well, so 11 total for Maryland. This is a great game and one that they desperately needed to get themselves back in contention. And I will say, finishing in 15th, 16th place, quite a few, head start points difference than finishing near the top of the tables. But Maryland not calling it quits just yet. I'm loving the dedication and the effort coming through, even at these late stages of phase 2. You can see Alpha 7 so close, yet so far. Once again, they finish in 2nd. I thought they were going to go down 3rd, but that nade took down Influence Rage, like I said, in one fell swoop. Wolves so close as well, 4th place, but they did pick up 12 eliminations, so a big game from them. That's going to add to a nice little padding that they have in 2nd place, Enigma.
Yeah, and the padding alone is going to be something that they want to finish at least in 2nd. We made mention Loops securing the 1st place off that last Erangel win, but this last column, it's essentially the same thing we've said all day. I feel, Hot Chicks, these same teams being at the bottom, but one team that we felt did have signs of life, unfortunately just not breaking that top 8, it's got to be Team Jaguar. The 7 elims we saw, we caught a lot of it, unfortunately just didn't make it to that late game.
Yeah, unfortunate for them.
Here's the match recap. We've got Maryland with the damage, but it wasn't the most damage. Wolves in that honor there, and they did not even have a full squad for very long. You can see both them and Alpha 7 losing members early, but it didn't impact their performance all that much. Same with intense games, so teams making do as much as possible, and it was Maryland with a full squad all the way to the very end, and that ultimately gets them the chicken dinner. So let's check the MVP for this particular game. It's our first Miramar of the game, and it's none other than Sanab out of Maryland. And this is great because we got a chance to talk to him. We gotta hear the interview, and just like that, good luck to be had all around. 60 limbs, 677 damage, crushing it right now. 677 damage. You know what I'm saying, Enigma?
Don't even get me started with that. Please don't. You and 7, man. You guys just love getting me whenever I say 6-7 for the most part. But yeah, no. Good performance. Maryland, obviously the team I chose, but I wanted this performance out of them from phase 1. Not just today, not just that game. And thank you for them. I feel hot cheeks with us seeing this sort of improvement out of them. I feel they're in a pretty good shot to show us some moves coming finals.
Yes, sir, indeed, man. I mean, like I said, it's always the best to see a team get red hot towards the end. And Maryland, they've got a heck of a roster. They got some all-stars on there, and for them to clutch out a chicken dinner second to last for the league stage, I mean, what more could you ask for? Good to see here.
Great to see indeed. Miramar, the first game delivers as usual. Good news, though, is we've got one more coming up. The final game of PMSL America's Fall Split League Phase number 2. Who will secure their head start points and help their team the most headed into the finals? Well, tune in to find out. We'll take a quick break, and we'll see you guys in a minute.
Get rewarded for assisting teammates in ranked classic mode. Earn co-op points by rescuing, recalling, or healing teammates. Reach 100 points to redeem co-op supply crates at any shop and match. Open them to get random supplies. Work with your teammates to claim victory.
Chicken killer, 삼계탕 dinner.
Hello?
Okay.
Oh my god!
مرحبا، أنا عبيدة. اليوم رح أحكي لكم عن ببجي موبايل وكيف فزت بالجائزة الذهبية. كنت لاعب ببجي قديم بس ما كنت بعرف إنه في شيء اسمه مود واو لتصميم الخرائط. في صديق إلي اسمه نور VIP، هو مصمم خرائط وهو اللي شجعني إني أدخل هذا المجال. لما قدمت وصرت مصمم رسمي، أول خريطة عملتها كانت عن العمالقة. وقتها ركزت كثير على التصميم والشكل، بس الصراحة أهملت الفكرة، وأعتقد إنه هذا هو السبب اللي خلاني أخسر بهاي الماب. بس بالرغم من هاي الخسارة كسبت منها خبرة. بعد هاي التجربة قررت إني أشتغل على الخرائط بشكل أعمق. صرت أركز على الفكرة مو بس على الشكل. بماب الثاني حاولت إني أدمج بين الاثنين، بس مع الأسف كمان خسرت. مع ذلك ما استسلمت واعتبرت إنه كل تجربة هي خطوة للأمام. بالماب الثالثة قررت أجرب طريقة مختلفة تماما، وبما إني ما بحب استخدم شيء ما بفهمه، صرت أجرب كل الخيارات اللي قدامي. شو ما بيطلع قدامي حاول إني أتعلم وأفهمه. بعدها اجت مسابقة عن الفضاء، قدرت اطلع بفكرة مغامرة فضائية مميزة. كتبت كل افكاري على ورقة وبعدها بلشت أصمم الأشكال اللي بدي إياها. بعد ما انتهيت من تصميم الأشكال بلشت أشتغل بالأجهزة وأدخل أكواد البرمجة. بصراحة بالواو البرمجة سهلة، بس لازم يكون عندك فكرة عن أي لغة برمجة تانية. لما تكون تفهم أساسيات أي لغة برمجة تانية بيكون التعامل مع برمجة واو سهل جدا. وأخيرا بعد شغل دام لأكثر من أسبوعين وبفضل كل الاشياء اللي استخدمتها وتعلمتها قدرت افوز بما بالفضاء وربحت الجائزه الذهبيه، وكان هذا بعد شهرين فقط من انضمامي لبرنامج واو. نصيحتي لاي شخص ناوي يبدا، لا تقلد حدا، خلي عندك فكره جديده وتعلم كل التفاصيل الموجوده قدامك. استخدم كل قدراتك اللي تعلمتها داخل فكرتك الجديده، طبعا اذا كانت تتناسب مع الفكره. بالنهايه شكرا لفريق واو ستار على الفرصه الرائعه، وان شاء الله يعجبكم الفيديو وتكونوا دائما مستعدين للافكار الجديده اللي راح اقدمها.
Time to dig in.
Hold on!
Oh, you want a photo? I got you.
No, to the right. Oh, no, left.
Left, like here?
A little bit lower.
Victory
Yes!
belongs
We've
to
got
us.
this!
What are you doing?
It's Crazy Chicken Day! Play PUBG Mobile together! Push your rank, get valuable rewards, and complete missions to win cash prizes!
Crazy Chicken Day! Be my best teammate!
And welcome back to PMSL America's Fall Split. We're in our final game of League Phase 2, and it is none other than Loops crushing everyone in the lobby so far. But things behind Loops have gotten pretty interesting, with multiple teams absolutely bringing the heat here on our last day of Phase 2. Hot Jukes, what do you make of the action so far? I want to check the overall standings and kind of see how things shake up.
Let's take a look here. We got Maryland moving up to 4th place. Alpha 7 in 5th. Are you kidding me? Man, these guys can steal 3rd away from Influence Rage. And this last game, only a 5-point difference. This is gonna be a blast to watch here, PB.
It really will. Wolves actually, with their consistency, you know, they're not winning the game necessarily, but being in the top 4 every game, they've got a nice little almost 20-point gap between them and 3rd right now, so they just need to do a little bit to keep it. They're not going to catch Loops, but they could lock up another 2nd place finish. That would give them 12 head start points, which would be 24 for the entire league phase. So Wolves actually in a prime position to get things done as well. Enigma.
Yeah, and for the most part for Wolves, talking about just them only really needing 4 or 5 points, not even that, probably only really 1 or 2 needed to come into this last Miramar. But the other team that I was really hoping would be able to stay near the top would be iNCO Gaming. They unfortunately after that game slot all the way down to that 6th place position. These other teams as well, when it comes to Miramar, I'm not picturing, I can't imagine in my mind, Hotchkiss, iNCO coming to this last game really ever feeling that confident, while these other squads like Intense Game, Team Liquid, or even the squads that just passed them, those squads I picture being the ones performing, especially when everything's on the line for those head starts.
Hey, you know what? It's hard to practice clutch, PB, right? Now's the time.
I feel like iNCO started off the day with a bang, right? They came and absolutely delivered, and then they just kind of went quiet. You know, the rest of the day, they haven't been able to get it done. They've either been out-rotated, outshot, something's gone wrong. But ultimately, they haven't played poorly, though, either. So I don't want to say they've had a bad day. It just hasn't really gone their way. And it has gone the way of a lot of teams around them. They've all been playing pretty well. I feel like the top half of the leaderboard right now is really kind of crushing it, and it just comes down to zones and capitalization on position. One of the interesting things that we saw on those overall rankings, though, was the absence of LATAM as a region from that front page. Now, not seeing anybody. 9Z and United 4 have both fallen off the front page. What do you think they got to do to turn things around? I mean, I feel like it's hate all the time as a solo trying to, you know, clutch things for United 4, and 9Z just hasn't been able to get it going this whole time, Hot Jukes.
It's over, dude. Okay? It's over for them. I'm going to say that right now. For the league stage. You know what I'm saying? I think at this point, you just try to keep it together. You want to unify your team the best possible. This is the best practice you could ever have of being in that down and out feeling. You know what I'm saying? So I think if you're going into the last game, try your best to be able to overcome that, because if you get that sensation during the finals, you don't have any room to bounce back. You can't go 3 bad games in a row, right? If you want to be able to qualify to the next stage. So I just try to find the silver lining, right, in the bad. And I hope they are able to utilize that. I mean, you got to do it the best of what you got.
You really do. And I mean, I do want to kind of, before we hop into this last game, we got Miramar one final time. We've seen a different chicken dinner winner every single game today. Will we see our first, back-to-back or maybe even 2-time chicken dinner winner? I don't know. Maybe it's somebody new entirely. But I'm looking at the first league phase. I'm looking at the head start points right now. It was Alpha 7 taking 15 of those head start points and finishing in the top spot for the phase. Now, they have slipped this particular phase, and they have something to prove going into our final game. Can they find their footing? Finally, they've been close, but they haven't been able to get over the top. Maryland, their first win coming last game, preventing Alpha 7 from getting theirs. So looking at Wolves with 12 head start points in their pocket after the first league phase, and Influence Rage having 9. Loops Esports, though, they're looking right now to take all 15 from this phase, coupled with their 8 from last week. That's going to put them with 23 overall. Just 1 point behind the Wolves. So if Wolves hold on to their second place position, they will be the top team going into the finals, Enigma.
Ooh.
Yeah, and for the most part, saying that that's going to be the top team in the interviews every single time, whether it's the coach, Juancho, or even Coops, they all say, we're not aiming for PMGC point qualification. We're aiming to be in that top spot to win the Americas, because that's the mindset. That's the goal we've had in our head. And last split, yeah, they fell just short of making into the World League stage, that sort of midway tournament throughout the year. But now they've had extra time. Now they've had that sort of digestion of what's gone wrong. Can we make the improvements? And for the most part, I was doubting them going into phase 1. They shut that down immediately going into the day 2 of phase 1. So now here, this is just cream on the crop for me. I want to see this team be able to close it out today and hopefully be able to perform like the team that they expect themselves to be.
We hope to see it. We've got a lot of teams vying for that top overall spot after league phase, and we have just one more game to see what is going to happen. Hot Jukes, I'll come to you for a prediction. Miramar, final map. Who is it going to be? Will we see a repeat chicken dinner winner today, or is it going to be somebody new for the 6th time in a row?
Hey, man, you know what? I got to let some of my bias show up, right? Let's go with the Wolves, baby. Come on. I want to see that USA flag on top of the league stage, because from what I understand, they like you said, they're right there with Loops when it comes to the overall winners for that league stage. So if they can clutch it up here, they might be able to take that extra prize pool home.
Very interesting pick. I'm going to match it. I'm going to go with Wolves as well. Pretty short and sweet from me, but I just like the consistency that I've seen all day long. They did pick up a chicken dinner earlier today. I think this could be their second. But again, they've been right there so many times, and the zone has really dictated a lot of their crazy pushes towards the end. They're either trying to cross a wide open street with 3 squads looking at them, or diving into center zone with no hard cover to be had right at the foot of a hill, and you can't really fault them for that. So again, I like the Wolves in this one. Enigma, I'll come to you for your pick.
Oh, we're going outside of NA. As much as I like my bias, I got to make sure I got to keep it right. And that last Miramar, it's going to be one of those top 3 teams. Influence Rage, I want to see the performance. They had those 3 players up at the end. Didn't make it happen, but this game, I got a feeling for them.
I like the pick. That was the one I was debating between going with, because again, I've said this entire time, Influence Rage is my pick to win the whole tournament. They haven't been able to top a league phase just yet, but maybe they'll get the finals. Guys, you guys can get your own Amazon gift card by securing that code on screen and taking it to amazon.com/redeem. Get yourself some goodies courtesy of PUBG Mobile. And with that, we begin our final game of the PMSL America's Fall Split League Phase. This is our second league phase, and all of the head start points on the line right here, right now. Loops looks confident and poised to lock up 15 head start points, but everything below that up for grabs. Will Wolves lock in second place? Will Alpha 7 catch up? It all remains to be seen. Got a nice central plane path here to kick things off, Hot Jukes.
Let's get it going. A tried and true plane path here. I wonder if we're going to get a beautiful northern circle as well. But here we go, guys. Last game of the league stage. Who's going to win it? I think everybody's had a great choice so far. And look at that. San Martin circled and locked. Are we going to see some hot drop action here in the last game?
I'm watching that building on the map. This is the one. If people go there, I'm fearful. But Team Liquid's done so well today that I just don't see it happening.
I feel like you're scarred. Powerman,
I am.
Talk about it. You've seen it too much there at that compound. It's just, I know your eyes are glued. You're probably an inch away from your monitor right now, just trying to see if anyone's there. But looks like no one is. Thankfully, it is TL at Hacienda. But I feel like on this western side, we might even see a team potentially drop. I believe it was Wolves previous days was getting hot dropped, but that was from the United 4 Gaming boys, which actually is going to be Los Leones down south, so potential shots there. But the northern zone, they're hot chooks. It's not going to be there. It's going to unfortunately center up right next to Picado.
Oh boy. All right. Well, Alpha 7 are going to get their drop spot here finally. So they're going to have El Balso rocking. And we're going to see Ayala popping some shots off. Actually gets a hit marker on who do they think? It's VIP, of course.
And I feel like they're just meat shields in early game. I don't know what it is, but I mean, is it the drop spots? Because it always seems like there's one player that's just too close to another squad. I don't know what's going on, but they're definitely vying for those vehicles. The other teams are just not being nice. They're not giving that brotherly love to VIP. They're getting banged up off the drop once again, but hey, at least this time they live to tell the tale. Only one of those shots connecting onto VIP Esports.
A little bit longer. They survive, right? Let's go.
Yeah.
They'll take it.
Hey, I will say Team Liquid went to San Martin. They did not drop at the compound out in the middle of nowhere. You can see Kaski looking onto that spot in the distance. They got Hacienda del Patron. They got San Martin. Lots of great loot to be had here. And this is something worth fighting for sure, instead of that one shack that's out there. So I love the fact that they have pulled off that. And man, it has helped their performance so much. They went from top 5 last week all the way down to last. And now they're rebounding all the way back up, and it's the discipline that has really got them there, and the strategy. They've made adjustments. They lost some of the ego that they had earlier this tournament, which thankfully for them has really resulted in great things for the squad. So you like the adjustments and the improvements, and maybe finally listening to some of the criticism as of earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, that maturity factor. We got to have people locked in. We understand the amount of dollars as well as that qualification to PMGC at the end of the year, because Team Liquid, that's our partnered squad from Brazil, right? We've seen them last year. They won one of the 2 last splits last year. And unfortunately this year, we really haven't seen any signs of life coming into this global performance factor. And I'm not sure if it's the way of the times changing or what. Hot Chicks, I'd like to get your opinion on it, because Team Liquid, unfortunately, even with them performing so well in the second stage, it's still not enough for me. I still can't imagine them being one of the PMGC reps from our Western region.
Yeah, it's always tough. I mean, they definitely had some changes, and the lobby overall has changed. And that's the difficult thing, is that, when you're on top for so long, sometimes you can get a little stagnant. They had a big coach shift. They got Vitu 2K now, leading the charge for them. And the thing is that as you have everybody else level up, you got to follow suit. And sometimes there's an adjustment period. And I'm hoping that's all it is for Team Liquid, because they do definitely show some signs of success. It's just that consistency just seems to be lacking here for them, PB. They just can't seem to be able to have those great performances on a regular basis.
It's very, very true. I am looking at Saz down once again for Resilience. I'm a little sad, honestly, with the performance of Resilience so far this split, man. Like, I was honestly like, ooh, cool, new squad coming in from LATAM. They're going to do big things. They won their split by like 60 points. #1 in the region, and they've just been getting beat up left and right. So hopefully for them, they're able to make some changes and get it going on for the finals. Let's go ahead and go to Sarpatch. He's got Maryland's G-Boy standing by, and we'll hear what he has to say.
We are with G-Boy from Maryland after match 5. They won that match. I was talking with Senabi earlier about you guys not getting that victory. What happened now? What did you change? So, ¿qué se mudaron para pegar essa vitória aqui?
Agora a gente conseguiu encaixar, estamos todas essas 2 semanas trabalhando para isso, então acredito que deu para ver a evolução que a gente teve durante o campeonato. Então foi isso, a gente conseguiu encaixar até que enfim.
We were finally able to make it work, pick the pieces. We've worked 2 weeks for this, 2 months for this, and you can see that our evolution we have improved during the first stage and this second stage. So yeah, that's why we got this victory. It's the first time for you here in PMSL Americas. How have you been feeling? How's it been for you?
É uma sensação incrível, sem dúvida. É totalmente diferente de jogar em casa ou algo parecido. Até em GH, que é uma energia surreal. Então tá sendo perfeito para mim.
Perfect for me. It's been really incredible. It's not like playing at home or even playing at a gaming house. For me, the energy is just perfect. Bro, congratulations.
Thank you.
Love hearing from G-Boy there. Happy to be here and saying Maryland's kind of figured things out this second league phase as opposed to the earlier performances of the squad. And you can't argue with them. They're up to 4th place, passing up Alpha 7 with their last chicken dinner. And they're looking to do it again here. All 4 players up here on Miramar as we head to our final game of the day. Finding that loot, trying to get that good position. We'll see what they're able to do a little bit later on this game, Hot Jukes. But for now, got Influence Rage crashing up on the side of the ridge in San Martin. They're going to peep it and see what they can get going on.
Take a little gander. Take a little gander. Let's see if the pick is on point for Enigma. You got a couple right today, right?
Yeah, 2.
Two. Can it be number 3? That's the question.
It won't be.
It won't be.
Fight.
Yeah, you're right. That's a fact.
Well, you gotta let me finish it now. I'm not gonna let you get by with that one, Jukes.
Okay, all right.
If they fight each other. See, now I'm definitely feeling Influence Rage.
What, to
It's
lose?
been an
To
off
win.
day for me.
Oh.
Predictions-wise, I feel like I've been solid
Do we know
all
if
tournament,
Max
but
Man's in
today,
the chat,
failing.
Right.
Is he?
Do you know if maybe he's picking the same picks as you, PB? That's why you're on. Maybe.
Well, I'm not
he's
looking at his
jinxing
picks.
it.
I'm just coming from the gut today. Definitely, the compass rose a bit off, pointed south when it should be north today. I haven't been able to get one yet, but maybe today is the day.
Let's
This
go
game
Jaguar,
Could it
dude.
be the
Come on.
right? Come
Right?
on, M2M.
Okay, Dave, come on.
I need you to carry
We're not
2
doing that
backpacks this
today.
game.
Oh my gosh.
Crazy call outs here from Hot Jukes.
If I could call, if I could do the call out of a VIP member going out first, I would be like unstoppable, I think, today. I don't know what's going on. Oh my gosh. Throw it on there. That's a lock, you know?
1 out of 64.
Oh.
Gotta be good odds for that.
Go check out this zone. Central, a lot of teams in it. Only VIP cruising around up north, so maybe it's not a lock. They are not near
That's
anybody,
true.
but we'll see if that
Take
prediction
Outta
comes to
blue.
pass. Yeah, right? Can you imagine?
Oh!
Got straight out of pole. Oh, wow. Hello, Alpha 7 says, thank you. Wolves say thank you. Remember, Wolves just need to score maybe a couple more points to secure themselves second place. But now it's Royals of War getting into it with straight out of Paul. The knock comes in. Wolf delivers and immediately flushes out Aragod. Tonka tries to respond, gets Gatsby, and also turns a twofer around. DeLeon is down. It's all up to KC.
Yeah, he's got to get close as well, allowing him to even get the med off. He's going to reap rewards for ROW, but unfortunately, David, he's going to be naded out. Tonka still jumping out, finding, and it's going to be just on to KC, not getting the last player of ROW, but we're down to the 1v1. Tonka's got to hit the 1v4, and he's out of shotgun ammo here, Jukes. He's got to land the shots, but he's trying to play it slow, trying to play the angles and the hip fire. You just got to start shooting, letting it rip at this point. We're switching to the knife, and we can't be doing that.
He's
You were right
fully
there.
out of ammo. Fully out of ammo. He gets out the knife, swipes it a couple times. It reminds me of like the old school knife fights that you used to see in some games. Be like, all right, let's do it. Let's go knives, baby. KC having none of that. He gets straight out of the Paul to the next phase of the game. They lose 2, and ROW loses everything. Their league phase 2 is done.
Dude, Tonka was playing whack-a-mole there at the end. You saw him just like pop it up.
It's going to be an epic clip if you finished it.
Oh, that would have been so insane. The 1v4 was right there. But yeah, like you said, out of the util, nothing you can do. What a way to start things off here.
I'm wondering if he reloaded or if he just didn't reload his second weapon, the shotgun, before kind of going after that fight with the AR. Because then he went through the whole clip. And it was like, uh-oh. And he never brought out the secondary after that. So I'm thinking he might have spent the whole load on the first 3 guys and just ran out of steam there. And our production's, in my ear saying they were going for highlights there. LOL. And I completely agree.
Beautiful. That's how you finish strong. You know what I'm saying? Go out with a bang.
Entertaining,
End the day
if
early.
nothing else.
That's for sure. Hey, by the way, tomorrow we got a show match. I'm excited for that. See how that goes. Everybody mark your calendars for that. And then we got the finals coming around the corner. And oh man, we've seen some signs of life here. I wonder though, let me ask you this, boys. Come finals time, there's always a chance that we get surprised by just one squad that just goes crazy, right? If you were, who would you think that could be after what you've seen so far on the league stage? BB, I'll start with you.
Give me your question one more time. Who would be the most surprising to do what?
If we could just have a team that just all of a sudden goes crazy in the finals and wins it, like one that didn't necessarily do great here.
Out of nowhere.
Who do you think it could be?
Out of nowhere,
yeah,
I gotta say 9Z just due to the talent on the roster.
That's
but if I had to pick though, like I don't know if it technically qualifies as having done nothing, but Influence Rage for me hasn't been a dominant team, but they've been consistent top 5 this whole time, and that's ultimately who I picked to win the whole thing.
I like those
me
picks.
now?
Yeah. What do you think about it? What do you think about it?
My pick. See, I was gonna go with 9Z, and then PB chose it, and now I'm like, well, I don't want him to curse my pick here. To
I don't
say
want
the
to
least,
take
but-
his sucky pick.
Yeah, I don't want to take his pick
my
now,
own.
but I'm going to team right above him. Team Liquid. I feel like it's maybe not too much of a throw out there kind of pick, but that's just our Team Liquid bias, right? From what we've known from in the past in this squad. Over this last year, they're essentially a dark horse at this point. Their performance hasn't been the best. We've seen the moments of brilliance like a lot of these middle of the pack teams, but haven't been able to prove it just yet. So a team that was able to just turn it up, dominate, really come into finals and try to get one of those top 2 spots here, Jukes, it's got to be Team Liquid.
I love it. I'm gonna go with iNCO. Personally, I think I've seen some good signs of life from this squad. You know, they got a good roster together, good head on their shoulders. You know, they get some good zones, get some momentum going. I think they could definitely steal things away if, you know, other teams are not careful. It's possible.
I like that pick. I mean, they're in the mix here. They're in the conversation, and I feel like definitely through the first 2 league phases here before we go to finals, I feel like the lobby has separated itself into kind of tiers at this point. I think you've got your favorites and you've got your contenders. Other than that, it's kind of like everyone else, right? And I'm not going to put everybody into categories right this second as we got iNCO rolling up on Maryland. These 2 squads for me are both firmly in the category of contenders. And Maryland's contending, baby, but the third party coming in from Influence Rage.
Run, McGrelly. Run, dude. It's over.
He's running right
He's going right into
Influence
it.
Rage.
Influence Rage.
This is trouble. He's
Run
got
backwards.
nowhere to go. He turns
Go to
into Jaguar.
Jaguar. Survive. Let's see. Oh, through the Vamos sign. Let's go. Ooh,
They just said,
right through
screw it. We're going to hit the
better
racetracks
stop
of
it.
Miramar and drive our heart's content for the rest of the game.
Wow.
Man, it got hot up there, did it not?
Faith went down a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, just a little bit. But you never know, right?
Oh, they're
We can
not
always
out of
be
the woods
surprised.
yet. They're not out of the woods yet.
7. Woo!
So,
And they're still going.
here was iNCO's route.
Say!
Just get in there.
And
Say.
gotcha. So iNCO going through everyone in the lobby and getting gunned down. McGrellan getting back into the fight. 7, 8, making it into the shack. And Alpha 7, I don't think is going to let this fly. We'll see. Team Liquid coming into the edge as well. Stage is starting to shrink down here. We're into stage 4. Only 30 seconds before this circle starts doing things of its own once again. iNCO. Man, you mention them, you say nice things, Jukes, and this is how they repay you.
That's what happens every single time. iNCO, come on. Hey, watch them win this game, okay? That's a shack. They have no vehicles. They're off center, and they have Alpha 7 above their hill. There's a chance, guys.
Yeah, there is a chance, and I will say, iNCO was the first team to lose a member in Game 1 today. They played the whole game with 3 players, and they ultimately got the chicken dinner. So
that's right.
Don't say it can't be done. They've won shorthanded before, and it was today, so they could do it again. What do you think, Enigma?
We're not going to be pushing it that far. It only works because it was my pick last time, okay? They had the 3-man. I said, yeah, Coach Enigma, they're saying they're going to win, and it happened. Obviously, we were right twice today. And by the way, we're still looking at the top right here. Influence Rage is still in the mix as a 4-man with iNCO Gaming's rotation earlier. It allows them to potentially move into this next circle shift for free. I don't know about you guys, but I'm loving my pick still, man. All the way with Influence Rage this game.
It's looking good.
It's a good pick. Yeah, it's a good pick.
Uh-oh. 9Z! Just getting shot there by KC.
This is trouble, man. This third party is going to be strong. And that truck, it's tough.
KC.
You know what I want to say? Well, I'm not gonna. But, man, he's going to hide behind it. We got Reyes and Colgoat spinning around in the buggy. They're doing things, and now VIP loses a member. It wasn't quite first, but they did indeed have one go down, and now it's Jaguar and Resilience continuing their fight that's been going on all day long. It's going to be M2M again delivering the pain.
Big knock for him, and even coming through, being able to stay alive afterwards, trying to find the marks onto the Resilience players. Actually, both players getting caught, and it's actually going to be a 9Z third-party intense game as well, saving the graces of Team Jaguar. Not sure if they're going to be able to get the eliminations under their belt just yet, but the car's blocking him, getting into the building. You got to get the reset here, and oh my goodness, two players knocked now. You got to love it for him, though. That's a team player right there, PB. You went for the vehicle move to save him.
Vehicle move, took some shots. We'll shift our attention over here to Loops and Maryland. These are two of the top squads in the lobby, both from Brazil, at the power grid, staring at each other. Who will get the opening knocks? And it looks like we got some action on the edge. Couldn't tell if that was a third party or not. Giboy getting shot up a little bit here. Looks like it might have been Nilzada with the lines of sight onto him. You can see them over on the far eastern side of your circle over in this area. They don't have to fight this, but they need to start making moves to either back out of the fight or get it going on quick, because they could have a Influence Rage third party, or they may have to rotate into Intense Game. This is an interesting split right here from Intense Game. Lots of control down there. They're looking primed to potentially take this chicken dinner here in our final game of the day. Xforce looking good too.
Oh yeah, looking real good. Looking real good. Look at that. You got Intense Game, yeah, like you mentioned right there on that bottom right side. Influence Rage up top. Alpha 7 been holding that high ground, banging this mighty quiet here, boys. When are they gonna get active?
It's gotta
Hopefully
be now.
pretty quick. Yeah, Enigma, did you see both Wolves and Alpha 7 on the outside looking in? They've both got to make moves here. You can see them in the mini-map in the top right now. They're about to be in the blue zone. Just a few seconds away from the zone closing, and I feel like Alpha 7 and Wolves, they've got an uphill battle. I mean, they're going to go downhill at first. Oh, that nade into your living room. Giboy taken down and finished. Sanab going to try to rebound, get a bit of revenge perhaps, but not looking good for Maryland here. Loops in full control. But as the timer starts to tick, Wolves looking to make a move. They're going to be diving onto VIP and to 9Z down in the south.
Yeah, in this Eastern fight, it's really an all-for-naught scenario, especially if we see Influence Rage come in from the third-party angle up north. Maryland already having the one-player knock, really just resting on Sanab to be able to find the knocks here. Utility all getting dumped just for this one player. They do not want to give the free opening for the Maryland boys. And yeah, it's always a matter of time here. Influence Rage as well now, Hot Chooks. They're starting to move in, and they're looking for that third party.
Loops getting shot up. You didn't check the broken wall. The snakes are here to play, but Influence Rage said, I'll take some of those eliminations. Let's see if we can go and win this for the one time for Enigma. Let's see if it happens. Loops down and out, though. That opens up the door, boys, for Wolves to try to be the champs of the league stage.
They're still feeling it out down there in the Southwest. They haven't made a commitment just yet. They've got 9Z to their south. They've got Mythic and Team Liquid to their east. And now Loops makes their daring an escape. And it looks like Wolves into it, both Liquid and iNCO Gaming right now. Influence Rage really wants this fight. They are trying to third-party the crap out of Loops Maryland. Loops getting the upper hand on Maryland, but now they've got to take it to Influence Rage. Can they get it done?
Oh,
so far. You know, I may not be able to predict the winner of a game, but I can predict a fight, Enigma. That's for sure.
Hey, the fight at least. I'm not sure if you could really even call it one with Influence's Rage's aggression. He does get one on the law, but luckily Federal is there. Able to get it himself. At least the elimination does go down. It's going to stall them a little bit, but the beauty of that fight position, at least where it's at, is you're in the circle. We're not having to stress about making the rotate in, putting people into the back of buggies, or nothing like that. But now we got to go back to the south side. You're wondering what happened here, PB. Wolves Esports, I believe, took the engagement on a Team Liquid gatekeeping, resulting in them being eliminated, actually. So 9th place, unfortunately, no movement for that squad, to say the least. But Alpha 7 as well, they're sitting mighty pretty here.
They are. Alpha 7 coming into the circle this way. Wolves pushing 9Z back. And every team seemingly has somebody behind them. You can see straight out of Paul, KC at the bottom, still hanging tough. Hey! How is he still alive? I mean, this man, he's gone through the ringer so far, and this zone circles up in the center. And I still like the position of intense game in the high ground there at Power Grid. Got a little bit of cover here, and now Wolves getting into it with 9Z. They got one on the floor. It's Doran. Hagors goes down. 9Z bringing the pain.
Coops doing a great job here, getting the double knock. He's got that nade locked and loaded, and Colgoat wasn't able to get it done. 7 elimination for the Wolves. You also got Xforce on that top left side. Look at that. They got that compound locked down. They are big chilling now. Let's see what Alpha 7 can do, though, against United for Gaming. Guizao gets knocked by that nade, and United for Gaming holding strong here. Oh, got to watch out for those third parties, though.
Yeah, he's trying so desperately to go for the thirst, but the nade getting 2 players down to 1 HP. One of them actually being knocked already. So for United for Gaming, you desperately wanted to get that elimination onto Alpha 7, but not getting it just allows Alpha 7 again get the reset, collect themselves. Actually, I do believe maybe someone else from Wolves were able to thirst. So Alpha 7 having to now deal with potentially the full 4-man of the second place team in the lobby, and we're seeing the scoreboard there on the right here, Powerbank, 21-24 for that 4th to 5th place position. 3-point difference. This is a team that desperately wants to move up, and they potentially, if they could perform into the top 3 over INF, they could make it into that top 3 spectrum, but they've got to finish strong here, and unfortunately, right now is not the end point.
You're absolutely right. I'm also looking at this spot right here. I'm looking at Wolves because they are cruising 4 alive, 8 eliminations already. And they are close to the overall tournament lead as far as league phase goes. Loops, I believe, was in control of that, but Loops is out of the lobby right now. So every elimination gained by the Wolves gets them that much closer to catching up. I'm not sure what the gap is right now, but the only other team in the conversation really is Alpha 7, and they're down to basically 1 member, and not looking good for old A7.
Not looking good at all. Carrillo gets finished, and that is it. Alpha 7 league stage done. Did Revo do enough to hold that MVP? That's a question we'll find out a little bit here, but let's see what the Wolves can continue to do as they are on a tear right now. 9 eliminations. That nade is good from Doran, and Potro's in big trouble. Doran, up close and personal, making the ground straight lava. He's got the MG3, but gets caught.
Shots as well, they come through. It's actually going to be his molly spam he had throughout it all, getting the elimination. 14 now as a squad. Dorn as well, he is knocked, but will get immediately reset. Intense game, not choosing to make the push down. They didn't get the opening knock for a potential third-party fight onto the Wolves, and now we're looking at it, all this southern side with Alpha 7, with 9Z and the likes of them getting eliminated here, Powerbang. This whole southern side is free for Wolves, and it's not like it was given to them. Those 15 eliminations were all from them fighting these squads late game, and unfortunately for the rest of this lobby, Wolves still has all 4 players up.
Might be unfortunate, but the rest of these teams all have 4 up as well, so this is really anyone's game right now. It comes down to zone position. And thankfully for all of the teams, it's dead center once again. We're not seeing any hard shifts. We're not seeing any zone blast for any particular team. But you know the Xforce has got to be counting their lucky stars because they've got hard cover. They've got a compound that they're chilling in, so they're happy with that. And finally, Intense Game is going to get forced out of their high ground position. They got to make a move here. It looks like it's going to be on top of Influence Rage. And you know the North American teams are smiling because it's Brazil versus Brazil right now. They can wait to take on the winners. So it would seem. Wolves looking to potentially third party onto Intense Game, but waiting for things to kick off first between Influence Rage and Intense Game right now. I will say, Hot Jukes, these 2 teams, Intense Game and Influence Rage, have been at each other's throat all tournament long, side by side, fight after fight, I haven't really been able to find a clear winner. It's gone back and forth all tournament.
It's literally anyone's game at this point. I mean, it's going to come down to the finals. Who's the best there? And then we'll find out who's the best in the West. An intense game, have been rock solid. You know, it's all about just finding those positions, closing out those games. Right now, they are in a real tough spot, though, because you got Coops with the high ground, Influence Rage on the other side of the hill. But the rest of the Wolves team, a little bit separated from their squad. Not able to support themselves here. Doran's got to play this very carefully. He cannot get knocked from that spot. Yeah. Good on him to retreat. Cool.
Oh, beautiful name.
Did he get
Look
three
at that.
there?
Coming in with three for Coops. They've got to capitalize here. You know, when they saw that in the feed, they're like, boys, it's time. All they have is Pedrinho left, and it looks like they are going to push the action. Molotovs are out. Pedrinho, the last hope for intense game. Nades are coming. But can they get the angles? Coops is pushing the action. He's feeling good. He goes for the squad wipe, and he gets it.
Squad wipe. 1v4. Coops clutching it up. Influence Rage on the other side just saw that and said, huh. What do we do, guys? We gonna get in this fight? I think we're gonna back it up. Let's just wait a little bit longer.
What's the call, guys? What do we do?
Hey, you back it up, Terry. That's what they're saying.
That's right. Back it
No
up.
way,
Coops on
shape, or
fire.
form.
They did push up the hill. It's Fate on the offensive, going up the hillside right now, along with Klaus trying to make something happen. Klaus, the tip of the spear, taking shots from across the valley of Lil Boy, putting out the pressure, helping out Wolves a little bit. Ultimately, these two teams have got to collide at the top of this ridge, fight for that high ground, and ultimately, potentially, fight for the chicken dinner. Influence Rage seemingly has the better position right now, despite Wolves being there first. What do you think, Hot Jukes?
Oh boy, I think it's anyone's game right now. Wolves have the high ground, they have the dominant position, and the eliminations. These guys are on fire right now. Baton answering all the questions with that one. Little boy, though, gets the return knock. Baton is out of position, so he can't get rezzed. Actually, Doran drives up immediately, so nice support play there. It's Xforce. It's Xforce's time to start applying pressure, but they really can't. Yeah.
Coops is hung out. Klaus is there. Coops is stuck. But look at this. The play comes in. Hegor's with the clutch knock. Now it's Federal versus Coops. Coops goes down. Federal goes up the hill. Can the other squad catch him? They can't. Influence Rage over the mountaintop. And it's all up to Baton on this push. He's got to hold it off. Hegor's on the backside, holds off Fate and Xforce. It's a three-team race for the gold here. Baton down. It's all up to Hegor's. Wolves backs against the wall. Have they done enough? They've gotten second place for this phase. They've been eliminated in third for this game, and it comes down to Xforce versus Influence Rage. It's a 3 versus 3 Enigma.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Xforce, you had that one player get knocked and eliminated and allowed Influence Rage to get the full reset on the law. Yeah, he's 1 HP, but he's getting revived right now. And with the zone timer ticking, we obviously have to work against the blue zone here. But being a man disadvantage, they understand that one of your players of Xforce is all the way off on the edge of the circle. I'm feeling the pick again, Hot Chicks. Influence Rage. I feel like they've got this.
Let's see. Can Enigma get 3 picks today? Influence Rage back against the blue zone. 24K said, no, sir, it's our game. Our chicken dinner to win. Fate on the off
Enigma's
angle.
Premature.
Let's
Now,
see.
come on.
Look at them grouped up.
They're in a valley. That's over, dude. They're in a pot. Cook them up. Alim with the nades. Not able to hit the mark here. One nade's all it takes.
That drive up from Law was so clutch. It distracted Alim's grenade. That grenade would have taken down the whole squad, basically. But he yanked it at the last moment. He misses the mark, gets no one. But they're still in a bad way. Federal down. It's Lil Boy, Diego, and Law on the offensive right now. 24K lobs more in. They connect. Alim connects, and Xforce takes the victory. Counting your chickens before they hatch, Enigma.
Come on. I mean, valiant work from Xforce, right? The 3v4 at the end, being able to pigeonhole them still down in the bottom. And you made note of it, right? Law making that move forward could have potentially been the game changer, but Xforce taking a step back, being like, hey, we need to play this end game around the smoke timers, around the lip. And yeah, I'll say it. I got ahead of myself, but come on, second place. I mean, we basically did it 3 times, guys. I'm chalking it up as a win for me.
I wasn't as bad as the Molotov call in the Erangel game. That I will give you that.
Oh, man.
Good pick for Influence Rage being there. I liked it as well. They were definitely one of the teams I had my eye on, and they delivered, but it wasn't quite enough to get that chicken dinner. And I got to give massive props to Xforce, because you heard in the interviews earlier today, Fate, Klaus, all of them said they would get one today. And after 5 games, I was like, are they just liars? What's the deal? No, they are not liars. They delivered on their promise. They got that chicken dinner, and they were not too ambitious. They got that one, and that's going to move them potentially up to the first page. We'll have to wait and see. They had slipped quite a ways down, but man, what a game on Miramar to cap this one off, Hot Jukes.
Oh man, beautifully done. This thing was action-packed all the way to the end. Big up on Wolves to put up some serious points against Loops for that overall league phase winner. I can't wait to see just who clinched that. I mean, you got to give it also up to Loops, man. These guys went crazy here. They definitely locked down at least this phase. And let's just see. I can't wait to see those overalls and see how this whole thing ended up.
100%. Xforce, your final chicken dinner winner of the day. That means no one gets 2 chicken dinners today. A different winner each and every game. It looks like they were split between Brazil and North America today. Not a bad showing. I will say the overall level from the North American teams this tournament has really closed the gap on the other regions. They're still not quite on the level of Brazil as a whole, but with Xforce, with Wolves, with iNCO, I mean, these guys are delivering each and every time out, it seems. Xforce here putting 15 points on the board, but really the story, oh my God, 19 eliminations. I knew they had a lot, but 19, the Wolves pick up 24 more points. They make a last-second push towards Loops. Not going to be enough to get there, but boy, oh boy, did they put a stamp on second place, Enigma.
Yeah, and I feel like, 6, 7, maybe even 8 of those elimination tallies were just from Coops' frag grenades alone. Jaguar, Influence Rage, obviously a lot of these players and teams that lost members weren't just 1 or 2. It was the whole squad getting absolutely just thrashed by Coops and friends for the Wolves Esports roster. But coming to the second half of the page, a lot of these teams that I was really wanting to see perform, obviously you and I, PB, had mentioned 9Z and Team Liquid. Unfortunately, not going to be the case. And for them, I wanted to see them get up there. Unfortunately, just not the case this time around.
Unfortunate for them, but hey, a solid performance from North America on this front page. Xforce, Wolves, both showing up. We got Influence, Rage, Intense, and Jaguar all delivering in a big way. The match recap coming in strong with the damage. Very strong coming in from Wolves on the back of a lot of grenades. Just completely crushing it. Let's check the MVP of the round. It has to be Coops, right? I mean, the dude was just knocking people left and right. 8 eliminations coming through. Not quite the damage I was expecting, quite honestly, but it's the grenade limbs that just put him over the top. He picks up 4. Just crazy work up against some of these other squads. Intense game. You know, felt the wrath of Coops in this one, Hot Jukes.
Man, he's got that grenade as a ring. That's what I'm talking about, man. That is how you do it. Coops went nuts towards the end. Finally start to see that ferocity from this squad, man. I had some concerns, I'm not gonna lie, because, you know, their early game, mid game, I mean, perfection, right? Just towards the end, we just see some little mistakes from the squads, not finishing games that I felt they should have absolutely won. But then towards the end, they just say, nah, we finally got it on lock. Let's get it going.
Great performance all in from the Wolves. Consistent all day long. They did what they needed to do. Honestly, it may have been too big of a gap to even overcome with Loops being way out in front. But let's go ahead and take a peek at our overall standings to wrap up our second league phase. And it is Loops on top, taking home those head start points into the grand finals. And we also have Wolves in the second spot for the second phase in a row. That's 12 points to them. That means 24 points go the way of Wolves, and they'll be your top dogs going into the final North America. Getting it done, Enigma.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I gotta just look at that tiebreaker there at 5th to 6th place. Intense game versus Alpha 7. The only reason Intense game's above them is because they got that one winner chicken dinner. And you were praying today, PB. Alpha 7, they gotta get at least one, right? One per phase. That's not the case this time around. And unfortunately, I do believe as well, we had mentioned those MVP rankings as well, right? Revo, with these sort of lackluster performances, I'm not sure if you'd want to tee it up that badly for Alpha 7, but for him not being able to perform so well in this last day, just really costed them a lot of how I see it detrimental head start points going into finals.
Well, you know, I gotta say, I agree, but I also, my attention is drawn to the right column. Xforce, 3 chicken dinners. This particular phase. I mean, they have it in them. They just got to figure out the consistency. They're sitting in 11th place right now. 11th with 3 chicken dinners. That's the second most in the lobby, only behind the winner of phase 2. So, I mean, Xforce, that's a squad. Get your consistency down, you know, figure it out. And I think they're right there. They're in the mix with some of these other North American squads. But overall, really solid tournament from the Brazil region, per usual. And we got to see more out of LATAM as we move into the finals. Again, we called out some teams that we think have a shot to maybe make some noise. We got to see more from them. Overall, though, just an incredible tournament. Just back-to-back-to-back banger of games. So let's check out how it all wraps up. Let's put a little bow on it as we look forward to the finals. Here are your head start points for all of our squads. Alpha 7, the story of our first phase. They take 15 points with them to the finals. And you see Wolves taking 12, Influence Rage, the consistent number 3 here. So interestingly enough, we look at phase 2, it's Alpha 7 with only 6 points. That does put them all the way up to 21 points. It'll be ahead of Influence Rage, but behind the Wolves. So very, very interesting. But then look at Loops. We've got 23 total points for Loops. So I'm pretty happy with that. Let's take a peek at the totals, see how it all shakes out after we do the math here. Hey, there we go.
Top.
There we go. So really, most of the points have been distributed to the top 4, 5, 6 teams. Everyone else, I'm not going to say 6, 7 like Enigma would here, but we're going to go top like 3, 4 teams have those points on lock, but it's the Wolves that ultimately come out on top after the league phase. I don't know if I would have predicted number 1 for them, but they certainly delivered in a big way. What do you think, Enigma?
I feel a lot of these teams, they're really working towards just prepping themselves for grand finals, right? You're looking at these top 3 placements, 1, maybe 2 of them get by with PMGC points, but the rest of it, we're talking only 2 slots up for grab for these squads. And if you're any of these teams, especially on this right side column, you got to start coming out of the gate swinging. If you want to finish into that top placement, that top dollar amount even when it comes to this sort of prize pool layout this tournament has. I know I'll have the breakdown of it day 1 of grand finals, but these teams, especially when it comes to those sort of head start points, we had looked at phase 1 to phase 2, the teams that had that downward trend. They started off well, maybe even strong coming phase 1. Seeing them lower during phase 2 is a little bit too much of a red flag for me, while we can compare it to teams like Maryland, Team Liquid even, where they've got the upward trend. I want to see how it plays out. And of course, all these teams, they've got it in them. It's just a matter of, like you said, PB, having that consistency.
Really is. That's what we're looking for, is that consistent play. Intense Game was your spring split winner. Can they do it again? They did not quite crack the top 3, but they're right there in the top 5. We got Alpha 7 present as always. The Wolves showing up saying this is ours. You also got Loops in the mix. So again, could go any which way, but let's see which way the MVP for our league stage, which way did that go? Was it Revo? Was it Vatine? It is Revo by 1 elimination. Vatine and Loops go out early that last game, and it costs our boy $1,000. Revo, somehow, some way, holding on to that top spot. And while they did finish slowly over the course of the second league phase, I gotta say he deserves it. The performance in the first phase was absolutely God-tier, Hot Jukes.
Oh man, it was unbelievable. Are you kidding me? I mean, I saw how many points he put up here in this phase, and the fact that he still won this is insane, man. I'm telling you, Revo, when it comes to MVP, that's consistency right there. This guy knows how to get it done.
It really is. I mean, the interesting thing to me was that the Wolves had 2 players sneak into that top 5 for the first time. You saw Dorian in the 5th spot, Coops all the way up to number 3, 72 eliminations. What does Coops mean to his squad, Enigma? And what does he got to do to lead the Wolves going into the finals? So hopefully they can see another number 1.
I mean, he's the crown jewel. I mean, not just for his team, but the region as a whole. Coops has always been that star-stellar player ever since way back when he had played on my team in the Enigma fan club. I believe even you, Hot Jukes, remember those days a few years ago. And just seeing the growth from Coops going from NA to multiple regions to even competing against the best and performing, it's something that can't be underestimated, to say the least. And the nice part about it is, I know I'll have probably a breakdown coming day one of Grand Finals, but those two players, Coops and Doran, essentially 130 plus eliminations as a duo. You got to tee it up to also them two just being so coordinated with one another. It's not just Coops, but the squad as a whole.
Great points as well. Hot Juice would love to get your final thoughts on our league phase. Man, it was bananas, but give me your final opinions on how things went down.
Oh, man, I'm so stoked. Are you kidding me, guys? I mean, let's be real. I mean, for the longest time, I would just be happy to see an American flag on the first page. You know what I'm saying? I just see that and I'd be like, oh, all right, that's great. Now on top? Are you kidding me? Oh, this is amazing. I just hope I'm not getting my hopes up here. Finals is what counts, right? Let's see the same thing, but in the finals. Please.
All right, I'm going to keep it chill, at least for the moment. Incredible performance throughout all of league phase. The games were incredible, so close. We had heartbreak, we had triumph. We saw everything here at the PMSL Americas Fall Split League stage has concluded. Head start points have been awarded, and it is the Wolves who will sit on top entering our grand finals, which start this Friday. Make sure you guys put that on your calendar and show up for the 3-day epic conclusion to the PMSL Fall Split. Don't forget, we have a show match coming in on Thursday as well. Hope you guys tune in. I've been Power Bang hosting this show alongside Hot Juice and Enigma. Actually, the show match is tomorrow. I'm mixed up on my days. I thought it was Wednesday today. But anyway, thank you guys for tuning in. Chat, let me know if you thought it went exactly how you thought it did. Man, so impressed. And you guys will have reflections with you to kick off the finals this Friday. I will see you guys later. Hope you enjoyed. Take care.
Point difference between them and second place, but we'll have to make note of it because I'm seeing it right now. Your pick on
Horizon, hopefully their numbers will dissuade Ayala and crew.
But as they have all four of their players, but two teams that desperately are needing points, both of the bottom squads.
Just a little bit too short on that hill.
With a grenade, and that is not what you're hoping. They gotta put a suppressive fire down to help them out.
Two players up still, not just a solo, everyone trying to send it, and now iNCO.
Carrillo trying to find the angle.
Oh, it's defending. They're down to just one. Hate trying to clutch.
Wow, nice push toward the edge.
Still, Liquid versus Influence Rage.
So every single knock here could be Thursday, but Team Liquid.
Their time to shine and make a dent in those leaderboards, Hot Juice.
Let's go.
And I don't think any of these squads are done yet.
This should be a Wolves chicken dinner all day. Watch it up right there. Beautifully done by them. Iron Sight, Car 9. Let's see it.
What goes down next? Maryland delivering the punishment.
Maryland wants it bad. They had 7 eliminations. Shitting from that urban finish to just off. Oh, big
Team Liquid's got a real shot to make things very, very difficult. How many will they get? Revo by himself, chance that they need to get a bit of a gap.
Running wide out in the open. Yeah, but they're just gonna.
You said the game was gonna end with a self molly.
But Chinky, we got Xforce popping some.
About as well. It's gonna be United for Gaming. I think they were from they have 6 prime real estate spots. They're not going to have any elimination. Rio went all the way over the ridgeline, but he's left alone because everyone's starting to fight it out.
Boy, and Rafinha to make a big play here. Personal shutting them down.
Oh man, out for Viteen. This is one of the top players in the tournament.
Their loops clinched it. They know it. Look at that. High five.
Rolls up to help. Not quite full strength.
All the top dogs. Doran. Oh my gosh, though. Never mind. Yeah, look at that. Those shots coming from downtown. All by himself. A man with a dream. And S12K. Throwing the nade inside.
In favor of Maryland, and for the first time, they won. And now Wolves getting into it with 9Z. They got Jaguars with the clutch knock. Now it's Federal goes down. Federal goes up the hill. Can the other squad backs against the wall? Have they done enough? They on the offensive right now. 24K lobs more in.
Or at the end, being able to pigeonhole them still down in the bottom, and he made no.